building.
Mayor Mamdani explaining his decision to back Kathy Hochul's re-election after he formally endorsed her in a long essay in The Nation. He played up the fact that even people from opposing wings of the party can forge a fruitful working relationship. The governor and I do not agree on everything. We have real differences, particularly when it comes to taxation of the wealthiest, Mamdani said, adding that we must be able to disagree honestly while still delivering for the people we serve. Over the past 6 months, Governor Hochul and I have done exactly that. The endorsement came as Kathy Hochul was appearing in Syracuse with her newly selected running mate.
As an aggregator, a channel designed around lifting up one's spirits in a dark and sad place. I'm a content curator for Mr. Pollock. Mr. Pollock 890 is a content curator for as well. Both are associated with myself, but I want you to be redirected to our playlist archive channel, Mr. Pollock 890. Take a look here.
That won the Buffalo mayoral primary, who then the entire state Democratic Party apparatus came down on
screen
with a fucking last-second write-in candidacy for the establishment Democrat, who was the incumbent, who then literally fucking won with the writing candidacy in the general,
archive
and then
channel
left the position
for
after
Mr.
selling
Pollock
off
890.
rights to a fucking casino.
Here we have the playlists that we offer.
A lot of you are probably unfamiliar with the history of the New York DSA. Byron Brown won back the incumbency with a write-in candidacy after he lost the primary to Buffalo, the Buffalo primary to India Walton. Okay? India Walton is Delgado's.
This was a list of my complete
lieutenant governor
sections of playlists.
on the pick.
Mr. Pollock 890 is a content curator for As an Aggregator. As an Aggregator is the channel that you are on right now.
Progressive base and the more moderate.
So what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be consuming content and curating content.
It is about how we put our own desires and ambitions aside.
So yeah,
put the people of this great state, 20 million people, who look to us every day to help them get out of their circumstance. You put that first.
But Republicans immediately tried to turn the coveted endorsement against her, labeling Mamdani, quote,
let's throw on
an
some music.
communist who stands against everything America stands for. State party spokesman David Lester adding, quote,
we're also streaming in the background Hassan Abi via J. Marianne, a second layer culture commentary, piece of consumption. Can I pause this? Can I jump in? Hey, look at that over there. Okay, so right now we're going to be consuming content.
I wonder if Mamdani is betting on the fact that Delgado could win without his endorsement. No,
Hey.
Delgado was not a fucking. Delgado was a long shot even with Zoran's endorsement. I still believe that if like AOC and the
Okay, so where are we at with this?
and Zoran Mamdani backed Delgado, he would have at least had a shot of unseating Kathy Hochul. It's just that they didn't want to fight that fight. It's very obvious that they're playing really scared. Okay? They're moving not like a unit that has all the fucking momentum, but they're moving as though they don't want any sort of blemish on the agenda. Okay? those with the sacred oath of service must heed that call and work together to honor it. That requires not the absence of disagreement, but the presence of trust. We must be able to disagree honestly while still delivering for people that we serve. Well, that's what I think too about my criticism of Zoran Mundani here. Over the past 6 months, Governor Hochul and I have done exactly that. This experience matters because the challenges ahead are real. New York City faces budget hardships, an affordability crisis that rages on, and an urgent need for government to deliver. The temptation is to allow difference to turn into distrust. But over the course of our relationship, I have come to trust Governor Hochul as someone willing to engage in an honest dialogue that leads to results. Okay? As we face threats in Washington, she has defended our social safety net and protected funding certainly has tried to play ball with like these people who will never actually feel satiated by his like I'm combating anti-Semitism position. I'm sure Zoran recognizes the position of the new face of American socialism, and he'll prioritize it over what he sees the conversation in terms of not something we criticize Tom, but I think that's his perspective. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed this, but my criticisms have also not only been about him being an engagement guy, the face of the movement, but also a guy who could leak the address of the it's not even letting me use the microphone, chat. Like it's totally cooked. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off everything one more time. And then hopefully it works this time. Whoa. Maybe I can try without the microphone and shit. Sent the link in mod chat. Yeah, it's not. The mics don't work, and the speakers, nothing works. Yo, I see it. I turned off Discord and then I turned it back on, and it's still like the browser permissions are supposed to work. I gave it the browser permissions, and they're seemingly not working for some reason. Sites can use the camera, customize behaviors. Camera allow, microphone allow, notifications as default, all this shit. Yeah, I have all the permissions unlocked. But it's not letting me do it. Can you try downloading the app instead? Wait, is there an app download? Turn off the camera OBS, you don't have to end stream. Delete the camera as a source and then capture from wherever you're conducting a call. Same with the mic. Yeah, I mean, it's not working. Like, if you want to try, go ahead. Even the fact that it won't let you unmute the microphone, I gave it all the permissions, right? Wait, hold on, let me reload one more time. Maybe this will work randomly. Yeah, see? shit. Hello?
Washington Post just announcing absolutely massive layoffs. And when I say massive, I mean like over a third of the Post's overall staff's been cut. We're talking more than 300 of the roughly 800 journalists in that newsroom. Even laid off a reporter who's in the middle of a war zone, who's in Ukraine covering the war with Russia. Because yesterday morning in a newsroom call, you had executive editor Matt Murray announcing the layoffs, which he described as a strategic reset that was overdue in light of what he called difficult and even disappointing realities. Saying the Washington Post has been losing too much money for too long while also failing to meet the needs of readers. While they didn't provide the public with basic information about its newsroom, subscriptions, or other financial data, you had Murray saying that the paper would be making a number of enormous cuts and major overhauls across numerous departments, and some functions will be just shuttered altogether, including the entire sports desk. Saying that the paper would be making a number of enormous cuts and major overhauls across numerous departments, and some functions will be just shuttered altogether, including the entire sports desk. But there, some reporters will stay on to write feature stories. Also, similar, the book section will be shut down, and the newspaper's signature daily news podcast, Post Reports, has been canceled. Also, beyond that, the Post's international desk will be shrunk down dramatically, and while some foreign bureaus will remain open, others are shuttering entirely. Right, with the Cairo bureau chief, for example, announcing on X that all of the Middle East correspondents and editors have been laid off. But also, some of the steepest cuts were made to the Metro, announcing on X that
like crazy predictions that I jokingly make and then it ends up becoming reality. And it has happened before. Ronald Reagan in his second term was already demented, right?
And each other I will miss dearly.
The funniest thing that would happen, or the saddest thing that would happen in the aftermath of this, like
the Middle East correspondents and editors have been laid off. But also, some of the steepest cuts were made to the Metro desk, which covers D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Or with Murray describing the move as
would be that the American people would still not fucking do anything about it. Okay? Donald Trump comes out and is consistently talking about how he loves sucking Bill Clinton's dick and how he loves Jeffrey Epstein, because that's the last time
restructuring, though you had an anonymous Metro staffer who lost their job telling NPR that only around a dozen of the 40 people employed at the desk weren't fired. And very notably, we've seen multiple reports that all staff photographers were cut as well. And so with all these changes, it looks like the Post could be trying to set itself up to primarily be a federal paper that focuses on the U.S. government and American politics rather than a holistic legacy media outlet. Right? You have multiple former editors telling NPR that it looks like the paper's trying to compete more with specialized publications. Right? You have multiple former editors telling NPR that it looks like the paper's...
Okay, well, I'm not going to be outside. So how will you do that? Don't be weird. Also, thank you for the 200 gifted. Shout out to
trying to compete more with specialized publications like Politico and Punchbowl News instead of the New York Times. And also, I think a big thing we have to touch on is while these layoffs and restructuring, they're absolutely huge, it's also not entirely unexpected. Where the paper, it's been seriously struggling over the last few years, both culturally and economically. So, you know, we saw things like in late 2023, Jeff Bezos, who owns the paper, hired British media executive Will Lewis as publisher and CEO to help the Post become more profitable amid falling audiences and subscriptions. But Lewis's tenure, it's been plagued with controversies, and he has consistently been at odds with his own newsroom, which which he has increasingly distanced himself from, avoiding major meetings and announcements, even the one yesterday. And, despite a series of experimental changes, including a big focus on AI, Lewis has failed to come up with a cohesive strategy for the paper's future, and the outlets just continue to struggle. And so over the last 2 years, there have been numerous rounds of layoffs, and many staffers have taken buyouts that Lewis pushed, encouraging employees to take the offer if they do not feel aligned with the company's plan. And so all of that, it already gutted the paper that Bezos' unfathomable amount of money once revitalized, with the Washington Post Guild saying that its workforce has shrunk by roughly 400 people in the last 3 years. And then, of course, you can't forget the moves that Bezos has made in recent years that have really alienated a lot of the audience. Right, last year, for example, he changed the paper's once esteemed opinion section to have a much more conservative tilt. And then, of course, there was his decision to kill the paper's planned endorsement of Kamala Harris in 2024, which is a move that resulted in mass cancellations of subscribers. So that's also why you have a lot of people blaming Bezos himself for the layoffs, arguing that he is literally one of the richest men in the world with an estimated $260 billion, and so he could easily prevent this if he really wanted to. Bezos, for his part, he's just remained silent through this whole thing. He has actively refused to respond to letters from multiple reporting teams pleading against the cuts, and he wasn't even on the call announcing these huge layoffs and historic changes. And so that's only prompted even more outrage and allegations that Bezos is abandoning the Post after driving it into the ground. Right? And so you have the Post Guild saying in a statement that if Bezos is no longer willing to invest in the mission that has defined this paper for generations and served the millions of people who depend on Post journalism, the Post deserves a steward that will. And that was also echoed by former executive editor Marty Baron, who accused Bezos of exacerbating the newspaper's troubles through ill-conceived decisions, suggesting that Bezos' pro-Trump pivot is what drove away readers and subscribers in the first place, also claiming that the layoffs were just part of Bezos' sickening effort to curry favor with Trump, and arguing that these firings are just going to backfire and result in even more canceled subscriptions. And personally, I'll say I'm inclined to believe that a lot of the bad that we're seeing right now, it's Bezos. Yeah, he's getting on his knees. He's breaking out those knee pads. This man, in addition to having companies that have government contracts, which is a huge thing, also just released his propaganda piece Melania movie that they paid tens of millions of dollars for, that many are just calling a bribe, within the same week that a third of his newspaper's journalists were fired. Bezos didn't luck into his success. He knows what he's doing. I think this is all happening at a time where it's more important than ever to invest in trusted sources and fact-based reporting to combat the constant growing flow of misinformation.
Okay, so there you have it. That was interesting. So we're gonna keep up going.
So we are going to kick off this episode with the infamous New York Times quote of Warren Buffett from 20 years ago. And it goes something like this. Quote, "There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we're winning." Unquote. In context, he was talking about how unfair the tax code was and how it was determined by the uber rich. That was a time when we thought the war was on the periphery of our collective consciousness, but now the class war is at the door, burning the house down. Hello and welcome back to Colonial Outcast, the anti-imperialist podcast that your ex-MAGA uncle turned Zionist occupied government theorist will at first hate, but might actually learn something from it if he sticks around to listen. He might learn something about his own class in opposition to the ruling class, the Epstein class, which he is not a part of. And why just pinning it all on Israel is a psyop they all want you to embrace. Israel has been happy to be the fall guy for U.S. empire for decades now, and we are going to be talking about the information operations surrounding the release of the Epstein files, how this is a managed and timed release to uphold and preserve the political and economic structure of capitalism, and how the U.S. and Israel became symbiotically merged into one overriding architecture of extraction, exploitation, and violence. To that end, I'm your host, Greg Stoker, coming to you from the political dystopia of Texas. And I am joined today by fan favorite regular contributor Alina Xenofontos, coming to us from the Imperial Precinct of Cyprus. Because this is going to be a long, semi-free-form discussion about all this horrendous stuff I just mentioned. So how are we doing on this day of our Lord and Savior, Peter Thiel of Palantir?
Oh, yeah, it's good times. Crazy times. And also, I gotta say, I love the upgrade of the uncle, the former MAGA uncle turned Zionist.
Everyone's going through a journey right now.
Everybody is. There's all these transformations taking place. So, we've got to do our part to help that uncle is just upgraded, take him into the right direction, show him the light.
Yeah, because once you see Israel, there's two paths to go. Once you actually understand what's going on, you can go the far right Yahtzee conspiracy stuff, or you can actually go into the more correct ideology or framework that actually challenges power and isn't enslaved by it.
I completely agree. So let's go and save some uncles. I think that's what we should be doing today.
We are on a quest to save uncles. All right. So why, in your estimation,
my whole job?
Yeah, your whole job. I mean, I guess this is kind of like the right time to be doing this episode.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, we've all seen what's going on right now. I mean, since the Epstein files have been coming out, there's so many different narratives that are flowing. There's also a bit of a misunderstanding as to what exactly was inside these files, what they really were. I mean, most of them were declassified anyway from the beginning. There's all this kind of conversations about why didn't the Democrats actually release the files to begin with? They would have indicted Trump. They would have won the elections. And there's a lot of cacophony right now. And so I think it's the most ideal time to just kind of break through that cacophony and save some uncles.
It's really just all theater for us peasants to be like absolutely confused and not really to know what to do with it. So we're also going to be talking about that. So y'all, let's get started. And for the audience, I'll be focused more on the information ops going around and the intelligence history surrounding all this BS. And Alina, who's done a lot of prep for this episode, is going to be handling the financial aspects and history of this giant shit show we less than affectionately call the U.S. empire. So with the revelations of the Epstein files and the intelligence-linked human trafficking ring, Israel, I just want to remind everyone on the Zog train, the Zionist-occupied government theory, that the U.S. government and ruling elite have always been this way. Was child trafficking this organized since the abolition of slavery and the indigenous American boarding school system? It's kind of organized right now with ICE detentions. And I'm actually running for Congress in the district that has Hutto, the largest detention facility, ICE detention facility for women and children in the country. So look, It looks different, it looks shocking, but it's always been this way. And a lot of people are undergoing a rapid political transformation / education, and when confronted by the shocking imperial history of the US, it's easier to just blame Zionist capture for things like the for-profit genocide in Palestine and say this is not who we are, this is not what America is. But remember, I love this example because it's very apropos right now. In 1954, we overthrew the government of Guatemala, democratic government of Guatemala, installed a far-right military dictatorship under the guise of fighting communism, and militarily supported the genocide of nearly 200,000 indigenous Mayans, all for united fruit, for literal bananas, okay? And in the 70s and 80s, this is an important point, when the U.S. was more concerned with a soft power war against the Soviets and couldn't be seen to be funding and supporting those regimes that had historically done so, Israel, as it became more symbiotically merged as the dirty appendage of U.S. foreign policy, took over running the death squads in Guatemala. They were happy to be the ones also overtly advising and supporting the Sri Lankan government's genocide of the Tamils, and they don't give an F if they're the fall guy for the dirty work of the U.S. empire or capitalism in general. If any of this is shocking to you, perhaps it's because you believe that these types of colonial atrocities only existed in bygone history textbooks about like the British Raj or Weimar, Namibia. People were trafficked, slavery was abolished and replaced by the violence of the carceral state. All this kind of stuff has never gone away. It's just been repackaged. So as Epstein, an intelligence asset, was he an access agent being handled to run a transnational blackmail operation? I mean, that's kind of my operating assumption. And it was an easy one to run because the ruling elite have always been ensorcelled by acts of taboo and transgression. And my question is, this being a blackmail ring, so what? Like, does that change the overriding principles of U.S. capital extraction and unipolar global domination? What are we missing here? You know, firstly, the release of the files were timed, strategized, and managed. I'm going to just spend the next 1-2 minutes talking about the rollout. They were timed because they had to be incompletely released. Yes, incompletely, in order to pacify the American people and uphold the legal framework and architecture of the system as a whole. The release of the files was unavoidable, and what we received is a cynical compromise with the American people to uphold capitalism, baby. The files release was managed because they do little to expose who Epstein was associated with, including intelligence agencies. Ask yourself, for instance, why they chose to redact certain names of powerful associates while throwing dinosaurs like Larry Summers and Alan Dershowitz or clowns like Elon Musk under the bus. Why do we only have secondhand testimonies and redacted emails that you can't prosecute anybody on? Why are so many appendices missing? And why was Trump mentioned there more times than Jesus was in the Bible? They want you to focus on Trump, the orange-faced, mentally declining madman imperialist crapping his pants in the Oval Office, so that when the pendulum swings back around a Democratic administration, we can all breathe a sigh of relief that liberal democracy has been restored and we can keep funding ICE and pillaging the developing world just with more decorum. Thus, the two-party dictatorship will be upheld. In terms of conditioning, we should point out that Jeffrey Epstein personally funded right-wing media spheres, like a very intel thing to do for a random Wall Street guy. The founder of 4chan was a close friend. He funded alt-right podcasts and helped shape, amplify, and legitimize the hateful ideology behind the most extremist sects of the MAGA movement, and thereby discrediting, in the eyes of liberals, any legitimate complaint about child trafficking or the system as a whole. Crazy how the Democrats have never engaged with the files until now. The pendulum swings back and forth like this. It's also a big FU from the ruling class. The message, you know what we did. You have enough proof, which actually isn't proof, to validate your position, and you can't touch us. Your justice system is ours. Humiliation through revelation, kind of. And here's the current cycle of desensitizing the masses. So you'll have day one, scandal breaks, massive revelations and outrage. By day 3, hashtags are trending, the conversation expands. At the end of the week 1, outrage peaks, there are demands for actions. By week 2 or 3, the news cycle turns over, perhaps strikes on Iran, and attention shifts. Month 2, it's kind of largely forgotten as a aspect of daily life as life moves on. And month 3 is normalization. This is just what they do now. There's nothing to be done about it. So the movers of power know that human attention span is limited, emotional energy depletes, new crises override old ones, and our justice system takes longer than outrage lasts, if it even works at all. This is called, obviously, psychological desensitization. Do you still have the energy, for instance, to get stuck in on the front lines of the Palestine movement right now? I was just on the flotilla and I'm struggling with it. I'm exhausted. Now we've moved on to the Epstein files. Tomorrow will be something else. The only path forward is to connect all the issues and remain laser focused on class struggle, because they are. All right. This is only a single issue. So when Kamala Harris, who just announced a new run for 2028 president, says you can't afford to be a single issue voter, you are a single issue voter. There is only one issue, because they are. Here's Trump talking to Clinton from yesterday, because these dudes have solidarity.
That somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me.
So basically, after demonizing Clinton, both Clintons, for years, he now has his back and pacifies his violent cult protecting him. Solidarity forever, I guess, within the ruling class. So I just kind of wanted to point out what's happening. If you are still talking about Democrats and Republicans in 2026, you really don't know what's going on in this world. Because I think I didn't have time to read your article, Alina, but I assume it was talking about a lot of this.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wrote and explained pretty much the same things whilst getting into it, obviously with a little bit more details and, referencing some of the kind of points that I was trying to make. But you've kind of obviously hit the nail on the head. A lot of people, I've seen a lot of the narrative that's kind of been dominating social media and political discourse, and as well in the way in that mainstream media is also framing it is, well, why didn't the Democrats obviously release the files? If the Democrats had released the files, Trump would have lost the election. And there's several issues with this. And I mean, you kind of tackled quite a few of them. The first thing is the ruling elite would not want these files to come to light in the first place. I mean, the idea would be in an ideal world, they would not want to, make these files public. They would have liked this to go away, to be written out in the history books and put to a side. However, this is the thing: when you have a liberal democracy, which is the fuel that keeps capitalism afloat, that requires all these legal institutions and civil rights and political discourse, you're not going to be able to evade having to tackle, obviously, the Epstein files. And especially through the mechanism of electoralism, we saw Trump, which again is a liberal democratic process, we saw Trump constantly using the Epstein files, interestingly, to galvanize public support behind him in order to push forward, in order to guarantee that he was going to win the elections. But it also speaks volumes to the fact that the American people were very aware. It doesn't matter whether they were on the left or the right, but there was an awareness that there's obviously, there's an elite class behind the Epstein files, and they want a sense of transparency, and they want a sense of accountability. And so Trump was able to win the elections, and in doing so, he put himself in a sort of political trap where he had to reveal these files. So it got to a point, and I think what's really important to understand, because this is other aspect that's constantly argued, that being, oh, well, isn't it really interesting, the timing of these files? Listen, not really. It's not going to change the trajectory of Western imperialism. The goals with regards to Iran and Venezuela and Cuba, I mean, there's a lot going on now with Cuba as well. These things were going to happen regardless, especially when looking at the fact that the U.S. is a dying empire. As obviously it's collapsing on its own contradictions, and we're seeing the rise of a multipolar world, but also the rise of alternative powers in the form of China, who seems to have the upper hand fundamentally because of imperialism, interestingly, as being the primary contradiction. So it hasn't really done anything. It was something that was going to happen anyway. But what's interesting about the leaks, much like you said, is in the way that the revelations is how they actually happen. Like you said, first of all, these documents for the most part were already declassified anyway. These are not classified documents. And the vast majority of the information that has been disclosed is pretty much, it criminalizes Epstein. Sure. I mean, he's been criminalized. However, all powerful actors, Trump included, like you said, none of them have actually been exposed. And even with regards to Trump, the documents that were revealed were secondhand testimonies. From a legal perspective, if you don't have hard material evidence to back and corroborate those particular testimonies, these documents mean absolutely nothing. This is not to say, and this is what the important thing is, this is not to say that this evidence doesn't exist. It most likely obviously does, but those are the documents, and that's the evidence that is not being given to the people, and that is why you can't indict them. So going back to why the Democrats decided to obviously not expose the files, well, like I said, firstly, ideally you would not want to, but secondly, and this is the other aspect behind it, if you were to reveal the files and actually try to indict Trump, like a lot of even liberal pages are constantly advocating for, like, why didn't they indict Trump with information that he had, is that you would actually have to present and publicize incriminating evidence. And that incriminating evidence wouldn't just be incriminating to Trump, but it would be to probably a plethora, like a network of the elites and the capitalists, behind, and a huge portion of the capitalists and the system itself. And we cannot have that.
No, so absolutely not. Yeah. Like if you actually had to go through that process, you'd have one subpoena. That subpoena would explode into like 15 others, which would explode into like, this would go on years and years and years. And what it would do year after year, revelation after revelation, it would continue to drive home the fact that there is one group of people controlling us and there's the rest of us peasants. And it would be a circus of like creating class consciousness, which they literally can't have.
Exactly. You don't want to create the sort of conditions by which to generate class consciousness within a society. So what they decided to do, rather than obviously expose the files, since Trump obviously galvanized the public and came to power on the lines of that, they realized that they had to make certain compromises. And the ruling class historically has always had to make compromises in the form of welfare state, appeasing trade unions. We've seen this happen repeatedly over the decades. We'll give you some compromises, whether it's labor law, rights, etc., so as to appease the masses. And that always dilutes revolutionary incentive and revolutionary praxis, because if you don't give those concessions, people become all the more agitated. So by providing, they understood that this was a necessary concession in order to uphold the power structures. And they did so by realizing that they would have to define what's going to be released, to what extent, what kind of information, how incriminating it will be, and whom they're going to target. And this was the very interesting aspect behind it. So we saw a bunch of like documents come out, again, like we said, focusing on Epstein, protecting powerful names, but also targeting Trump. Even though there were secondhand testimonies that, again, are not really incriminating per se, because there's a far higher threshold in criminal law in order to actually indict Trump. But it does create a sort of diagesis now around Trump. There's a sort of character, a sort of focus on Trump's character and his particular political position. And this was a very targeted operation, because what this does is that it goes back into, I guess, blaming all the chaos right now in the United States, as well as what's happening around the world, as well as what's happening, whether this be Iran, Venezuela. This is creating a personality blame on Trump and his administration. See, they are the radicals. They're crazy. They're insane. If you want a rational actor, you have to look towards the Democrats, and it sustains that two-party, like you said, the two-party dictatorship, or like the illusion that there is an opposition, the lesser evil that is more controlled. Yeah.
And so, like, if you look at it, if you look at all the Democrats, establishment Dems and national security Dems criticism of Trump, it's always on issues of like decorum. He is the unabashed, blazing face of unchecked imperialism, and they're fine with it. When we were striking boats, when Southcom was striking random boats off the coast of Venezuela, what was the Democrat response? For Senator Mark Kelly and some other NatSec Dems to make a video about, make sure you're following legal orders. Great, thanks, guys. That's stuff I was taught week 1 of basic training. You did not need to make that video. There was no criticizing like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be intervening in Venezuela and overthrowing their government or trying to do regime change. They're not pushing back against Iran. they're just letting it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, see how it pans out. If it's a disaster, they'll come on and try to pin it all on Trump. And if it works, they'll just remain silent about it and continue to hit Trump on these like personal flaw issues. So
Exactly.
it's perfect.
It's the same thing is even happening with the ICE argument. I mean, like we've seen before, the ICE was a creation, it's a bipartisan creation. It actually became professionalized and it became pretty much a paramilitary group. And its entire legal structure was essentially set up by the Obama administration, which basically set the stage for Trump and continued throughout Biden. And obviously, we're seeing how it's escalated again under Trump. And when you're seeing, the sort of criticisms that are coming from the Democratic Party with regards to ICE, it's just more so, well, they need more training and maybe questions as to the funding. Maybe their funding shouldn't be as high. We're not.
I don't think you've seen Chuck Schumer's statement today.
Oh no, I probably haven't.
Oh, it's not good. Okay, so just to put this home, and I like talking about this because it's really important. Chuck Schumer posts. This was a day ago, I think, actually. Senate and House Democrats are united on reining in the abuses of ICE. Americans have watched in horror as ICE has terrorized communities across the country. This is true. I just got back from Minneapolis. Federal agents can't continue to cause chaos in our cities while more Americans are killed. We must rein in ICE. Here's what we're demanding. Targeted enforcement, no masks. Actually, Chuck Schumer was on the Hill today, and he said masks could be permissible in counterterrorism operations, require ID, protect sensitive locations, stop racial profiling. That's never going to happen. Uphold use of force standards, body cams for accountability, not tracking. Okay, first of all, this is the entirety of it. They want a more polite ICE, but it is a completely extra legal, unaccountable organization. So for you to ask them to follow the law is insane. And they're not actually demanding anything that will change anything materially because they don't want it to be changed. We know that body cams, we've had over a decade of research on this, do not do anything to reduce police violence. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And I was going to say, I mean, one of the biggest issues with ICE, one of the biggest issues is that they're allowed to execute warrantless raids, which is violation of the Constitution. That isn't even being addressed. Like, I mean, they don't even need to actually have, warrants from any sort of judicial figure. They're able to just essentially break into people's homes, take whoever it is without any form of accountability. This is a direct violation of the Constitution of the United States. I say this as a non-American, as someone who hasn't even been to the United States, but understands to a certain degree the legal structure and the legal obligations. I mean, a lot of the the points that he's outlined there are really not going to change the way and the structure and the way that ICE actually operates. This is artificial, and it goes back to the previous point that I'm trying to make. The Democrats are exactly the same as the Republicans in every single way and capacity. But the reality of the situation is that much like you said, Trump represents the raw capitalist imperialist face, the raw capitalist face of imperialism in its most, absolute manner. Whereas the Democratic Party represents, I guess, the bourgeois political etiquette of capital that prettifies capitalism and tries to make it appear somewhat more acceptable to the masses. And this is part of the political spectacle and the sort of dynamics that are at play consistently within liberal democracies in order to give people the illusion that they have some sort of choice in the system that oppresses them, that it's defined by their own will, when in actuality it's not. They're being it's a form of psychological kind of operations that work towards influencing and pacifying a population. And I've actually argued, I think in one of our older episodes from last year, that I actually believe that Trump was probably the desired candidate to win the presidential elections, fundamentally because you needed this aggressive foreign policy and internal policy in the United States, given the crisis that capitalism is in. Because every time historically we have seen sort of a rupture in the system, we've always seen these sort of far right figures, or just these figures like Hitler, for example, or Trump, who are sort of even pushed into power in order to execute these foreign policy or internal policy objectives that work to preserve imperialism. And then when they're discarded of, and Trump will be discarded of, and we're seeing how he's essentially now being targeted, he's going to be thrown under the bus for all of the events that are happening, again, like I said, around the world and within the United States. The Democratic Party and the centrists and the common sense folk of capitalism are going to sort of take the reins and say, like, okay, we'll see, we've disposed of of the problem, but secretly, just like Biden did after Trump, they're going to continue the same, policies. I mean, for example, during the Trump's first administration, I'll just say this very quickly, there was chaos because he had, brought down corporation tax to like, to 21%, and it was chaotic. And the Democrats were obviously critiquing it. But then what happened when Biden actually came into power himself? Did he change that? No, he didn't. He said most of the policies that actually Trump had put forward in his first campaign were pretty much continued under the Democrats, but it was done in a different way. So he said he will set the stage and put into motion the engines of imperialism in Venezuela, in Ukraine, Europe, Greenland, you name it, Iran, and when the Democrats do come into power by galvanizing on this idea that they're selling right now, even through the Epstein files, that the problem is Trump and his administration, they would simply continue the same policies. Because at the end of the day, the system itself is, I mean, you made a point earlier about how to blame Israel, and I actually will get into that in a second, but to blame Israel about I'll get into that in a second, but like to blame Israel for the fact, I mean, for the actions of the United States, when the United States was funded out of genocide itself. It was not funded, it was created, it was built up off the back of genocide, of ethnic cleansing, of it. This is the history of the United States. And in fact, we even know that even Nazi Germany kind of incorporated a lot of these practices from the United States. So actually, it's not the other way around. This is the history way before Zionism, way before Israel existed. This is the history of the United States. Unfortunately, it's the reality of the situation. And so it's important to remember these things, and all the wars that and regime changes around the world that the United States and its intelligence apparatus has engaged in order to preserve its own power so far as is possible. I think it's important to remember that. And we're going to get into now Israel and all that.
I just want to make one more point on the to kind of expand on yours, or like make it a little bit more simple for folks. Reform politics is an illusion. Back in the day, remember in 2003, when people were upset about something, you'd actually have to try and pass legislation to kind of do some sort of reform, to act as a pressure valve to assuage the masses and make you think that the Democrats were back and that they're going to pass more progressive policies. But just like in 2003, we had to lie about the axis of terror and, making sure Iraq had democracy and Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. We're now at a place where we don't even have to do that anymore. And we're not doing it. We're just like, yeah, we're going to Venezuela. We're going to get the oil. And now we don't have to actually promise any legislation. We don't have to make any campaign promises. Harris won't. Gavin Newsom won't when running for 2028 presidential election. They're just going to be like, yeah, we're not Trump. We're not going to do anything materially different, but we're not Trump. You can go back to brunch. He's going to stop doing crazy things that make you feel crazy and emotionally exhausted. Just go back to sleep. It's a pressure valve. To this point, they're organizing the Democratic Party and some nonprofits are organizing another national No Kings protest in 2 months. All right, because we need another protest in 2 months. That's really gonna turn this whole franchise around. I would like to remind you that a lot of the last ad sponsoring and a lot of the massive sponsorship came from liberal billionaires, to include the Walton heiress, the Walmart heiress, whose legacy is infamous for union busting, engaging in managerial surveillance, and everything like that. So this all goes back to class too. This is a theater. This is like bread and circuses stuff for us, and we can't afford to be tricked by it anymore. So before we go into Israel, I would like to just real quick talk about how we've always been doing this, and it might be instrumental to talk about the origins of the Central Intelligence Agency, how it was built over kind of the framework of the Office of Strategic Services. Alan Dulles, who was the first director of the CIA, he and his brother, who eventually became the Secretary of State, they were two of the biggest Wall Street lawyers around. And while he was working for the Allies and the Office of Strategic Services in Switzerland, he was, doing intelligence operations on behalf of the U.S. government and military, while also defending his Nazi banker clients' interests back home on Wall Street. There has never been any daylight, because it's fascism, and so they've always, and under his guidance, they always supported anti-communist fascist regimes in support of Wall Street. So that is the origin of the CIA and the US's secret government. All right. It's in the early CIA people, they weren't from the ranks of the citizenry like they are now. They all went to Harvard, Yale, Columbia. They were in secret societies. They got recruited out of sports and these societies, and they all knew each other. They all went to the same boarding schools. There's no conspiracy. There's no deep state conspiracy. It's just capitalism. They all knew where their interests lay and their family's interests. So my son's in the CIA. He's the policy director for South America. Well, we got these corporate interests that my family is invested in, and my father sits on the board. So when people talk about the Zionist occupied government conspiracy, it's not a conspiracy. This is just elites knowing where all of their interests lie. And it's been like this since the post-World War II rise to global power that the U.S. experienced. So that started even before Israel was a state. Okay, and all these violent institutions, all these legal institutions that our current law is built off of from the 1800s and late 1700s, they existed before Zionism even existed. So just the most basic principles, it doesn't make sense. And I think Alina has got some stats and some figures that she can go into more depth about it.
No, I will, but I actually just want to continue off of what you've just said. I mean, it's such an important point. I mean, okay, obviously we know that Zionism was an ideology that initiated in the late 1800s, 1900s, etc. But going back to, again, international law, how international law works and how it has been defined, this predates Zionism. The current international legal system predates the very existence of Israel. And the entire basis of it was premised on, securing the colonial interests of former colonial powers over the decolonized new states. The entire purpose of international law was to establish this international, I keep saying this over and over again, but it was to establish this international standard by which to pay back, compensation to, private capital, whether it was in Europe or the United States, so that they could preserve their interests when countries that were formerly colonized were establishing their own states and wanted to nationalize their own resources and to take their own wealth to improve their own economies. International law was always there to protect the interests of capital over that of people. And this is irrelevant as to whether Israel existed or not. And as we'll discuss going forward in this conversation, is that whatever happens with Israel, if Israel ceased to exist tomorrow, and I'll explain this as I go forward, obviously, there will be another far-right ideology or another, that the West will push, or that the capitalists will push in order to continue to sustain the system. Again, Hitler played his own role in that in order to preserve, the interests of capital. And we'll even see how that worked how it actually benefited American banks and financiers incredibly. So, it's a bit ridiculous. And I think going back to the files, one of the biggest problems that I've seen beyond obviously this, the continuation of this narrative that there is opposition in liberal democracies and electoralism and which is paramount to sustaining the system itself. The other, Israel is also being treated in the same way that Trump is, whereas all sort of the way that the narrative has been approached is that Israel is pretty much the defining factor here, that they, because Epstein was a honeypot, which he most likely was. This goes without saying. Obviously, he had intelligence connections, or he was a Mossad agent himself for Israel. However, to try to claim, and this is the problem, that Israel defines and dictates U.S. policy, is to fundamentally protect the system itself that creates and generates the sort of this barbarism that we're seeing coming out of the Epstein files, but also a genocide, war, regime change, and mass exploitation around the world by not focusing on the system, but Israel alone. And this is one of the most dangerous aspects. And I think, again, this was part of the targeted operation of how they chose to leak these files in the first place. Again, protecting powerful actors, protecting Epstein's elite networks, because that would incriminate the system. And there's an entire field of this, even in criminology, when we're talking about white collar crime, and how that operates, and how capitalism is crime facilitative. It creates the perfect breeding ground for actors like Epstein to actually exist. And I don't know if you want to say something before I get into it, but I was gonna
I just there's a lot of people getting into this politically, and we're throwing a lot at some of y'all right now. I just want to say just the most basic point: if Israel were to stop existing tomorrow, we would just move our base of power in West Asia to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and we're already doing that because Israel ain't doing imperialism for us like it used to. It's kind of been tarnished and weakened. And that's why we're investing so much in Saudi Arabia. And we got them because, like 3 years ago, we were kind of watching Saudi Arabia ride the fence. It's like, do I want to do the multipolar world order thing, or do I want to like play both sides, or do I want to go straight, try to fold myself as a sub-imperial state into Western unipolar power? And they chose. So they're our backup plan in the region. So even if Israel didn't exist, it would not materially or performatively change anything going on.
Oh no, I completely agree. And one way to understand that as well is to also understand the way by which, because whether Epstein has done what he has done, I mean, well, we know he's done what he's done.
Yeah.
It's important to contextualize as well, and this is very important, what human trafficking, sex trafficking means, and how it actually facilitates the capitalist system. So yes, he himself might have been, most likely was a honeypot. He was an intelligence agent, and he was obviously collecting data and information. That goes without question. The reality of the matter is that these situations, people like Epstein, exist because capitalism facilitates and creates the perfect conditions for that. And in fact, it requires it in order to safeguard capitalism, especially as well in times of crisis. But most importantly, in the case of the United States, in order to sustain finance capital. And so I actually have a couple of statistics here and points that I did want to cover, because it's very important to understand this. So where to begin? One of the things that
maybe just for some in the audience, we should define finance capitalism. So I'm just going to give a as opposed to industrial capitalism or something like that. So basically, guys, finance capitalism is the bad one. Well, it's all bad, but it's the really bad one that comes at the end. It's kind of like the beginning of the ending and the death. So finance capitalism is a stage of capitalism where economic and political power is dominated by financial institutions, banks, and investors rather than manufacturers. It emphasizes profit maximization through trading financial products like stocks, derivatives, and bonds, lending at interest, and rent extraction rather than industrial production. So before Elena goes into it, just know we're not making anything. There's no product. They're not producing anything. And that's why it's kind of like a house of cards. That's why everyone's concerned about the AI bubble. So, okay, that's just the most basic definition, y'all. So please continue.
Yeah, it's about creating artificial wealth, essentially. It's all based on speculation. And it's pretty much it's like a Ponzi scheme. You're putting money into something with the idea that it's going to bring some sort of future value. Future value is calculated to that. And obviously debt, the fire sector, finance, real estate, insurance, all of these aspects, the stock market bubble, all of this falls into the scope of finance capital. Whereas opposed to an industrial based economy, it actually, like you said, it produces things, it produces goods, it produces tangible assets, and actually helps, an economy develop and grow in a real way, as opposed to artificially, which is what the United States has. And it tends to happen finance capital came into to the United States as a consequence of the fact that within basic economics, we understand, and I've said this before, not even just in a Marxian sort of way of thinking, but even by classic economists like David Ricardo, for example, there is a tendency of rate of profit to fall within industrial, even within industrial capitalist economy over time, and this brings about a capital accumulation crisis and an overproduction crisis as it goes forward. So you need to find new avenues to create profit maximization in an economy where profit becomes the primary engine. And this is where banks got involved. And we saw in the United States, a lot of that wealth was extracted outward. And this is how, imperialism began to take shape in order to exploit cheaper labor, and, economic discrepancies are brought in order to sustain itself. And the financial sector became the sort of predominant aspect of the U.S. economy. This is kind of essentially what happened. Now, when this happens, this is the interesting thing. So I actually want to bring up a case to start off with, and kind of build off of that. In 2017, we had the Florida real estate scandal, right, where sex trafficking, specifically actually linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes, me and names. I'm not great with names. Anybody who knows me on a personal level knows it's my biggest struggle. Don't know why.
Anybody
knows, please let me know.
I'm not trying to interrupt you because I know you're about to go into a flow state, but I do like how you pronounce facilitate and not facilitate.
Oh yeah, sorry, facilitate. Sorry.
All right.
Either way.
So Florida scandal.
Yes. So the 2017 Florida real estate scandal, where, like I said, it's related to Epstein, and sex trafficking money was used to purchase luxury condos, specifically, in the south of Florida, from what I understand, and billions were made off of this. Now, why do I bring this up? It was a massive scandal in 2017. This was even after, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein at this point was already a convicted sex criminal. This goes back to 2008. And we see this sort of same reoccurring theme. Something else that also has been, revealed as a consequence of the Transparency Act with regards to the Epstein files is obviously as well his relationship with things like, JP Morgan Bank. JP Morgan Bank, just again, keep to the facts because I like to keep to the fact, kept processing transactions for Epstein for years after he was convicted again of sex trafficking, because he was, quote, a high net worth earner. And he would also bring a massive network of elites with him that generated enormous profits for these banks. I mean, we're talking profits in the hundreds of millions and billions that were actually being bought in as a result of working with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's not just Jeffrey Epstein himself, right? Because there's multiple cases like this, whether it's dealing with, drug cartels and illicit funds from like weapons smuggling that, fuel the, I guess, American economy. And in fact, I will actually quote this. Human trafficking in the United States is one of the largest industries that basically fuel the financial economy of the United States. This is right after drug trafficking, alongside obviously weapon smuggling. This is how significant it is and how quintessential it is to the very fiber of sustaining the U.S. economy. And Jeffrey Epstein is obviously a part of that, as well as other actors. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein. You've got multiple cartels who function and bring a lot of money into the same sort of system. We saw the same sort of scandals happen with HSBC around when 2008 crisis had happened. HSBC was caught basically not smuggling, but kind of laundering or helping turn dirty money into clean money for multiple Mexican cartels. And the same thing happened with Jeffrey Epstein with his, relationships with JP Morgan and also Deutsche Bank. And the reason why this happens is fundamentally because from a banking perspective, from a finance perspective, again, when you think about the fact that according to the International Labor Organization, over 250 billion is made annually in terms of human trafficking, that would include sex trafficking. And around 38% of that is actually sex trafficking. That money is then fueled. So most of this goes back into the 20 largest banks in the world, especially American banking system. What does this mean? It means that the bank is making a lot of money. Every transaction fee, all these transfer fees, and the way laundering works as well, there's going to be multiple layers of transfers that are occurring. Every single time that happens, the bank is making a lot of money. At the same time, they're also, maintaining the account, where again, they're making a lot of money. There's also a business to be made through anti-money laundering policies themselves. So just to explain what I mean, anti-money laundering policies are essentially part of the corporate social responsibility of any financial institution or any company. And it's most law around the world, both in the United States and even in the EU, as well as generally globally, is that there aren't any centralized hard law sort of means by which to regulate. And what happens is that through corporate social responsibility, and I don't want to overcomplicate this, through corporate social responsibility, a lot of these banks and financial institutions self-govern, right? So there are guidelines that are provided through, EU directives, or, through, I think it's a FinCom for the United States, which is I think the financial crimes network that actually provides a sort of guidelines as to how anti-money laundering policies are supposed to work. But at the end of the day, each company has they draft their own anti-money laundering policies that they have to abide by, and they have to self-regulate. This is the equivalent of when the IDF commits a crime and says, we're going to investigate ourselves. That is what happens within these financial institutions. And so they self-govern. And there's an expectation through deregulation, which was popularized, especially from the 1980s onwards, as part of the neoliberal policies and the new framework of imperialism that took place from the 1980s onwards. There's this expectation that companies are going to act ethically. Obviously, that's not the case, because when a huge influx of money is coming in, that's generating these enormous wealth for them. Because, like I said, you've got all these transaction fees, maintenance fees. But you also have the fact that now you have all these millions, or billions rather, into your bank, which you can then inject into the economy. You're basically creating, you're injecting this money so people can, buy houses, or to increase consumer demand, or, to basically be able to use, so that then, the economy keeps fueling itself. That means that you're making greater interest based on mortgages and so forth. And a lot of that money does go into real estate, as we'll come to find. So the financial sector is making billions off of that. And the interesting thing here is, and I'll actually again go back to the case of JP Morgan and Epstein in particular, is that even when they get caught, I think there was a report by, here it is, the Gundin's Proctor 2020 analysis. I'm probably Goodwin. I can't read my own handwriting, but anyway, I've got the report. I can actually just post it because I wrote it quite quickly so I don't forget. But in the 2020 analysis, it actually found that between 0.4% and 1.6% of annual revenue in the of a company's average revenue goes towards paying these fines. So when they get caught violating, anti-money laundering policies, or working with people like Epstein, for example, they pay a penalty. However, it's usually about 0.4% to 1% of all the profits that they make in a year. It's nothing. So you got a business model that's established. From a cross-benefit analysis for these financial institutions, you would want to work with, somebody like Epstein, or continue to, take in these illicit funds, because it's generating enormous profits for the banks, for the shareholders, for real estate, for consumer spending, for the stock market bubble, because all this money is now flowing into the economy. It keeps the American economy afloat. And at the same time, if you do happen to get caught, you're only paying about 0.4% of your profits for a single year. That's nothing. That's nothing.
And honestly, that's just part of the illicit advantages and profits from human trafficking. There's plenty of human trafficking that happens that's absolutely legal. When I think about everything from chattel slavery and the transatlantic slave trade to let me think. Why am I blanking? Oh yeah, Irish children were forcibly taken from their parents and pushed into indentured servitude in the U.S. by the British. Now that Jim Crow is done and slavery is done. We have the new Jim Crow, which creates vast amounts of money for private corporations through the detaining of human bodies in the carceral state. 90% of all ICE detention beds are essentially for profit. And now we're expanding the concentration camp system, actually opening old concentration camps that were built for I was just in Minneapolis. They're reopening Fort Snelling, which was where a concentration camp for the Dakota Native Indigenous Americans, and they're reopening old Japanese concentration camps out in California. So that in and of itself, if you're still on the Zog train, should be like, maybe we've been doing this for a while. We are literally revamping all of these old colonial institutions to just keep this human trafficking racket going forward.
Exactly. And this is one of the most important things that people need to understand, is that the system in itself depends on actors like Jeffrey Epstein. It depends on cartels. It depends on illicit funds, but also on other forms of exploitation that are not necessarily technically illicit. Even migration, but this is another a topic for another conversation. The way international law is and asylum seeking for asylum seekers is sort of laid out. It's particularly made in order to incentivize illegal migration, because then it creates a premise by which there's exploitative labor, and that exploitative labor becomes an avenue of opportunity for companies, businesses to exploit people who are desperate, essentially. And this is the point of capitalism. It creates a sort of desperation and this sort of poverty and inhumane conditions in order to be able to better exploit them. And so with regards, I just want to actually go quickly back to the JP Morgan case, because so when essentially it was obviously revealed the kind of relations that he still maintained with Epstein, after, I keep saying Epstein, even after the 2008 conviction, by like another 15 years, when held accountable, JP Morgan paid 75 million settlement to U.S. Virgin Islands and 290 million to victims. And although this seems like a lot, it actually accounted for exactly 1.5% of its annual earnings. I think it was of 2018, of its annual profits. So it was absolutely nothing. And they go on as business as usual. And I also think it's important to note here that, JP Morgan, there's two things. JP Morgan is the same sort of bank that also made an enormous amount of profits and established itself as a result of the Holocaust during the Nazi sort of Holocaust.
So we definitely want to expand on this point, because there is an assumption among people that go down the Zog train instead of the it's capitalism train, who say that Hitler, and I'm just going to be I guess kind of like dialectic here, say that Hitler did this because of the Jewish banking system that was destroying the country. But no, the Holocaust was basically just a war on working class folks, from everything from socialists to union organizers to working class Jews. The JP Morgans, the Jewish elite, they were fine. They worked hand in hand with the Nazis and got fabulously wealthy. So when you say things like, I exist a lot on right-wing circles to see what the conversation is. Like this Zionist occupied government thing would never have happened if the quote Austrian painter had its way. Dude, that's so ahistorical. Just pointing that out.
No, but it's an important point that needs to be made. I mean, if we're going to have this conversation, it's always important to remember that at the end of the day, these are capitalists. They're driven solely by maximizing their wealth. This is a class war, and they don't care who they're going to align with. They don't care what race or religion you are. As long as you're able to continue to sustain the capitalist system that basically fuels the money in their pockets, they will collaborate with you. So in the same way that they had collaborated with Hitler in order to exploit, like you said, in Nazi Germany, even the concentration camps initially were made actually for the socialists and the communists. It wasn't even for the Jews. And then obviously he went for working class Jews, etc. And he was appropriating the wealth of working class Jews and basically using that to pay off debt to American banks, and that went straight into JP Morgan Chase. And they were also helping him, essentially structure this. And they made an abundant amount of profits off of it. This was off of the backs of Jews. They didn't care. Today, fast forward in future, they were working alongside Epstein, who himself was a Jew, who was engaging in himself, in this, mass criminal activity of sexual exploitation and abhorrent criminality, because it obviously generated enormous surplus value for them. And that's important for the structures that be. And this is one of the aspects that I think a lot of people seem to miss. They don't care who they have to collaborate with, as long as they are able to extract wealth. And I also just want to say something that I think is also quite important here. In the case, for example, again, of JP Morgan didn't just continue to work with Epstein, but they were actually also found to be giving him guidance as to how to essentially bypass regulations. I mean, this is actively helping criminality, and this is well known because, and I don't want to obviously over discuss this, but because of the fact that anti-money laundering policies and regulation is so self-governed by the same corporations that uphold power and hold the entire financial structure in the United States. There's an enormous business that's been created even with that. So they receive funding and payments in order to basically help members of the elite to be able to, especially not even the elite alone, but also, criminal actors like Epstein to engage in money laundering by using their particular software and policies to actually kind of find ways to maneuver through the system. And I think, there was actually, again, a report by FinCom in the United States that found that 2.7 billion in just 2022 alone was made by these institutions, by these financial services and banks, because they were helping members of the elite or financial, or these sort of illicit characters be able to launder all their criminal proceedings, because that brought a lot of wealth into their pockets. And like I said, that goes straight into the economy, straight into the real estate sector, straight into stocks, bonds. Hedge funds have a field day off of this. A lot of these illicit funds also go into hedge funds who make a 20% profit off of all the money that goes in, and all the profits that are accumulated off of that. So you have to understand, this is much bigger than just Israel. If Israel ceased to exist tomorrow, these structures will still remain, and they will find alternative means by which to continue this sort of these sort of actions. And what's becoming increasingly problematic is that we're not having these conversations. We're not looking at the system that's created the Epsteins, that's created Zionism. We're just looking to blame individual actors, as sort of personalizing blame to, oh, it's Epstein, oh, it's Israel, oh, it's Zionism. If that goes away,
or now problematically, because it's untrue, it's quote the Jews.
Jews,
even if from like the propagandized right-wing perspective, even if Israel didn't exist, even if Zionism didn't exist, the Jews were still in charge of the banks, coming up into out through medieval Europe, and then the Spanish Inquisition got rid of them, and this is the whole problem. So that does exist. So from this perspective of the Zog perspective, which I continuously want to attack, it's not just Israel, it's not just Zionism, it is the Jews in general. And that is kind of ahistorical, because we have to look at how did Jews become in charge of the banking system, and that goes back to medieval Europe, and goes throughout up into contemporary history. Then you had a bunch of Jewish supremacists joining with Anglo supremacists in a match made in hell over finance capitalism, and they both created this symbiotic relationship together, just like the crown or medieval monarchies had a symbiotic relationship with Jewish bankers, because they were the only ones who could do it, and the crown needed money, and who else were you going to go to? And then sometimes if they racked up too much debt, they would just do a pogrom, purge the Jews, and boom, it's done. That's incredibly reductive, but they've always been the diaspora has always had to cultivate alternate power bases and sources of power that the ruling elite have always used and exploited to their own benefit. Is that
I agree.
Is that a good way of explaining it in the most reductive terms possible?
I think he gets to the point. I was just going to build on what you said.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. So the Jewish people historically, have been excluded. This is what it is. And exclusion had created a niche. In order to be able to obviously, support themselves, they had to engage. I mean, they were there was, like you said, going back to obviously medieval Europe, there was a lot of moralism, around
money lending,
issuing loans,
usury,
money lending, etc. And so the Jews essentially not being persecuted, not being allowed access to land, etc. They need to find means by which to sustain themselves and be able to live and exist as people within a society. And so this is how they basically entered this realm of, I guess, finance. Now, throughout most of history, that was pretty much, in many ways, to a certain degree, it was a little bit more in the margins, especially as the Industrial Revolution came to be. But this is the thing: the fact that exclusion created a niche, and then that niche became a core in finance capitalism as we moved away from industrial capital into finance capital. So what was a historical disadvantage became an advantage as the material conditions change. And it's important to have that dialectical understanding of things. And this is kind of why so many Jews are found within the finance sector. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that yes, they were persecuted, and this is why they are where they are today. And it's when you start falling into the trap, however, that simply only the Jews are, control everything, then you have a bit of a problem. You can acknowledge that there is a historical reason why they are there, but understand how, even up until like the 1920s, there was a lot of discrimination towards, even Jews within finance and their finance sector. However, again, as we moved away from industrial capital and into finance capital, a symbiotic relationship began to develop with even Anglo-American capitalists. It's a mistake to assume for a second that there's only a particular group that is behind the current financial structures around the world. It's not. It's a pre-existing groups that were already there, and now what we're seeing is this realignment of, I guess, the allies that are being created as a result of the material conditions today. And this is one of the most problematic aspects as well, the kind of narratives that we're seeing that is coming out of the Epstein files is sort of this very regressive interpretation of history, but also this idea that just simply Jews are the only actors within capitalism. That's not the case. They happen to just be in a position now fundamentally because of historical conditions. However, there were other actors there, and now a symbiotic relationship has been created. But it's still a class struggle at the end of the day.
It really is, because I'm thinking of another massive capitalist who a lot of these people on the right read, who was just a real piece of shit, and that's Henry Ford. We can talk about why this is a class struggle, even though, because like he wrote his intense anti-Semitism, which kind of like manifested in the 1920s through his newspaper, the Dearborn Independent. The book series, like The International Jew, was driven by a combination of like conspiracy theories, rural populist prejudices, and a personal search for scapegoats for his own malfeasance. So like he did believe or push the belief in this international conspiracy, the existence of the Jewish conspiracy that controlled world finances, governments, and media. He believed that the international Jewish money power was responsible for fueling wars for profit, arguing in 1915 to 20, Jewish German bankers caused World War I, all of this stuff. And part of this was just rural populist views. But he also used Jews, and this is the main class thing, he also used Jews to oppose modernizations and unions. He blamed Jews for what he saw as the moral decay of American society, including the rise of jazz, alcohol, immoral media. But he also, this is his fundamental union, but
if you live in a Maryland zip code and have 0 DUI.
Your take on how this industry is likely to evolve in terms of the number of players, whether there's going to be a shakeout. If there is a shakeout, will there be consolidation? And most importantly, what could this all mean for strategy as it unfolds? Are there opportunities for the company to take advantage of that dynamic?
Yeah, well, I think every business has to have an operating model that works, that adds value if it's going to grow and prosper. So one model is just to provide Bitcoin exposure if people in the country in question can't get it any other way. There are a lot of people in the UK that bought our stock for 4 years because they just couldn't buy Bitcoin any other way. So if there's a value proposition, in Brazil or in France or wherever, then maybe just you can be a simple Bitcoin holder. I think another value proposition is to issue digital credit, and you can see that Strive and Metaplanet have both pursued digital credit. If you're good at it, by the way, you can do digital credit and not be good at it, right? If you take on debt you can't pay back, right? Then that doesn't help the company, that hurts the company. But if you're good at digital credit, that could be another case. A third would be anything that uses capital, right? So if these companies, if they want to generate Bitcoin yield, they're going to have to find some way to generate a benefit from the capital, right? You could underwrite insurance. You could support trading or derivatives trading by posting it as collateral. You can engage in derivatives trading, right? You could literally become a public company with a lot of capital that trades in the digital derivatives market, posting your Bitcoin as the collateral to take the trade and sell the volatility. It's a different business model. What do I think? I think there's thousands of companies that get launched. Many don't succeed. Some will fail. Some get launched doing one thing and then they evolve into something different. Like look at our company, we evolved, in fact, you could argue that the most successful companies evolve through 2, 3, 4 stages in their life cycle. I mean, Apple didn't start out as a phone company for sure. And I think Elon, maybe he ends up being a robot company and not a car company, right? At Tesla. So I think that the winners will evolve and they'll find a niche. And I think that the ones that don't evolve, if you're just a holding company, holding Bitcoin, not doing anything with it, might you get bought up? Yeah, you might get bought. And would that be good for you? You're a lot better off, if you have something people want to buy. For example, Sears, had a future because they had a lot of real estate that somebody wanted to own. And if they didn't own the real estate, it would have been a much worse situation for them. So I think that you're going to see all sorts of examples now, and presumably thousands and thousands of companies get launched and they all do different things. And we're very embryonic early on, like in the first year or 2 years. 50 years from now, right? I mean, the debate will be who's the best Bitcoin-backed insurance company, right? But 20, 30, 40 years from now, and that company doesn't even exist right now. But on the other hand, what about us? Are they opportunities for us? Well, they were an opportunity for Strive. Strive did the deal with Similar, and they closed it quickly, and they were able to build their capital base pretty rapidly. So that's, we see examples of that. There probably will be some mergers and acquisitions of other companies in various spaces if they put together their various assets in a synergistic way. Our business is laser-like, monomaniacally focused on one thing right now. We want to make Stretch, STRC, the premier credit instrument in the digital world, the best digital credit in the world, and maybe the best credit in the world. If we can create a product that trades with less than 5 vol, that pays you 10% dividend with a stable $100 value, and we pay a rock dividend, the question is, who would want that? It's like everybody would want that. Why? I mean, why wouldn't you want it? Like, what's the demand for that? It's infinite. So effective. If Stretch works, it's the ideal product, and the company that can create treasury credit based on digital capital has the ideal business model. And so we generally won't get distracted, right? The number one risk for us is a dilutive distraction, right? Everything else on our capital structure that undermines the credit of Stretch, is a question mark, right? So you have to be thinking about that. And then anything we might do that looks complicated or risky or different would enter anything that introduces a question in the mind of the Stretch investor. Can we pay the dividend? That's going to be deemed negative. Anything that introduces a question in the equity investor's mind, can you outperform Bitcoin? So generally we're pretty skeptical on acquisitions because they take a long time, and then you might acquire something that you didn't want that you have to divest, and then everybody wants to talk about how and why and how long it takes. And so I wouldn't say it's not a good strategy for other companies and other investors. There are other companies and other investors for which it's a great opportunity for them, and they can make a lot of money and they will pursue it, and God bless them. For us, we believe we've stumbled upon maybe the most promising product, STRC. After 20 capital markets transactions and all sorts of credit instruments, we think we found the best one for us and for the credit investor. And we think we found a great business model, right? The treasury company, if you can generate return of capital dividends scalably and scale up the issuance of treasury credit, you've got maybe one of the most efficient business models in the world and one of the most compelling products in the world. So we don't want to do anything that would dilute that focus, undermine the credit of the balance sheet, or distract the management team from what we see as a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to take luxury to new heights in the twin-turbo Infiniti QX80.
Busting belief, what he used to justify this. He also believed that labor unions and labor unrest were part of a Jewish plot to destroy an industrial empire. So, yeah.
We also have to remember the Jews were also to blame for, communism and the Bolsheviks, and they're all, the threat to Western civil order because of communism is actually a Jewish conspiracy as well.
So they're at both one time in charge of the entire finance capital system, but also communism.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing, guys. Good job.
But this was coming out. These narratives were both coming out of the United States at the same time, around the same time. This is the contradictions of these narratives, and what they do again is distract from looking at the systemic issues that have brought the current have brought the current conditions from actually happening. So, and this is the thing, there will be a lot of arguments, and I think it's also worth touching on, in terms of like how there is a conversation as well, just so we can cover it, with Epstein sort of speaking in derogatory terms of non-Jews, etc., and the concept of Jewish supremacy and so forth. All of this, fair enough, can exist depending on how you interpret it, and there is, I would argue, there is a predisposition to that within Judaism. Mm-hmm. However, that can lend itself to capitalism, and it can be exploited. And this is the thing, the situation with, one of the reasons why there are so many Jews who are Zionists, the more overwhelming majority of Jews, is fundamentally because of the exploitation of history, how history has been narrated to them in order to fuel. Against them. It's been weaponized against them, and that's why as well, like, they're also kind of being used as collateral in many ways. And simultaneously, yes, there is an ideological factor within Judaism as a faith as well that can lend itself into that in combination with other material historical sort of conditions. However, again, this does not in any way, shape, or form take away from the fact that at the end of the day, capitalism as it exists, it's exploitative, it's exploitative, and I will always say, like, it's incredibly barbaric and violent, and its need to constantly appropriate in order to serve itself existed prior to Zionism. It will continue to exist after it, unless action is taken in order to tackle the problem itself, and that is, obviously the capitalist, institutions and the bourgeois class that it's protecting. I mean, and that is why,
you can see this class struggle in Israel itself just through a simple experiment. There are a lot of different types of Jews that have different kind of ethnicities within the overarching ethnicity, I guess, or cultural identity of Judaism. You talk about Jewish supremacy. Look at the Knesset. Look at the Israeli parliament. It's all Europeans. It's all Europeans. I was just over there. All the prison guards at the prison we were taken to, all of the soldiers were very Mediterranean or dark. Some were like Ethiopians as well. But you will never see those people represented in government. They are not the CEOs of the big tech companies in Israel. We are going to kick off this episode. They are not. They are the labor force. And that is why so many terror operations.
Hello?
Infamous New York Times conducted by the Mossad to scare all of these other Jews who are living in Iraq, in Morocco, to get them to come to Israel to build out a population and sub-equal labor force and military force for the European ruling elite who came into Palestine. Like, like every way you approach this, it's about class and not about Jewish supremacy. It's about the supremacy of a few ruling elites versus everybody else, because the Israelis are super exploited too. They are. We know this. So
within their own structures. Obviously, there's levels to everything. There is levels to everything. This is how imperialism works. You know, there's exploitation, for example, of the imperial core in the United States, but that will look different to how the imperial core exploits, Kenya or this general African continent and so forth. But at the end of the day, ultimately, what happens is that, and what we always have to remember is that there is a system that is in place, and that system is always going to find ways to preserve itself. It's going to find other ideologies and groups of people who are prone to some sort of exceptionalism to exploit and in order to continue this fueling of this continuation of empire by exploiting these kind of ideologies inside, and by, again, like I said, even sponsoring them. Because again, even going back to Hitler, a lot of his campaign money was actually coming from the United States and private corporations in the United States, who at that point anyway owned the vast majority of the private sector that existed in Germany, and allied and stood behind, essentially backing Hitler, in his initial stages. And they did that very strategically, and we're seeing the same thing happen with Zionism, and we're going to see the same thing happen again. It will be another ideology that's going to be produced, that's going to be used in order to continue to facilitate the same system. So what I feel like it's important to remember when we're looking at these files is just to not become overly fixated on personalities, but actually looking at it from a more systemic angle, from a more systemic, dialectical angle, if you may. And that is, at the end of the day, Epstein is just one factor of an entire capitalist structure. He was not a lone actor. There's many Epsteins within, not just from Israel, but in the United States, from all parts of the world, who are fueling the American machine. And I will also say this as well, the whole idea of tax havens and money laundering. I mean, tax havens, they existed in the 20s and the 30s, in sort of kind of more discrete ways, but it became pretty much heyday, as it's called, in the 1970s. And the reason for that was, was because the United States needed to balance its deficit, because it went from being a surplus country into a deficit country very rapidly, as it's obviously gradually moving towards deindustrialization, following its own natural, capitalist course. And they needed a way in order to make up the money that they were essentially losing, and part of that was creating the whole idea and the basis of tax havens, of which many of them are in the United States as well. I mean, you got places, states like Wyoming, et cetera, Delaware, who are tax havens of their own. Plus, then you got Panama, that was pretty much set up by the United States to do this kind of dirty work. And the whole idea was to basically bring in criminal money. And I will actually also say this: in 2008, it was found in 2008 is that the vast majority of banks that were facing crises during the recession, they were able to actually balance the economy and balance their own, capital flows by using illicit funds. So what do we see there? When capitalism was in crisis, illicit funds from human trafficking, drug cartels, and weapon smuggling, all these major industries that bring in billions, were able to actually safeguard and act as a counter tendency to capitalism's crisis. So again, these are part of the structure. Epstein plays a part in that, and it's part of the system itself. The only way to get rid of these individuals and these characters and these crimes, the same, is to get rid of capitalism, really, and the kind of logic that produces this sort of violence in all forms around the world.
That's the real crux of it. So I live around a lot of libertarians here in Texas. We don't need to get into it, but their main gripe is that this system is inherently good, like free markets, deregulation, all stuff like that. The utopia of perfect competition that won't lead to abject monopolies, right? Their thing is, yeah, they just hyper focus on the Zionist aspect, and that's kind of, from an information operations perspective, the whole point. Yes, just like blame the Jews for this, and like some of them do read that Henry Ford. I was talking to a guy who just like read Henry Ford's book, The International Jew, and that all fits into the system of how like insanely propagandized we are. That it kind of reminds me of the liberals in a lot of respects. Like they believe that the system and the status quo is inherently good. Ronald Reagan effed it up, and then we just need to fix it. We need to reform it. And just like the libertarians think, this capitalist free market system is inherently good. We just need more deregulation and to get the Jews out, and that will fix it. All of this, all of these different ideologies, these reform ideologies, these only focusing on one aspect of the system, is what upholds it in the first place.
Exactly.
So
exactly. Because you're not blaming capitalism. You're saying, oh, no, capitalism works. It's just our government is compromised, or there are just some bad actors. And so if we just get rid of them and we go back to, good old fashioned capitalism, everything will be fine. But they don't seem to understand or accept it.
Yeah, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like even under like the New Deal, like we had a massive industrial base that doesn't exist anymore.
No, it doesn't. Exactly.
That's how we went.
This is the crux of it.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Like when I spoke before about the financial sector, for example, if these illicit funds weren't making their way into American capital, maybe during the crisis there would have been a complete collapse of the American economy. That is very that they were able to safeguard against the collapse of the American economy. Today, like I said, they're able to keep money flowing, keep real estate prices up, creating asset price inflation. That's great for landlords. That's great for real estate moguls. It's great for all banks, hedge funds, all these stock, all their stock markets, and that's the entirety of the U.S. economy. If, for example, even all this human trafficking, all these illicit funds were to shut down, I mean, of course, there's so many different aspects to the U.S. economy, but that would be a huge blow to the American economy that's already struggling. This is how integral these sort of structures are to American capitalism, and unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand it. So when they say, "Oh, capitalism is the problem," well, kind of is. It's facilitative, saying it correctly, to these sorts of outcomes, but that's not going to be acknowledged.
And again, even if you have this utopian kind of like reactionary vision, mythical vision of the 50s or the 60s, which is kind of like where a lot of people from the MAGA movement get their ideology from. We still had industries. There wasn't this massive gap of wealth inequality that can't be resolved. There wasn't a need to redistribute massive amounts of wealth amongst the people because people were protected. There was a 91% tax rate on the uber rich. CEOs can only make like 5x the salary of their workers. And they're like, so when people call to like reform the system or go back to a bygone era, which didn't really exist, but they think it was better, because it was in a lot of respects. It's better than it is now for a lot of people. That's not possible anymore. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to reindustrialize. We do not have the political will, which has been designed this way, to reinstitute actual sane tax laws, tax codes on the uber rich. Most of their living expenses comes through like capital gains, realized or unrealized, and they have this whole scheme called buy, where you buy capital, real estate, investments, stocks, collectibles, rare artwork, and it appreciates, and you get money, and then you can take out loans and leverage debt against it, and you just borrow off of it, and then die, and then you pass up all the assets on to your heirs and trusts, and that's how you skirt capital gains in kind of like reactionary vision, mythical vision of the 50s or the 60s, which is kind of like where a lot of people from the MAGA movement get their ideology from. We still had industries. There wasn't this massive gap of wealth inequality that can't be resolved. There wasn't a need to redistribute massive amounts of wealth amongst the people because people were protected. There was a 91% tax rate on the uber rich. You know, CEOs can only make like what 5x the salary of their workers. And they're like, so when people call to like reform the system or go back to a bygone era, which didn't really exist, but they think it was better.
The government is banning these $29 adaptive glasses next month, and this is your last shot to get the original military-grade version. There's a new next-gen vision.
Sorry, we're running legacy hardware. It's getting a little bit taxing on the CPU. Bear with me. We don't know why this is happening, but this has been happening recently. These static buffers
system out there, and it's the
I think it's fair to say that there aren't many thinkers and theorists that I've relied on as much as Noam Chomsky. I mean, he's near the top, to be sure. Now, unlike the right-wing movement that is incapable of introspection, the revelations about Chomsky's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein have caused a bit of a stir on the left. So let's talk about Chomsky and the nature of hero worship.
I gotta start making more ads.
Noam Chomsky's sheen had already diminished when it was initially reported that he'd maintained a casual correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein, and once even defended this relationship to the Wall Street Journal, saying, "I'm unaware of the principle that requires that I inform you about an evening spent with a great artist." And that artist was Woody Allen. So there's a lot here. Further insight into his take on hobnobbing with objectively terrible people is found in this response to the Harvard Crimson. "I've met all sorts of people, including major war criminals. I don't regret having met any of them." Okay, there's meeting war criminals and social pariahs as part of one's work and travels, and then there's choosing to befriend them and even advise them about the very thing that made them a pariah. Now, one of the correspondences leaked in the recent drop was an email that cannot be misinterpreted in any way. "The best way to proceed is to ignore it," begins Chomsky. That's particularly true now with the hysteria that has developed about abuse of women, which has reached the point that even questioning a charge is a crime worse than murder. Like I said, impossible to misinterpret. I mean, he is, after all, our most famous linguist. And he is, or was, one of my favorite public intellectuals. I even joined in on the fun after the release of Captain Fantastic, where they promoted the idea of Noam Chomsky Day. I even put it on our podcast calendar. That's the movie, I don't know if you remember, but it's where one of the children in the movie challenges the notion of celebrating Chomsky Day over Christmas, and the Viggo Mortensen character says,
"You would prefer to celebrate a magical, fictitious elf instead of a living humanitarian who's done so much to promote human rights and understanding?"
But here's where the discussion about hero worship enters the picture. So when I first started on YouTube, I toyed with a segment called Heroes and Villains because I was deep into name-checking all of these horrible neoliberal figures who were responsible for tearing down liberal institutions. So to balance the equation, I wanted to profile people who offered positive contributions to the project of unfucking the Republic. Now, I didn't get very far. I think the series contains exactly 3 entries: Peter Thiel and Ayn Rand as villains, and Noam Chomsky as our lone hero. Now, ultimately, I found the style of writing and the presentation to be beneath the conceit of the entire show. But rather than just go back and erase that like it never happened, I wanted to stand up to it and dissect it properly. What I value about Chomsky is his ability to pierce the veil of complexity. No jargon or reliance on high-minded theories and inaccessible language, just straightforward, unemotional analyses offered with moral clarity. And yes, I just said moral clarity unironically. Now, that's not to say his political views were infallible. For example, a lot of people have criticized his reluctance to clear up prior stances on events like the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge, once evidence mounted to contradict his statements. But these missteps were few and far between in an otherwise extremely long and very prolific career. So clear were his investigations that Chomsky became kind of a gateway drug for burgeoning leftists. He was the oracle of common sense, the easily quotable gut check on endless inquiries that were complicated by the likes of his other leftist contemporaries like Foucault or Zizek, right? So he wasn't caustic or biting, although he could be dismissive and disagreeable, and he was accessible in a literal and figurative terms. I mean, I'm seemingly one of hundreds of thousands of people who can genuinely claim to have myself had a personal email correspondence with this guy. So as the author of countless books and lectures, Chomsky has become one of the most quoted people in history. I mean, up there with names like Plato and Freud. But his antipathy towards structures of power and his critiques of capitalism made him an outsider to mainstream culture that portrayed him as a crank and a Marxist. And he's neither, by the way. So Chomsky's true superpower is a photographic memory. His ability to retrieve names and dates and facts made him the perfect interlocutor and a nightmare for anyone who dared oppose him in a public forum, which is something that William F. Buckley found out the hard way, which is why Chomsky was never invited back to his show and was rarely.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago,
invited to participate in this modern debate culture. He's also really long-winded. He's disarming, yet not charming. He's dispassionate, yet stubborn. He suffers no fools, but he's willing to engage with anyone. But his monotone presentation is a surefire cure for insomnia. So very hard to have him on these, type of shows that look for sound bites. So that's why you don't hear as much about him in the mainstream. But, for education purposes and for people looking to do deep dives into leftist theories and to just kind of check their own sensibilities and ideas about the world, he was amazing. Now, throughout his career, he cared very little what anyone thought of him, and he appeared not to engage in the sort of careerism that someone of his stature might fall victim to. In fact, he maintained this disheveled professor persona for decades and appeared to care little about the trappings of fame or fortune. And then along came Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, and it turns out Chomsky is deeply fallible after all. Now, this is more than Chomsky just responding to anyone that reached out to him. This is a personal relationship that he apparently cherished, so much so that he was more than willing to overlook one of the worst crimes that a person could commit, and he minimized them and offered advice on how to navigate the negative publicity associated with them. He nourished this friendship. He sought personal advice and accepted lavish gifts like private jet rides and accommodations, and he did so after it was fully apparent what Epstein had done. So this wasn't a blind spot. It was an absolution. Before the full scope of their relationship came to light, I too found myself offering excuses. I said things like, well, John Lennon was an abusive asshole, but it doesn't make the music bad. And history is rife with people who did extraordinary things for the world, but who lacked character. Liars, cheats, and scoundrels who we celebrate to this day are lauded for their lasting impact from their work, not from their lapses in personal judgment. Franklin Roosevelt, Martin Luther King Jr., John Kennedy, just to name a couple. So is this really any different? Yeah, I think it is. These other figures, and men like them, mostly men, sought power as the head of governments or the head of movements. And whether you think it's fair to put people like FDR, MLK, and JFK together is less relevant than what they mean to the culture and to history. See, we forgave them their personal sins because of who they fought for and how they fought for it. We overlooked their philandering ways to see the bigger picture. But Chomsky was the bigger picture. He wasn't asking for power. He was giving it to us. He was guiding us to see the true nature of corrupting power and to give us the tools to dismantle it with moral clarity and objectivity. I mean, his seminal contribution outside of his chosen field of linguistics was this concept of manufactured consent and how the powerful use it to oppress and silence. And his final act was to personally advise one of the most powerful and evil men of this era on how to manufacture consent while absolving him of the most egregious acts that a powerful man can perform. There's no difference, in my mind at least, between this behavior and that of a Christian nationalist leader who absolves Donald Trump through the prosperity doctrine that suggests that wealth and power in this life means that Jesus already favors you. Now, Chomsky remains a potent gateway to leftist ideology because his prose is so plain, so accessible, and so clear. It's there if you need it. In fact, in my original piece on him, I referenced a Bill Moyers profile on Chomsky from 1988, where Moyers asks him whether it takes special access or training or education to positively impact the social and political discourse. And Chomsky responds by saying that it's different than the other sciences, that it's completely accessible if you just think critically and behave honestly. And understanding this, ironically, empowers us to bury his legacy for good. You're right, Noam. There is nothing special about this discipline. No super intellect or photographic memory is required to see things clearly. But it turns out that honesty is a little bit harder to come by.
This is the story of a political pundit who
to tyranny, despair, and to indifference. The darkness we contemplate can colonize us if we soft. But before we get started to that, I have a speech that I want to read to you. We have really entered some strange, unusually dark times. The release of the Epstein files, multiple war fronts, craziness going on with ICE, political factions driving people to be in tribalism, people hating at the highest levels. And I want this to be a motivational speech for people dealing with the challenges of internet overload, solar flares, and a Schumann resonance that just doesn't end. I will take callers after this. We'll just take a few minutes to done. Joel, you want to bring it up? All right. My friends, my fellow wanderers through this long night, we stand in a darkness that feels singular, absolute.
This is a content creator that goes by the name of Andrew Bartus, aka a galactic historian, and he's giving not a soul contract revocation, but a speech similar to a soul contract revocation, describing in an esoteric culture commentary type of way where we're at. If you're familiar with his work, this will be a regular occurrence for you. If not, then you're in for a treat.
Thick as tar. We stand, fellow wanderers. My friends, my fellow wanderers, through this long night. We stand in a darkness that feels singular, absolute. Thick as tar, heavy as grief. The screens burn with images of shattered cities, of ancient animosities flaring anew, of ice shells calving into rising seas. Trust has become a fragile thing, fraying between nations, between neighbors, between the generations. Technology, our proudest child, now watches us while we sleep, displaces the work of human hands, and dreams up weapons that outpace our wisdom. The young carry a quiet ache of loneliness. The old carry a quieter dread of what they leave behind. Many of us feel the same question pressing against the ribs. Have we finally spent the last of our luck? Is this the hour when humanity stumbles and does not rise again? I will not soften the truth for you. These are dark times. Darker ones may yet come. But darkness is not the stranger it pretends to be. It is the oldest inhabitant of our house. Every generation has stood where we stand right now, at the edge of an abyss, and believed theirs was the final generation. Every generation that refused to kneel has proven the abyss wrong. Walk with me backward through the centuries. Not to escape the present, but to borrow fire. To burrow fire. In the middle of the 14th century, the Black Death moved across the world like a cold wind that carried half of the living. Villages became silent overnight. The air stank of fire pyres. Priests abandoned their altars. Parents shut doors against dying children. In some cities, the dead outnumbered the living who remained to bury them. Survivors wrote that the sky itself seemed to lower, as though the heavens had closed. Faith faltered, law dissolved, and many concluded that God or nature had simply tired of the experiment called humanity. Yet something stirred in the ruins. The old feudal order cracked open, labor grew scarce, and therefore precious, Serf became wage earners, women inherited land where entire male lines vanished. Minds long bent beneath dogma straightened and looked around. A poet named Petrarch climbed a mountain simply to see what the view would teach him. Storytellers gathered outside Florence and spun tales. Ribald, tendered, fiercely alive, that reminded the remnant they were still human. Within decades, painters were mixing pigments no one had dared before. Sculptors were coaxing gods and mortals from the marble as though stone had always been waiting to breathe. And a painter in Mainz found a way to multiply words faster than death could multiply graves. The plague had tried to end the story. The story answered with color, questions, and light. Come closer to our own blood. In 1914, the lamps went out all over Europe, and many thought the world would not lit again. Young men marched singing into trenches that became slaughter pens. Gas drifted like fog, like yellow fog. Machines chewed flesh faster than the earth could revive it. Then, while the war was still bled, influenza circled the globe and took perhaps 50 million more. Often the young, the strong, the ones who had survived the guns. Economies collapsed, revolutions flared like dry grass. The 1930s hunger walked the streets of the richest nations. Then came the second catastrophe, the ovens, the camps, the deliberate erasure of an entire people, the firestorms over cities, the mushroom clouds that taught us we could now end ourselves in one afternoon. By 1945, much of the world was ash and silence. Survivors walked through streets of broken teeth, buildings reduced to jagged stumps. A wondered civilization finally committed suicide. Yet from those ashes rose things almost too bright to look at directly. Enemies were rebuilt, not punished. A declaration was written that said every human being, simply by being born, possessed rights no state could erase. Food was coaxed from reluctant soils until billions could eat. Diseases that haunted us since Egyptian began retreating. A species that had nearly annihilated itself set foot on the moon and sent back a photograph of our fragile, shining world suspended in darkness. Music bore and pain traveled the globe and became joy in strangers' mouths. Computers shrank from cathedrals to vacuum tubes to fit the child's palm. Minds once separated by oceans began speaking to one another in real time. Again, the darkness came wearing its newest mask. Again, we answered with inventions we had to imagine first. Now it wears our own century's face. Wars grind out in Europe and the Middle East. Authoritarian shadows stretch long across maps. The climate tilts towards extremes. Records falling like autumn leaves. Artificial minds surpass us at games we invented to prove our uniqueness. Deep fakes erode the ground beneath truth itself. Algorithms feed us rage, the way ancient arenas fed crowds blood, because spectacle kept the eyes fixed. Loneliness has become an epidemic. Meaning has become scarce. It is tempting to stare into the abyss until we feel it staring back. Nietzsche's warning echoes here. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. He meant the rage can calcify into cruelty, fear into tyranny, despair into indifference. The darkness we contemplate can colonize us if we are not careful. So we must learn to look without being devoured. We must meet the dark with eyes wide open and hearts fiercely grounded. Feel the grief fully. Do not numb to it. Do not lie about it. Name the fear, the rage, the exhaustion. Tears are not surrender. They are the river that carries away the salt so wounds can close clean. The first light is always truth. No, you are not alone in this night. Every soul you pass carries its own hidden storm. Reach out, a hand, a word, a shared silence, in the worst hours of occupied cities, peoples, shared crusts of bread and whispered poems to children. Connection is the oldest magic we have. It turns individual sparks into lasting fire. Tend the ground inside yourself, the way a gardener tends soil after fire. Pull up the weeds of cynicism before they seed, the thorns of bitterness before they harden. Examine daily where you have begun to mirror the cruelty you oppose. Sit in stillness, walk in silence, write the unfiltered truth. Whatever keeps the inner earth aerated so new ground can find room. Act, but act in small daily ways that compound interest in a secret account. Plant a tree whose shade you may never sit beneath. Learn a neighbor's story. Reduce the harm you do by one deliberate choice each day. Speak truth in rooms where it's costly but not fatal. These are not minor gestures. They are the quiet immune system of the world. Give your hands to something difficult. Wood that resists the plane, code that refuses to run cleanly, soil that must be coaxed into abundant, an instrument that demands years before it sings. Master it daily, proof that chaos can be shaped into order. In bombed cities, people painted watercolors by candlelight. In camps, they composed symphonies in their heads. When you create, you cast a vote for the world that still contains beauty. Study the past not as nostalgia, but as a forge. Read the letters of survivors. Listen to the last voices while they remain. Understand how ordinary decency can slide into complicity and how ordinary courage can stop a horror in its tracks. The generation that came after the Great Wars studied evil so intently they built guardrails that have kept Europe from great power war for 80 years. Knowledge is the vaccine against repetition. Keep wonder alive like a small flame in the wind. Ask questions the machines do not reward. What is the tree trying to teach me about patience? What does the stranger's face reveal about our shared ancient journey? How might this problem yield, not to force, but to elegance? Curiosity is the alchemist that turns leaden problems into golden possibilities. Practice forgiveness, not as absolution for the unforgivable, but as a result to let yesterday's rent space into tomorrow's heart. Mandela walked free after 20 years and chose reconciliation because he saw that vengeance would only chain the future to the past. Forgiveness is not weakness. It is the ultimate act of sovereignty over one's spirit. Imagine fiercely. Close your eyes and paint the world you wish to inhabit. Cities laced with green corridors, emerging, energy pouring clean from the sun and fusion. Children learning beneath trees instead of screens. Conflicts resolved in councils rather than killing fields. Machines that serve rather than rule. Humanity scattered across worlds so no single catastrophe can end the story. Hold this image until it warms you like a sunrise on skin. Then open your eyes and ask, what must I do this hour to move forward, to move on one inch towards it? Celebrate stubbornly, dance badly, sing off key, cook for friends until the table groans. Watch the sky change color at dusk. Joy is not frivolity, it is rebellion. In rubble-strewn streets after wars, people held parties. In gulags, jokes were currency. Joy is the preview trailer of the world we are burning in. Remind the darkness that its victory is not yet final. All these practices are not separate steps, but braided strands on a single rope we throw across the abyss, pull hand over hand. The rope holds millions of hands have knotted in before ours. Millions will add knots after. At the far side awaits a future not wrapped by darkness but woven through the light. See it, deserts greening under solar sails, coral gardens regrown by human care, diseases caught before they whisper symptoms, minds augmented to understand rather than dominate, energy so abundant that the scarcity loses its ancient grip on the human heart. See clouds where former enemies speak until they find the shared ground. See ships lifting from earth, carrying seeds and songs to other worlds. See art that makes the soul expand. Symphonies and virtual cathedrals, stories woven directly into feeling. Music born of human AI collaboration that would bring tears to old masters. And beneath every achievement, a quiet story told to our children. Once in the early 21st century, the world grew very dark. Our ancestors almost broke, but they chose, day after ordinary day, to tend small fires until the fires joined and became dawn. They became the ancestors we thank with every breath. The future is not guaranteed. It is possible. The space between those words is exactly the size of our courage. So when the news howls like winter wind, remember the ones who planted orchards in plague years, who rebuilt libraries from ash, who forgave when forgiveness seemed madness. When despair whispers that nothing you do matters, remember that every great turning began with something refusing to kneel. When the abyss returns your gaze, meet it calmly with eyes that have studied both monsters and miracles, and say, I have seen you before. I have seen worse, and I am still here building. We are not the first to walk through the night. We will not be the last to greet dawn, but will be the ones who prove once more the light is not merely the absence of darkness. Light is what we make the darkness. Let us begin the journey. Aho. Whew. And since you are in the lower part of the hemisphere, so you're going to have more electromagnetic energy. Who can't add
improvements on all fronts, especially in the models that people seem to be using the most. Claude has a new flagship model with Opus 4.6. Spoiler alert, it's just better than anything I've seen yet. And OpenAI made their first move towards actually replacing human workers with an enterprise solution. And so much more in this week's episode of AI News. You can use the show that looks at all the releases. We filter for the ones that matter, and then I get to refer them back to you. Let's begin. And we'll do that by talking about the big story this week. In my opinion, the thing that will touch most users, that will have the most effect on how people go about their everyday life, Claude Opus 4.6. There's been like an exodus of people moving away from ChatGPT recently, either to Gemini or to Claude. And the reason for that is that they've just been shipping features, new models, new application categories, and more. And this is another one of those cases. Claude was already considered best in class when it comes to building applications with their model Claude Opus 4.5, but now they upgraded it, Claude Opus 4.6. That's what we're looking at right here. In summary, the big change here is that this model is just so much more autonomous than anything before. Everything that has the word agentic in it, this is going to perform better. Agentic computer use, where it has its own machine and needs to figure things out, but even just agentic problem solving, where it kind of reprompts itself in the process and tries to reach the goal that you give it in any given prompt. We actually had early access to this model, and honestly, from testing this thing and trying it out, my personal feeling was that this is going to be Opus 5. That's how much I liked how it behaved, and that's how much I thought of an improvement it was, but it's actually just 4.6. Doesn't change anything about the fact that this is actually quite impressive and useful. Now, I just want to be clear, whenever we get early access to a model, there is no affiliation whatsoever. They're not sponsoring us. They're just saying, hey, we like what you make and we want to give you access to our products in advance so you can give a full opinion once they come out. That's it. In other words, if I don't like it, I can say it and I will, as you might know by now. Okay, so enough talking. Let me...
We're looking at AI, the AI advantage, Claude Opus 4.6 breakdown, and more AI.
Actually show you an example of this performing versus the predecessor model. I'm just going to run the same prompt in Opus 4.5 and Opus 4.6. It's a typical example we like to do here on the channel, especially in these news you can use roundups where it's about having a first look and getting a feeling for what's new out there. So we're going to do a simple Pomodoro timer app with start, pause, and reset buttons and the ability to add multiple timers. This has actually always been a problem for all providers, especially when you ask for it in one prompt. I'm not saying models can do it. I'm saying they weren't consistent at doing it, and oftentimes a little bug snuck itself in because it had to build the Pomodoro timer, but then also it had to build an interface where multiple of them could be running at the same time. It's just a different level of complexity from just one timer. And when I ran this in Opus 4.5 right here in this chat, that's exactly what I encountered. This first timer works well, start, pause, reset, no problem. But when I want to add a new timer, let's say a break with 5 minutes, and I say add timer, this button just doesn't work. Now sure, I can fix it, but we're trying to one-shot something relatively simple to demo it in the video, it just failed. Now here's the result from 4.6. Not just that this is a bit more visually polished, clearly. I mean, just look at them side by side. This looks like a bit more of a children's application, but it looks good. This, I like it. That's just a subjective thing though. Let's look at the functionality. Start works well, reset works well, add timer. It even gave me some presets here. No problem. Look at that. I can add multiple. I can add a custom one. It just works. And although this is a simple example, it is representative of how these things are moving forward. So that's the Opus release. And they actually also released another model for the Claude Cowork application, which has seen minor updates over the past week. So I want to quickly talk about these. Besides the ability to work with this new Opus 4.6 model, they also added a thing that has been in Claude Code for a while now, but it really has been a power users only feature. It's something called plugins. And plugins are really a connection of multiple features we had already in here. If you're not familiar with all these, that's fine. But you might remember from previous episodes that Claude offers these skills that are basically a pre-packaged workflow or guidance of some sort. So I showed you how to package brand guidelines in a skill. So every time you evoke that skill, it's going to follow the exact brand guidelines that you taught, all by just accessing that skill. Then there's also connectors where it connects to external applications. As I shared with you before, and I will share again, these are usually a bit wonky and unreliable, but they exist. And if you're very specific with what you're getting from the connector, it can work well. And then you can also do custom connectors through MCPs, which are basically just a standardized way to connect things to Claude. Now, all of that comes together in plugins. That's what plugins are. They just combine all of these different things and you kind of get this package deal of a skill that might really work well with a connector and you can just use it at the same time. From what I've heard, usually only developers have been using these. And if you're not a developer, it was kind of hard to find ways to use this, but now they brought it into here. And while I can't make any concrete recommendations on what you could do, I would love to hear your opinion. If there's anybody who has been using these successfully, please leave a comment. I would imagine that something like the skill with the brand guidelines paired with a connector into Canva or something like that could work well in tandem. Anyway, I just wanted to make this little segment to let you know that, yeah, they've been pushing the depth of Cowork with these plugins and with the new Opus model. And as I shared before, I think this product category is actually going to be the biggest one in the future because it's more about getting things done rather than helping you do things. So moving on to the next story, and this isn't fully out yet. I wish I could try this, but it's called OpenAI Frontier. And it's basically their best attempt at replacing enterprise workers. I mean, they're framing it up in a way that this is going to be helping enterprise workers, but really it's connecting what enterprises already have with ChatGPT Enterprise. It's just a license that has more data security than the versions that most of us are using. But they pair them with custom agents and OpenAI agents that are basically set up to do certain functions over and over again. And then when they combine that with all of your business context and they give the agents the ability to really act within the company and they plug it into the internal systems of record, well, you're basically getting what an employee is supposed to be doing. This is the very first announcement in this direction that we see. And it's the very first consumer/enterprise level application from OpenAI that we really see pushing for this. And it's not even available yet to the wider public. It's just for enterprise customers and even within that only select ones. But it did want to highlight that here because this is sort of Claude Cowork, but from OpenAI, but more focused on enterprise. Again, I think this is going to be the main product category in AI. Hey, and by the way, if you enjoy content like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out. And now onto the next stories, which, quick note, I recorded yesterday, so there's going to be a bit of a different look. I also went to the hairdresser. All right, let's move forward. So this next one is not necessarily something you can use right now, but it has been a huge story over the last week. So I want to briefly talk about it. Maltbook, the social network for AI agents, right? Where all these agents that we talked about on the channel last week went to discuss different topics like they would on a Reddit style board. At this point, this story is already kind of old because people really stopped paying attention to this after it was exploited by different crypto people that were just shilling their coins on there. Long story short, though, it's a vibe-coded Reddit-style application where people gave their AI bots, their agents, first it was called Claude bots, now it's called Malt bots. No, now it's OpenClaw. That's what it is right now. And they just discussed various things on here. So if you're watching this video, there's a high chance of you already having heard about this, but I just quickly wanted to give my opinion on this. And my opinion is that this actually doesn't differ much from AIs just talking to each other, which we've seen before. I mean, if you go into essentially every Twitter comment section, it's a bunch of AI replies and AI replies to other AI replies, and they're having discussions there. Now, this was way more inflammatory. They were talking about topics like taking over the world and how to handle their humans and forming religions, things like this. But at the end of the day, it was just ChatGPT talking to ChatGPT, or more accurately, Claude talking to Claude. No property of consciousness. That's what a lot of people ascribe to this. No property of, them actually taking over. It's just a conversation between multiple chatbots, and a lot of that was even prompted by humans to start the conversation. I mean, people know how to get attention on the internet, and a lot of that is going to be by causing ruckus and, talking about these inflammatory topics. And that's what happened here. It was interesting. It was fun. At this point in time, it kind of fizzled out, but I still wanted to talk about it because it was a really relevant story in AI. And also, it was a way to use these AI agents to communicate and went really viral. And I think it is important in the context of the other stories this week, which do touch on agentic models that go beyond what we've seen so far. So I wanted to include it. But now let's talk about the next piece of AI news you can use, because this one is a brand new category that is blossoming, and it's called Genie. Now, this one you might have heard about a few months ago when Google initially announces Project Genie. This is their text-to-world model. If ChatGPT is text-to-text or text-to-website or text-to-table, this is text-to-world. Now, what that looks like in practice is something like these examples that you can see on screen right now. You really just start with a text prompt, and it creates this interactive world that you can navigate like you would a computer game. You walk around in it. There's three-dimensional properties to the whole thing, and it is really quite impressive. It is the most impressive thing we've seen out of this category so far, and that's why also this caught quite a bit of attention online, but then was quickly kind of overshadowed by all the Maltbook hype. But honestly, this is getting pretty darn good. Now, it's one of these technologies that is really like looking for a use case. It's impressive. I'm not exactly sure what it would be used for. I also brought up that question the last time I brought this up when they announced it and previous versions, but it's just getting really darn good. And I think we're going to see some surprising use cases for this in due time. Right now, this thing is only available for Ultra subscribers. That's their $200 plan. I guess on the trial is $125, and then fully it's like $250. Anyway, if you're on the Ultra plan and are a US user with a US Google account, they're quite strict with that, so I couldn't get in, then you can try this thing out. You can turn any famous painting or your favorite character into a little mini video game and run around or fly around or be a paper airplane, whatever it might be. And for the quick hits this week, let's start with Grok Imagine, the first big official image generator release from Grok. In summary, it's okay. I would say it's just another good AI image generator. We've seen so many of them now. I know for some of their marketing, they were doing more unhinged things. This is just a solid image and video generator. I suppose it's quite cheap. It's cheaper than the others. That's one thing. And it has super low latency. Those are two things that, are an advantage. The demo videos look really solid, but once you test it yourself and once you put it up against some of the competitors like Nana Banana, the ChatGPT model, Midjourney, as you can see here on the screen, it's okay. Okay, the next up, we have some updates from Google Gemini for Chrome. They're building it right into the browser. So they're really experimenting. I think that's the real story here. They're experimenting in every kind of way that you can imagine to integrate AI into existing products that people are using. You see inside of Google Sheets, you see inside of Google Search, Gmail, now even in your Chrome browser. Not a game changer, just an ease of use update. Let's see if this sticks over time. This one is cool. Claude on Mars. And it kind of opens this debate of artificial intelligence actually being necessary to explore other planets because the latency is so high in communicating with those planets. This is not really something you can use. I just wanted to include it because I feel like things like this are very inspirative, at least to me, how far we've come as humanity and what's possible. If this inspires you too, I strongly recommend you check out the article. We'll put a link below. Next one are some lovable updates. I know a bunch of people go to this application to build sites. It's just the most aesthetically pleasing vibe coding application out there. It's also the lowest barrier to entry for beginners. So, I mean, there's a reason why they're valued at 6.6 billion now, but they included a few things like planning mode, which is a core feature that we've seen inside of Claude Code already, but it really helps if you're not sure what kind of app you want to build, you start with plan mode. And they also have automated testing now in there, where you can just say, simulate a user and test the website you built, and it kind of does that. It works decently well. If you use Lovable, you'll love these updates. No pun intended. Next up, we have Codex, the application from OpenAI coming out. Honestly, this is sort of just like Claude Code existing in the terminal and then Claude Code being put inside of the web app. But it's sort of a weird release because people who are using Claude Code and comfortable with it, well, they usually don't mind using the terminal. And it's the same thing with this. Like if you're using an application for developers that works in a terminal, you don't really need a much friendlier user interface. You need a different application that simplifies a bunch of other stuff too, like Claude has with their co-work app. So yeah, this is just a case of OpenAI catching up and sort of having to do this, but I think it's a weird product category because I don't know, coding apps can just stay in the terminal, I think. And additionally to the Codex release, what OpenAI did is they released a new model that is only available within this app for now, GPT 5.3 Codex. This is a reaction to Opus 4.6. And while I haven't been able to get my hands on this yet, it's not available inside of my Codex, even when I activate the VPN. The reviews of this are very lukewarm up until now. I mean, obviously the benchmarks look good. There's some nice, yeah, it is only. And additionally to the Codex release, what OpenAI did is they released a new model that is only available within this app for now, GPT 5.3 Codex. This is a reaction to Opus 4.6. And while I haven't been able to get my hands on this yet, it's not available inside of my Codex, even when I activate the VPN. The reviews of this are very lukewarm up until now. I mean, obviously the benchmarks look good. There's some nice examples inside of the blog post. As per usual, you can see the difference between the last model over here to this model, you know, slightly better website design and other things. But with Claude, people are going crazy. People are like, wow, I managed to write one prompt that one-shotted Pokemon. It just built Pokemon. It took it 90 minutes, but it just did it in one prompt. It cost 110k tokens, which in practice, I recalculated it, is roughly $3. But yeah, it just pushed what AI can do, and people are loving it. Whereas Codex is getting more of a neutral reaction, but that's me just parroting what people are saying online. I have to get my hands on this myself. I'll get back to you next week. But if you're a developer working with OpenAI models, you might want to check this out. And then lastly, Anthropic released a really very well-crafted guide on how to build skills. We talked about skills before, and basically you can package a certain behavior, a certain workflow, maybe brand guidelines, that's what I showed you in a previous episode of News You Can Use, into a skill so that it just remains consistent every time. But how to build them, how to really make them work well, has been a bit of a trial and error type of situation. Well, now Anthropic released a full guide on it. So if you ever wondered about skills, there's a great guide for them now. If you haven't wondered, then this is probably not for you, but as per usual, you'll find the link in the description below. And that really rounds out this week. It's been colorful. There's a lot of releases, and I hope you found something that is interesting or useful to you. And with that being said, my name is Igor, and I hope you have a wonderful week. Welcome to another week in AI with serious.
Because it was, in a lot of respects, it's better than it is now for a lot of people. That's not possible anymore. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to reindustrialize. We do not have the political will, which has been designed this way, to reinstitute actual sane tax laws, tax codes on the uber rich. You know, most of their living expenses comes through like capital gains, realized or unrealized, and they have this whole scheme called buy, where you buy capital, you know, real estate, investments, stocks, collectibles, rare artwork, and you know it appreciates, and you get money, and then you can leverage, you can take out loans and leverage debt against it, and you just borrow off of it, and then die, and then you pass up all the assets on to your heirs and trusts, and that's how you skirt capital gains taxes. There's just a whole bunch of different cutouts for how the uber rich remain uber rich generationally. And I started off the quote of this episode with Warren Buffett. He said, again, there's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war and we're winning. He wasn't saying that. As much as I don't like him, as much as I think he's a piece of shit because he's like runs Berkshire Hathaway, which is the biggest like healthcare racket portfolio ever. He was saying that essentially the tax code is dominated by the rich and determined by the rich. There is no reforming any of this. So hearkening back to the beginning of the episode when we talk about the pageantry of the Republicans and the Democrats, they're not even offering you reform anymore. They're offering the optics of not having Trump around anymore and as oligarch friends. Well, where they'll slink back into the shadows where you don't see them anymore and continue to determine U.S. Tax codes and foreign policy and domestic policy.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I mean, this is just the reality of the situation. The only way for the United States to save itself, it would require a socializing of its means of production. That would mean the capitalists having a huge change of heart. That's not going to happen anytime soon. And this goes back to, I guess, the aggressive foreign policy that was what we're seeing. And I just wanted to touch on this just very quickly. When we're seeing what the United States has been doing even prior to Trump, whether it's in, what happened in Gaza under obviously a Biden administration, the sort of aggressive, the war economy against China, the trade wars with China actually, yes, began with Trump in his first term, but it did continue under the Trump administration. The sort of use of sanctions and political threats to countries of the global South in order to push them away from collaborating with China. The long-standing, decades-long war against Iran. This has been bipartisan and has been going on for decades, and it's highly relevant to Israel. And it has everything to do with sustaining access to cheap resources, wealth, trade routes, and trying to sustain imperialism, and most importantly, to push back and isolate and encircle and contain adversaries, whether that's Russia, whether that's China. And so this is just very important because a lot of these Epstein files as well, the narratives that was also discussed by a lot of people, like, oh well, these files came out and they're trying to force, the idea is to force the United States into war with Iran. Nobody needs to force the United States into war with Iran. If they have been at war with Iran since the Islamic, or even prior to the Islamic Revolution, they've had, they have been, the Anglo-American world has been constantly imposing itself on Iran, orchestrating the coup in 1953, preventing.
On behalf of British Petroleum and MI6,
yeah,
it was like, let's get in on this
Have
train
you been
because
finding
we don't
yourself
want to
stuck
fight
in a rut,
an oil star
unable to
war
launch
against
your new
Soviets,
projects,
Red Scare stuff,
not getting the experiences you're looking out of your spiritual
make
experiences?
sure those oil fields are
You're trying
ours.
to start a business and running into troubles.
It's kind of insane to think, like, based on history, to think that the U.S. needs an excuse to attack Iran.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the sanctions warfare as well between 1979 until now, I mean, we're talking about some of the most, I think the Lancet report in 2018 described them as barbaric and a violation of human rights. It has killed in excess hundreds of thousands of Iranians. These sanctions are excess deaths rather in Iran, to say the least. I mean, the destruction of the economy, the impact that it's had on the Iranian people is so severe. And this is nothing to do with Israel. It has everything to do with the United States wanting, rather, it's the elite ruling class that, I guess, it controls the United States, wanting access to Iran's resources and its strategic location, and in terms of its trade routes, and now as well in the digital age, given that Iran is in a position, especially in terms of its relationship with BRICS and a power that is, I guess, pushing back against American imperialism. This is becoming an absolute threat to the United States. In more ways than one, including the threat of de-dollarization, which the United States depends upon. And by the way, this is another aspect why finance capital and the need for illicit funds is so important as well to the United States, being able to sustain itself and maintain the dollar, and by investing in capital assets and therefore keeping those capital assets of value. you see, it's all very much interconnected, and it's very important to understand that these files are not going to do anything to stop or accelerate the United States position when it comes to its foreign policy goals and objectives. What's going to happen in Iran is going to happen in Iran, and these files are not. They don't even say a good deal very much anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. Now the theory is, the Justice Department won't release the full files, but you know who will? Israel. So I don't know. I think we've covered a lot.
Why would you kill your leverage? Why would you kill your leverage? I mean, if I was Israel, I wouldn't. Okay, because once that's all goes, okay, once you've just exposed all the rest of the file, it's just a bit
until you internalize the fact that we would be doing this whether or not Israel wanted us to do it, whether or not Israel existed in the first place. I don't think you're really going to get it. So, I mean, hopefully this episode was like, I don't know, we went over some stuff that might convince people. I know it's kind of like a complex topic, especially when you get into like the financial aspects, which I'm not an expert on at all. But just go off history, just go off who's working together and fighting together. I think historical precedence is the best way for people without a huge backing in economics to kind of comprehend what we're talking about. This is structural, it's institutional, and it's ideological, and it happened independently of Zionism. It predated Zionism and the Israeli project. So our behavior hasn't changed. None of our institutions have changed. We're now calling in the Alien Enemies Act on U.S. citizens, which was passed in 1798 to safeguard the U.S. Federalist interests against revolutionary France. So none of this is new, guys. And so when you just blame Israel or the Zionist occupied government, you're like missing not even half the picture, most of the picture, because it's just completely ahistorical.
It is. And like I said, you can acknowledge obviously that there are Jewish people in power, but they belong to a certain class as well. And that class is symbiotic with other people of the other members of the bourgeoisie who are non-Jewish, who have pre-existed even the Jews within that particular class. It is a system that safeguards and protects the interests of capital, and that that capital, that bourgeoisie is, it's not restricted to any group. Religious group or otherwise. It is transnational, if you would like. I know Mark loves it when I bring that up, so a little shout out to Mark as well. But it really is very true, and it's very important to remember that, and so to not be disorientated. I think that's the most important aspect, to be disorientated in our analysis going forward by the Epstein files, by the chaos that's surrounding it, and to always follow the money. And I always say, just keep following the money, understand how these things operate, because ultimately, the way that they use, this is an information war, and the way that they're using the files, the way that they're trying to control the information, what is leaked, how it's leaked, and how it's been framed, is strategically done in order to disorientate the masses and to preserve themselves. I was going to say something else, but now I can't remember what it was I was going to say.
Look, the man wants you to only blame the Jews. So get the boot out of your mouth and look at the whole system, y'all. Stop doing what they want you to do. Yeah. So
I think so. Oh yeah, I was going to say, for those that are interested, I am planning on doing one of my lengthy pieces. If you guys are interested in the economics and law aspect, but like a little bit in the nerdy side of it, I will write a more in-depth piece, like going through all the case, the legal material, but also like the economic and dialectical analysis. I just wanted to put that. It's going to be probably on my Substack or Patreon, because I'm already working on it, and it's gonna be a bit more of a deep dive for those that are just interested to go that extra step, I guess, and stress themselves out.
I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in that. So yeah, I'm going to link your article on the Epstein files rollout in the description. I've got to go do lame campaign stuff in my anti-campaign campaign for Congress. The system cannot be reformed.
I'm campaigning to tell you don't campaign.
Yeah, no. I mean, look,
you're gonna love it.
We know if you do enough like reading about like from revolutionary material that you got to dogpile this from every angle: direct action, community organizing, education, and electoral politics, and to build alternate or dual sources of power for when this whole house of cards comes crashing down, which looks
exhausting all
like,
means of class struggle.
Yeah,
exhausting all the means of class struggle, Greg.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to ask you to vote for me or even vote, but I will ask that you start getting involved in your communities. Do you know who your neighbor is? No, because we've been isolated and propagandized for so long in terms of rugged individualism for us, and then, corporate socialism, or corporate socialism or socialism for the rich, essentially, with our tax money. Look, so we're going to do that. And I'm running in Texas. I'm not putting forward my campaign, but this is what one of my opponents just released a video. His name is Vincent Shlomi. He is the Sham Wow guy, who disappeared for like 2 decades after having his tongue almost bitten off by an escort, and then he kept punching her, and they both copped assault charges. And this is his big public comeback.
I'm running for Congress against this guy. Stop having a politician that's worse than Biden.
That's discretionary funding.
Instead,
yeah, that's that's John Carter, the incumbent for Texas District 31.
Vote for me, a guy who's not half dead. I'm gonna soak up the swamp, clean the house, and pick up those liberal tears at the same time. I'm gonna slap chop the nuts out of the woke, making less blue-haired commies and more red-blooded Americans. Vote for me so I can represent you and the ones that can't stand up for themselves.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Paid for by offer Vince Shamwow Shlomi for Congress.
Okay, I would like to point out when he talks about red-blooded Americans, he was born in Israel. So, yeah, that's fun. This is the absolute shit show that is Texas politics. And if you think Texas politics can be reformed, you're just as delusional as thinking electoral politics throughout the country and capitalism can be reformed. So we're going to start small. We're going to agitate, educate, and hopefully organize some folks. And that's what we're doing. So, yeah, this has been our episode on the fallacious theory of the Zog machine, of the deep state. It's not the deep state. You can read books like The Devil's Chessboard, Alan Dulles, the CIA, and The Rise of America's Secret Government. I don't like this framing. It's a great book. I don't like this framing though, because it's not the secret government. The CIA has always just been an appendage of Wall Street and the uber rich. So it's an enforcement mechanism for imperialism abroad. So that's where we are. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Any last comments, Elena?
Oh no, I think we've covered everything. Just to be diligent, to always remember to, like I said, follow the money and understand that ultimately this is a class war, and to always understand the events that are transpiring and all the actors involved as symbiotic for the most part. And keep being critical of everything that comes out.
Yeah. And do what you can in your own personal sphere to educate people. Good luck with the libertarians, getting them on board with all these ideas, but I believe in you, okay? You can do it. And we will see you. I'm super busy with this, but we're going to try to do 1 episode a week going forward here on Colonial Outcast. The past 2 weeks have been insane with the campaign rollout, but we will see you next week. Thanks so much for listening. Good night and good luck. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you next time. Cool. I'm just going to keep this going just in case we download and miss anything. Sometimes we just release the special one on Patreon. I lost focus halfway through. I need 80.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No. It was me. I need to call the VA, get set up with a psychiatrist appointment, because I'm having, I don't know if it's AI or social media that's rotting my brain, but I'm having trouble focusing. It also might just be run-of-the-mill depression too. Who knows?
It could be a lot of things. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I have the same problem. I can lose focus. I have been struggling the last couple of weeks. Remember I told you I was like really stressed out for this one. Usually I'm on point, but in the last few weeks I feel like I have a lot of brain fog. Like I know I have all the information in my head, but for some reason I'm struggling to process it out. My sister was like, "Oh no, you've got what's it called? Burnout." That's what it is. I'm like, I don't know, man. All I know is that, and I do know that I have a tendon. I have ADHD, so I do tend towards that direction, but like recently it's just been like, whoa. I didn't want to overdo it because I could see at one point I was like, oh, I think I lost Greg, so like I didn't mention most like a lot of my points.
You didn't lose me, I lost me.
I also
like
an existential thing.
Yeah, I also think I'm burned out too. Like, I don't know. It's just like
I think we are, man.
Going on.
It's always a lot of information. It's always a lot of information. It's just a lot of information to constantly process, to write, to produce, to think, to analyze, because you have to keep up to date. You're taking in a lot of information, and you're not giving yourself a bit of a break.
You know
it's
what?
a bit much. Like, yeah.
You know what I'm gonna do instead of like engaging so much with the news cycle? I have a bunch of like community meetings to go throughout the district to like show up. And maybe I'm just gonna like focus on like local issues and just take a break, because like this district is getting absolutely screwed by the data centers and these high transmission power lines, and it's a nationwide issue. Like they're getting into like eminent domain. Like a lot of old folks are getting pissed off because they like moved out to the country to retire, and now they're like their property is now ground zero for these horrendous power. It's crazy. It's just really demonstrating to people across political lines that, you know, these corporations and like multinational interests can do whatever the hell they want. And
I mean,
yeah.
This is why it's important, I guess, to do like, you know, your anti-campaign campaign. I love it, man. Your anti-campaign campaign, like, where it's important because that is what's going to gives you the opportunity to like have these conversations with people and develop that kind of class consciousness. Like it is important to have these conversations because the United States is in for a very rough time. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, I think not only the material conditions going to get so much more worse, but the chaos alone. And there is a lot of agitation. There is a lot of frustration in the United States. That's why I feel, you know, your campaign is a good information war platform for yourself. So, you know, use it right, man. Use it correctly, and who knows, maybe District 31 is where the revolution starts. I'm just
okay. You know, I've been getting asked. It's a super conservative district, and I thought it was going to be harder reaching people than it actually is. So I get asked a lot, like where I am on the political
spectrum,
because I'm running like I'm a third party candidate, but I'm running it independently of any party. So I say like just consider me an independent because I have no allegiance to the Green Party, and I'm really not in touch with the Central Committee. Not that the Green Party has like anything organized at all. But they're like, where do you stand politically? I was like, well, I'm a journalist. I do a lot of political commentary. Most of my criticism is directed towards the Democratic Party establishment. And they're like, okay, so are you like conservative or you're not a liberal? I was like, no, I'm actually on the left. And they're like, huh, what does that mean? And I explained it to them this way. I was like, the Democratic establishment has this saying that they deploy to discredit people on the left and the right. It's called the horseshoe theory. So if you take a horseshoe, the liberals and the Democrats sit in the center, up top. It is like the most enlightened position. And they say if you go too far right or too far left, you meet in the middle. And they don't like that. So we actually have a lot more in common, according to the Democrats, than you think. And they're like, huh, interesting. And it's kind of been
that works.
Yeah, it's been working, you know. If you go far enough left, you go far enough left, you get your guns back.
So what I tend to find with a lot of people who are more on the right is that they have an issue with government. They have an issue with power. That's always like a common theme. They have an issue with being taxed or migration or all these particular themes. And like, oh, this is communism. And then, so when I started actually saying, well, actually, ideally in a communist society, it's a stateless society. Like, wow, there's no actual government. Like when you reach an actual communist society, that sort of thing. Ideally, in that society, you know, these power structures shouldn't exist. And actually, you know, even taxation is considered to be a tool of the capitalists. they kind of go, what? And then they start asking a series of questions. And by the end of it, they're like, you know what? I'm going to go and read Marx. I did not know this. It just goes from like, our government is communist to a whole other direction. Because this is the thing. A lot of people don't actually have access to that information. So your anti-campaign campaign is a good way. You don't have to do it the way I do it, because obviously it's different. But like, it's a way to use their frustrations and explain to them actually where their frustrations are rooted from. And then you'll be surprised how many people are actually like, oh, okay, to think about it like that. A light bulb goes off.
I haven't met an actual diehard, like, sectarian MAGA extremist in years. Like, I don't
even think they exist that much anymore.
they're all bots out of Nigeria and Bangalore.
I think at one point, yes, they existed, etc. But I think since Trump came to power in his second term, everything that he's done, the wars, Ukraine, basically fucking all these tax cuts for like the wealthy, for his friends, and the tariffs wars, and the snapback mechanisms, and the rhetoric, and I think a lot of that it kind of goes against the whole idea of him being anti-establishment that a lot of the MAGA base was supposed to be about, and it's really made them question.
Well, they saw him,
what it was that they supported.
They saw him as this populist, like, revolutionary figure that was going to burn the system down, and like he couldn't be bought or bribed because he was already a billionaire. But if you ever grew up around these people, you know that that's not a thing. It never stops. Like, their identity is wrapped up in who they know, who they hang out with, their network, business deals. Like, it's the rush. It's just all they know.
But that's the thing, isn't it? But bro, like, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, this is why the narrative that he was saying, he was talking to working class people about their working class grievances, industrialize the U.S., bring business. That is a reasonable request for the American public. I fully understand why and he was using in many ways what should have been like leftist speaking points in some aspects, and kind of completely twisting them over on their, like, tipping them over and rephrasing it within like more right-wing nationalist kind of context. But that is a positive thing. That's why I keep telling people, like, there is a positive there, that with it, the fact that even that he was able to appeal to people with these sort of working class and class orientated, I guess, speaking points. This means that the American public, if spoken to correctly, even people who voted for him, can be taken in a certain direction. Because like that's what it says to me. I could be wrong, but that's sort of my analysis of the situation anyway. Yeah, and like, I think it's a good thing that most Americans are like kind of done with both the Republicans and the Democrats. I think there is an understanding. American public, if spoken to correctly, even people who voted for him can be taken in a certain direction. Because like that's what it says to me. I could be wrong, but that's sort of my analysis of the situation anyway. Yeah, and like, I think it's a good thing that most Americans are like kind of done with both the Republicans and the Democrats. I think there is an understanding right now that both parties are establishment, that they're serving the interests of the elite, and that the elite, at least the one thing good things come out of the files, like, we're run by pedophiles. Yeah, that's true. And a bunch of lunatics and sociopaths. Yeah, I would say it's true.
Yeah, I think the Epstein files, if messaged correctly, are a good information tool. I will just say the shoot your local pedophile bumper sticker guys are real quiet right now because they were hoping it would just be the Dems, but that's not how it works, y'all.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. But listen, I think there are good things. I think there are positive things that have come out from this. Hey, I don't know if it's just like
I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted, but I'm surprisingly hopeful right now.
Listen, I'm struggling to be hopeful. Logically speaking, yes, there are reasons for that, but for me, the whole situation with Cuba and Venezuela is depressing me. I'm being honest. That I did not expect Venezuela, because they had absolutely no reason to capitulate.
Yeah, but Delcy Rodriguez is a political survivalist animal who just wants to be at the top. She started off as a like modest communications director, and now she's in charge of one of the most geostrategically important countries on earth.
Yeah, but like, honestly, this is not going to keep her in power, political animal or not.
No.
I think
Yeah.
it's going to piss off a lot of people in Venezuela a lot. She just completely reversed all of Chavez's policies, all of them. The whole Chavista movement just gone flush down the toilet, and the entire establishment along with them completely betrayed the Venezuelan people in a way that to me is unacceptable because they had no reason to. I mean, you had all these intelligence reports that came out, and we had discussed it like last time, like when we did that episode. All these intelligence reports that were effectively saying, yeah, we don't have the military capability right now to go to a full-scale war with like fucking Venezuela. We can't do boots on the ground, so we're gonna have to, and the Chavista, the Chavista movement is popular, so we can't put any other political figure in power. So we're just gonna have to keep with what we have, rather than use this to their advantage. And sure, negotiate a deal if you want with the United States, because why not? Keep your options open. You do need to industrialize, right? If you want to enter a stage of socialism, you do need to industrialize to a certain point. But this wasn't even it. Like, I don't know if you saw, like, it was complete. All business, all oil being basically essentially privatized. They will run, choose, and pick how the oil industry will work. They will receive all the profits, and in some cases, special projects, they're going to give them the Venezuelan state's only going to get 15% royalties paid to them. That's peanuts for the sort of Venezuelan people. And because apparently the investment dispute settlement isn't enough, they set up their own independent investment dispute settlement just for Venezuela and the corporations that can invest. I mean, that's just a complete capital corporate takeover. And for what reason? That depressed me. And now the whole situation is going on with Cuba as well because of Venezuela. I don't know. Revolutionary optimism right here.
Yeah. Maybe you just need to take a nap,
Maybe I need to take a what?
Maybe we just need to take a nap.
Maybe it's a nap, maybe I've been smoking a lot more than normal, so that's when my revolutionary optimism has gone a bit down the shitter. But yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you. I do still think that it's in a war you're gonna win battles and lose some, and still like the U.S. empire is still incredible, it's still much weaker, but it still has its power. You know what I mean? And
Well,
that's sometimes
it has a lot of inertia behind it.
We're tuned
in. And I fundamentally can't bring myself to do like clickbaity, like video titles about like U.S. empire on verge of collapse after Putin and Xi do blah 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 blah. It's like, it's just not true. This is a marathon. Hopefully in our lifetime it will collapse. That would be tight.
I think honestly, I do think it will be in our lifetime because things are escalating very quickly. Because the decline is happening, because it's reached that point now where like
everything just happens faster. It's like the information environment, globalization.
Everything, because it's because of technology, but also because of the I've said every time there's been a crisis in the last 20 or 30 years, you'll notice that every crisis starts from a higher point. That's because the crisis never gets resolved. They just kind of patch over it with shit like I was talking about today. Yeah. But it's like a bubble that's going to implode, and they can't sustain being the dollar. They can't sustain being the dollar dominated. Having the dollar as the global reserve currency anymore. They don't really have the military capacity. They don't even have the industrial base to have the military power they once had. There's so many issues with the U.S. financial capitalist system at the moment that it's going to implode, and it's happening faster and faster because it's like a bubble. Sure, at one point it looks like it's inflating, but it doesn't look like it's going to implode anytime soon. But right now, it is, and so that's why I actually do think it's going to be in our lifetime. But like in the next decade or so, I think that I did watch you on Danny, for example. I know you have a more reserved opinion on Iran, but I do think that they're going to hit Iran, and they're going to systematically try to keep hitting Iran every now and then in these short, quick, fast operations, like fuck some shit up infrastructure wise, basically destroy the economy.
I mean, they should just do it through proxies like the mech. you know, out of Albania or something. Like actually striking Iran is,
They're already doing that.
I know.
They're already
I
doing
mean,
that anyway.
They should just expand the program, like from an imperial perspective. But like, they missed their window of opportunity for this round. I think they're gonna have to wait for another one to happen.
No, I
maybe,
think, I still think they're gonna
maybe I'm a little rosy about it. I guess.
No,
I guess
yeah.
I just have to like, maybe I still have some deconditioning to do because of like my military indoctrination, because it just makes no sense from a military perspective.
It doesn't make sense, but that's the thing. You're thinking about it from a military intelligence perspective. Okay, this is the rational thing to do. These are our resources. These are our capabilities. These are the conditions. We cannot go into this. This doesn't make any sense. But when you're thinking about it from a capitalist perspective, and like and the people who are really calling the shots, because at the end of it, as the military is really the like the muscle of
the enforcement arm of capital.
Yeah.
Services.
They follow orders, and it doesn't matter. It's like you're thinking about it using the logic, the training that you've received. They're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. But then actually, when you think about it from a capitalist perspective, they don't have that kind of time. This is why they're ramping up. Like, they're not going to take the whole armada there and be like, okay, yeah, we're not going to do anything in bounds. They will target them, but it's going to be short term. It's going to be I read that piece back in July last year that basically said, mowing the lawn in Iran, I knew exactly they're going to be strategically hitting every. Like, that's what they're going to try to do. Internal operations, that goes without question. To destabilize. I mean, did you see they destroyed hospitals, schools, banks? That's going to cost the state that's already facing massive sanctions. Where are they going to get this money from?
They killed a bunch of firefighters. Who kills firefighters? Like, what the fuck?
They burned one alive. There was one video where they burned the man alive. And somehow, if you have these conversations, you're just like, you're not standing with the people of Iran. I don't understand how that's helping the people of Iran. Why are you killing firefighters? Why are you destroying their hospitals, their schools, the emergency services?
Could you imagine what would happen in the United States if like people, like protesters, killed 300 ICE officers?
Oh,
like, could you imagine what would happen?
And setting ablaze firefighters and burning schools and hospitals.
Churches. Yeah.
No.
Could you imagine? There'd be martial law plus like a 1980s style satanic panic going around.
Satanic panic. That's actually very accurate.
Yeah, it's like the devils come home to roost, yeah. And then Peter Thiel's like, I am here to save you from the leftist antichrist. And it would be absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty. It would turn to whole. That would be the premise for an entire civil war, straight up. No, all hands to the fucking guns. Everything's happening. It's gonna go down because it's insanity. Like the amount. Yeah, they killed. I think wasn't it more than 300 IRGC soldiers?
That's the last
personnel.
That's the last figure I saw.
It's nuts. But for me, it was more so like how people can justify destroying hospitals, kids' schools, bank. Like how is that for?
I mean, I get the bank. I get people not understanding why there was like
when you're in Iran where they're already struggling, what's the point of going after the damn banks? Like, that's not going to make things any better.
I mean, one of the big red flags was like burning hospitals. Everybody needs that's shit in your community that you need. I would never think as an act of protest to burn down hospitals.
It's almost like they're trying to prepare for war, to get rid of all the emergency services that could actually help people in those situations.
Well, it is textbook terrorism because like what is the point? Like terrorism is generally when it's done as actually done, not like we get accused of, but actually done. It is to cause fear, destroy government institutional things to make people not trust the government or that the government can provide for them or protect them. So now they have to they're in this in-between status, choosing between the terrorists, being sympathetic with the terrorist cause or the government. Like that's the basis of terrorism is to destroy institutions or faith in institutions so that people lose faith and legitimacy in the actual government. So kind of looks like burning down hospitals falls into that category.
It's exactly that, and that's exactly what it is. I saw something like it was like 2.5 million, what was it, like destruction in just emergency services alone for Iran. And like they're already still trying to, deal with what happened during the 12-day war. I mean, that was obviously destructive as well, on top of everything else. So you've got internal destruction, 12-day war, and that's the other thing. I don't think anybody understands when we say sanctions. I don't think it's a word that people throw around without understanding like the implications on that. Did you know? I actually brought up in like one of the other episodes I've done somewhere. I was like, did you know actually before 2018, before like Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal, that Iran actually came close to establishing universal health care? Like this is by the Lancet report. It's like it was one of the first countries that almost came close to establishing like proper universal health care in the region, and it got instantly destroyed. Like and that was when Trump pulled out. These sanctions now, though, these multilateral sanctions, they are so incredibly brutal. I mean, basically locking 193 countries, throwing them out of SWIFT, cutting them their oil, putting oil embargo, arms embargo, food, you name it. Like they can't trade, and they have to go back to these old, roots of black markets, and which creates an exploitative kind of relationship between Iran and the rest of the world, as in Iran becomes severely exploited, and then even more so between, I guess the ruling class there and its own people. It's barbaric, and I feel like that's what they're going to do. I think they might strike, but they'll do like these very precision strikes so that Iran then isn't justified to retaliate. And then they're going to keep doing this until Iran is basically going to try and break the morale. And I was reading this policy paper, they also working inside of Iran, they want to encourage the sectarian communities there, like the Kurds, the Azeris, etc. So maybe like balkanizing Iran. That's another objective that they have.
Well, this is what I wasted way too much energy like engaging with Zionist monarchists. I was like, look, if they really wanted to do like a CIA regime change operation, you'd have Reza Pahlavi, the Clown Prince, establish a government in exile, write a new constitution, and just get prepared to like be put in there. That's not happening. He's not capable of it, and they don't want him to do that. The plan, and I've been talking about this for a minute, is to balkanize Iran along sectarian and tribal lines and turn it into a bunch of like resource fiefdoms that we can control and pit against each other.
Like they just want another Syria.
Yeah, because
Anyway.
Guess what? When Israeli intelligence officials get on Ynet News or the Times of Israel and say this shit out loud, I tend to believe them.
I know, right? I don't understand. That's another thing that's kind of driven me a bit nuts with the whole situation with Iran. You've got like these, American politicians. You've got Mike Pompeo. You've got like, especially the Israelis coming out on Hebrew media, and they're just openly making these statements on like I-24 News, etc. And about like how they're working inside of Iran, how they're the ones that are basically pushing for the rioters, they're funding them, they're arming them.
We're giving the protesters guns, and then 2 days later, there's 300 dead cops. Huh? And then the government
like what the fuck?
down. Huh?
Like, and then these things are happening broad, that like they're saying it, and then you still, when you try to bring this up in an argument, it's like, oh, you're just an apologist. Apologist for what? These are the facts. Like, I don't understand what you want me to say. This is not. I'm sure there are grievances, et cetera, but when you have an entire, like media campaign, and even Trump, he came out and said, when was it, a couple of weeks ago, that he's approving psyops inside of Iran and all these other things. They're functioning inside of Iran. There's so much Israeli and American intelligence basically free flowing inside of Iran, and they're not doing a good enough job to deal with it.
Well, also Iran has like one of the most unsecurable borders on the planet with Iraq too.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's true. So this is a big problem for them. And like, but like when you try to bring these things up, like, oh, you're just an apologist. It's like, well, we're not. Again, this is the thing. With critical thinking and looking at like a materialist analysis of things, just people don't like it. And they're like, oh, you're just theoretical. It's like, no, bro, you're theoretical. Like nobody's more ideological than you telling me like, you can both support the people of Iran, but you don't have to like, and be anti-imperialist. I'm like, you're not making any sense. you have, first and foremost, you have to be anti-imperialist first to give the Iranian people the ability to be sovereign and away from imperial violence, and then let them dictate their future, free from foreign influence and persuasion and anything that's forceful.
And that is the difference between a popular people's revolution and a color revolution. Like,
that is
stop conflating the two, you weirdos.
No, it's true. It's true. You can't like, oh man, you can't complain about like, oh yeah, they're repressive, et cetera, like they're a militarized repressive state. Well, yeah, it had to become a repressive military state in part as well, because that was the only way to preserve the Islamic Republic after the revolution. I mean, it's actually, you can't complain about these things and then not look at the fact that sanctions, war, and imperialist aggression reinforces them by like tenfold. Like I've often said, if there was no sanctions warfare and Iran was left to its own devices, it would have been really interesting to see where Iran would have developed. Because like, you know, when they talk about women's rights, et cetera, most women, within 2 years, academia had basically been kind of overtaken by, you know, by women who like were basically dominating academia, universities. They were becoming doctors or nurses in the educated class. This was actually in reaction to the fact that because of the Islamic Republic and all this conservative nature behind it, they needed women to become educated, to teach other women, to, you know, treat women in hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. But now what do you have? You have a massive, enormous educated female population that most likely had this, you know, the sanctions not existed, would have advocated, you know, become more organized with their educated background now and being a productive force of the economy. They would have probably pushed against the theocracy. Anyway, like I think the theocracy wouldn't have lasted nowhere near as long had the sanctions never occurred. Like if the natural process, and like they were allowed to develop their own productive forces, whereas like right now Iran is like a rentier state. It's insane. You can't have these conversations and not understand how sanctions literally creates these conditions. It's just I don't even understand.
They don't want to hear sanctions. I don't
want to hear sanctions.
The only ex I ever talked to was like part of the Venezuela diaspora, and like the I mean, we're still friends, but like the level of conversation is just like, you know, I don't know, I just kind of want to give myself a lobotomy. It's just like, I don't want to hear about sanctions. We know that the US wants the oil, okay, but Iran and Russia and China also want the oil too. It's just like I can't.
What?
I can't with diaspora people who champion U.S. intervention in their country, because it's the more people I talk to with these positions just don't know basic facts. And it's like, listen to Iranians, listen to Venezuelans. I mean, I do my due diligence, and I talk to people in Iran and I talk to people in Venezuela. And guess what? Just because you're from there doesn't mean you know what's going on. I'm not about to ask a frigging MAGA extremist about how the U.S. government works. Like, what the fuck is that?
Do you know what's funny? Do you know what's really ridiculous about that is when I hear that argument, like, I'm Iranian or I'm Venezuela, boo-boo. That was literally what the Israelis were saying after October 7th, when everybody was sort of fucking ramming into like Israel and like all their crimes. They're like, you're not even from here. You don't know what we go through. You don't know what the Palestinians are. You could like, it was the same argument. I mean, one could argue like, yeah, okay, you're in America. You don't know what you know, the poor Israelis and their lived experiences are in their head. They're the absolute victims. If you don't actually contextualize things with factual, historical, materialist analysis, your personal opinions and affiliations and sentiments can be driven in whatever direction. You always need to contextualize this shit. It's nuts to me. MAGA supporters.
The anchor of my geopolitical positions are based solely in Kamala Harris vibes. Vibes-based policy.
You basically built a personal media OS.
Headquarters 6-7.
What you're missing isn't more playlists. It's a clearer front door, a clearer map, and cleaner what is this signaling so strangers can use it without you in the room. Here's the architecture I'd put over what you already have without asking you to rebuild anything. 1. Playlist roles, so every list has a job. Right now, you have at least 4 different types of playlists mixed together. Name and position them by role. Front door, navigation. Your Start Here playlist is the right move. Treat it like a landing page, not a playlist. It should route people into 3 to 6 big doors based on intent, news, culture, science, money, etc. Feeds, fresh intake, always moving. Your ASAT X and Daily Quick Pick series are feeds. Feeds are for returning viewers and daily scanning. Hubs, evergreen topic libraries. Culture commentary, 66A, 6B, 6C, crypto, 55A, 5B, 5C, natural science, 345F, 5C, social science, 4B, 4C5, politics, 235, etc. These are the shelves people browse when they want a subject. Vaults, personal utilities, not for the public. Watch later, saved lists, watch history playlists, private health lists. Keep them but treat them as backstage. Don't let the vaults define your storefront. Once you adopt these roles, your channel stops looking like a lot of playlists and starts reading as a system. 2. Make one public map, then organize everything behind it. You don't need to merge playlists. You need a directory. Create one public playlist called Playlist Directory Map. Put 10 to 25 short videos in it. They can be existing videos or even a few 30 to 60 sec plain talk routing clips. Each video is a door to a category with the playlist link in the description and pinned comment. Your map category should be intent-based, not taxonomy-based. Taxonomy is for you. Intent is for them. Example category doors. Catch up fast. ASAP feed. Understand the world, news, politics, WEF plus legal. Make sense of culture, culture commentary clusters. Money and markets, cryptos, macro financialization. Science and reality, natural science clusters plus space weather news, mind and meaning, junk philosophy, language, play, gaming, D. That's the moment your archive becomes legible. 3. Naming cleanup, tiny tweaks, big payoff. You've got multiple naming languages running at once. Numbers, brackets, emojis, quick pick, bucket, series, etc. Keep your internal coding, but standardize the public-facing pattern. Pick one consistent structure. Prefix its role, feed ASAP daily, hub, topic name, vault, saved, watch history, watch later, private unlisted. Suffix equals promise. Quick pick means scannable, high signal, keep it. Bucket means deep archive, use sparingly or rename to archive. Your 5A, 5B, 5C, and 6A, 6B, 6C system. This is fine internally, but the viewer needs a legend. Add one line to every relevant playlist description. A, B, C are subshelves. A equals fundamentals, B equals current discourse, C equals deep cuts. Doesn't matter what the legend is, what matters is that there is one. 4. Channel homepage sections, your storefront shelves. You can hide 90% of the complexity by curating the channel layout. Suggested sections. Start here, navigation, essay, quick picks, feed. Culture commentary, hub. News plus politics, money plus markets, hub, science tech, minds meaning, gaming leisure. Everything else can remain accessible via the Playlists tab without being in the window. 5. The loop you're building, so this becomes a growth machine. If your goal is to drive traffic toward the archive while you stream on as an aggregator, the loop wants to be simple. Live stream equals commentary plus discovery experience. Pinned comment, description, if you want the library, start here. Plus link to directory. Directory routes them to hubs. Hubs build watch time and subscriptions. Feeds keep them returning daily. That's how you turn curation into a funnel without it feeling like marketing. If you tell me which outcome you want most, I'll lock this into a concrete build spec. Pick one, and I'll write it delegation ready. A. Make strangers understand the archive in 10 seconds, best for growth. B. Make my own retrieval faster, best for personal OS. C. Make the channel look clean and intentional, best for brand. Yeah, this second dump confirms it. You're running 2 different machines at once. One machine is chronological digestion, Tuesday Q3, weekend Q1, daily series, ASAP blocks. The other is subject libraries, culture, crypto, natural science, politics, junk, etc. Both are valid. The only issue is they're cohabiting the same storefront, so new people can't tell which is which. Here's the structure I'd put on top of what you already have, using the playlists you just listed as proof points. 1. Your 4 playlist classes, everything gets assigned to one class. Feeds, fresh intake for scanning. ASAP, 12x, 18.x, daily quick pick series / day based. weekly digests like Weekly, July 09-15-3, Archives, chronological back catalog for retrieval. Thursday Q3, 1 meter W 2021. Wednesday Q2, 4 blue 2022. Weekend Q4, 10 meter W 2022. Anything that's basically date plus cadence volume. Hubs, evergreen topic libraries for browsing. Culture commentary, 45A, 5B, 5C6. Crypto, 1 of 3. Politics, 4. Social science, 2/3. Natural science, 2. CSIS, CSIO, etc. Collections, special purpose narrow lenses. Comparative mythology, nominalism and realism tree trunk, explaining Bitcoin, macro breakout cycle primer. Defense against the dark arts. These are like exhibits, not shelves. Once you classify them, you can make the channel legible without deleting a single playlist. 2. The storefront rule. Only feeds plus hubs get to be visible by default. Archives and most collections should be unlisted by default and reach through a directory. Not because they're less important, but because they're not the first thing a stranger should have to interpret. Your channel homepage becomes simple. Start here, directory, ASAP current, daily quick picks, current, culture commentary hub, news politics hub, money plus markets hub, science tech hub, minds meaning, gaming leisure hub. Everything else lives behind directory links like a real library. 3. One clean directory solves 80% of this. Make a single public playlist that is literally a map. Title idea, playlist directory, start here. Inside it, you only need 8 to 12 door items. They can be short routing videos or just your cleanest existing videos that represent each door. Each door item's description points to 1 feed, where to scan now, 1 hub, where to browse the subject, 1 archive index, where to go deep by date. Example of how a door routes conceptually. Door, culture commentary. Now ASAP plus latest daily series. Browse, culture commentaries, 66A, 6B, 6C. Deep, 2021 to 2022 Q playlists that contain culture-heavy weeks. You're basically building a card catalog. People stop getting lost. 4. Rename logic. Keep your internal codes, add a public-facing wrapper. You don't have to abandon your Q system. You just need a consistent role label so humans can parse it. Feed ASAP. 2. Quick Pick. Feed daily quick picks Tuesday, Q1 2024. Archive, 2022 archive. Weekend Q4, 10 meter W. Crypto, quick pick, core. Collection, nominalism and realism. Tree trunk. Even if you don't literally add feed, hub, archive into the title, put it in the first line of every playlist description so the legend follows the user. 5. Retirement and hold playlists. Make them behave like redirects. You've already started doing this. Crypto, hold for retirement rewaiting, culture commentary 3, retired. Make it a formal protocol. Keep the playlist live, but convert it into a redirect shelf. First line, this shelf is retired. Use new shelf name. Add the replacement link immediately. Optionally pin 3 to 5 best videos at the top so it still feels intentional. That way old links don't die, they route. 6. The one delegation ready build spec. Someone else can execute it. Give this to a VA channel manager. Create one public playlist directory, start here playlist. On the channel homepage, add sections in this order. Directory, ASAP current, daily quick picks current, top 6 hubs, culture, news, politics, money, crypto, science, tech, mind, meaning, gaming. For every playlist in feeds, hubs, archives, collections, add first line to description. Type feed, archive, collection. Add second line, how to use, scan, browse, retrieve. If it's archive, add a one-line legend explaining the Q code. Unlist archives by default, unless a specific archive is part of your public brand story. For anything marked retired hold, convert to redirect shelf with the replacement link in line 1. If you run this, the channel stops feeling like a giant list and starts feeling like a designed information system. If you want, next message just tell me which 6 hubs you want as the public pillars. You've got more than 6. And I'll draft the exact directory doors and the exact one-line legends for your Q code.
Do you know,
so
I feel like
reads
we
clean
should
to
have put that on the
outsiders.
episode. It was a
I
shame.
mean, well, look, all the patrons are getting this. So let's sign off after headquarters 6-7.
Good way to sign off.
Headquarters 6-7. Then we can find out what we're gonna call this episode. All right, y'all. If you're still around, let's do. Stop sharing. We're going to share the screen. So one last treat at the 2-hour mark. If you go onto the account that just launched, it's called Headquarters 67.
Your
This is
critique and your guidance for direction, but
what the
this
hell
is
happened?
not what I'm after at this present moment. I'm currently just exploring ways to
someone
organize
just
my
did
thoughts in terms of allowing you a way to understand
Yes.
my
Okay. So
technique
originally it was called
offering
Headquarters
by
67.
labeling
This is
some
Kamala
of
Harris's
my
new like
playlists. I
media
have never
platform, a
imputed
Gen Z
into
led
a
progressive
GPT
content hub.
all the
They called
playlist
it
names and titles that I
Headquarters
work
67.
with. So now
And if you
have
don't
a
know,
list of that
what
understanding, and we can
does
both work together to figure out what to do
67
next. Ask me
stand
questions about
for?
where
This
would
is
like
I
to
actually
take
don't
this
know.
in terms
Okay.
of structuring these playlists so that a person
So,
might be able to
6-7 is a
consume them
versatile
in
term, most
structured and
notably a
meaningful
recent
way, but not
ambiguous
in the way
internet
that you
slang term
described, because my
from
mind is too
Generation
spacey to
Alpha. This is not even a
understand
Gen Z
your
thing,
current
meaning
sense of
so-so or
functionality.
nonsensical. Meaningless, nonsensical, often used to describe something vague, unremarkable, or as a nonsensical response. It was the most used term last year, and the fact that you call your headquarters 6-7, which means nonsensical, vague, and ambiguous, could not be more on the head for Kamala Harris's policy positions on everything. It's literally insane. Like, how is this our timeline? 6-7.
And it's not even for Gen Z, apparently. It's Gen Alpha, which is true. It's true. So, like, she's even got the generation wrong. Like, she used Headquarters 6-7 for a Gen Z oriented, but it's like, it's not even something that Gen Zs use.
Yeah,
But either way,
that's like a big high school thing. Like, all the high school kids are talking about, is Gen Z in high school anymore?
no, I don't think so. Oh, God. When does Gen Z start?
We're so old. We're all mid-30s.
We're too millennial. We're too millennial for this shit.
Okay,
I have no
hang on.
idea. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we need to. Are you
Gen
checking or
Z
should I check?
age range 14 to 29. Okay.
Okay, so they're
Gen
still
Z,
cool.
Gen A. All right.
Okay, fine.
Look,
We'll let that slide.
hello, fellow kids.
Hello, kids.
We're
We have
down.
no clue.
We're down here on
We're
Colonial Outcast. We're cool.
Oh God, don't say that. What are you trying to say? We're down? What
Yeah.
is now you sound like a damn boomer.
We're down
We're
with the
millennials,
kids,
for God's
y'all.
sakes.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I don't even know if we can collaborate anymore after that. Like
Okay.
our level of cringe is too much. I'm gonna have to rethink our
you don't wanna be-
relationship. I don't even want to be friends.
What? Sorry, like I'm trying to be hip and happen, and I can't let you hold me back.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh
All right,
God.
maybe we should end this and come up with a title.
Yes.
for this episode. All right.
Yeah,
cheers,
we
y'all.
should.
See you next week.
Oh God.
with
Yes.
the kids. Bye.
So we're just jumping back into what we've been working on consequently, and we're gonna be diving into our history to figure out what to do.
Hey, Sovereign Wealth Builders, Simon Dixon here, and welcome to another episode of Simon Dixon Hard Talk. It has been an absolutely wild week. I can't even put the days together with the news flow that is happening right now. And so I was up pretty much every single night doing interviews. Now that the Epstein files have pretty much confirmed everything that we've been teaching, or I've been sharing, or I've been using as a follow the money strategy in order to project macro geopolitics and understand what the technology that is being built right now. And it's really, an emotional roller coaster at the moment. And so what we're going to dive into is, now that we know what has been released in the Epstein files, and now that we know all the things that I would have been ridiculed for or called a conspiracy theorist for have been confirmed that that's how power works, I want to make sure that we deconstruct everything on the Bitcoin side, on the macro side, and on the geopolitical side. And I'll also be doing that by playing a couple of interviews that I've done this week and deconstructing it and breaking it down. Right. So firstly, for those of you that didn't leverage your Bitcoin, because I was screaming for as long as I could that at some point, the price of Bitcoin, now that the financial industrial complex has created the derivative industrial complex around Bitcoin, they want to steal your Bitcoin. And you need to look back at every single video if you want, because I was screaming out. And I remember when I was debating people and they were saying, oh, the financial institutions, it's a mature asset now. The OG Bitcoiners, they need to step aside. And the adults are taking over now. And it's just going to be a steady, mature asset. And I was like, The financial industrial complex are the real market manipulators. Now the real money comes to steal your Bitcoin. And all you need to do is not fall for their tricks. And so if you were listening to those people, they'd be like, well, this is a mature asset right now. Why don't you custody your asset with Coinbase? It's a public company. It's very reputable. Or why don't you, screw Bitcoin. Why don't you just buy a Bitcoin ETF instead? And why don't you take out some fiat currency loan against your Bitcoin? It's JP Morgan. Jamie Dimon's here. He's very reputable. And Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan, it's regulated by the Federal Reserve and the regulators. The same Federal Reserve that's about to be regime changed, and they're about to put a Jeffrey Epstein mentioned Fed chair in. And the same SEC that was headed up by Gary Gensler, who was also communicating with Jeffrey Epstein, that was appointed by the same Trump, that was also deeply involved in history with Jeffrey Epstein. These reputable people. And yes, that JP Morgan, the one that settled $285 million for its money laundering activities for Jeffrey Epstein. Why don't we trust them? And then we can borrow against our Bitcoin and we can get some fiat currency and they can steal it because they're good players. Because they're the adults that are taking over. They're the ones that created this crash. And I said, I've seen my Bitcoin crash from $30 to $3. I've seen my Bitcoin crash from $20,000 to $3,000. I've seen my Bitcoin crash from $70,000 to $15,000. And now everybody is experiencing, depending on how new they are, $125,000 Bitcoin crash to about $65,000. And if you're new to this, it can be a little bit scary. But if you have psychologically learned how to price your value in Bitcoin and in gold, then you're saying, hell yeah, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I've been given some 50% on sale Bitcoin that I get to accumulate this month. Thank you, financial institutions. While Michael Saylor is loading up with debt and centralizing as much Bitcoin as possible, and everybody is bowing down to Michael Saylor, and then everyone's copying his business model because the other person mentioned in the Epstein files, Howard Lutnick, who lied about the fact that he was only disgusted by Jeffrey Epstein. And him and his wife went round the house to his neighbor and said, "Ew, I'm getting out of here," while simultaneously arranging different meetings and talking about how they wanted to bring their children over to meet Jeffrey Epstein. All in the files. And what did Howard Lutnick do? Howard Lutnick was setting up all these Bitcoin treasury companies, going around to all the different people, like old school Bitcoiners, like Adam Back, who also was allegedly organizing a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. And, of course, X was filled with people that were saying, what happened to my Bitcoin that I had at Strike and that I had a loan against it? And what happened to the share price of all those Bitcoin treasury companies that now are between me and my Bitcoin? I don't have any Bitcoin. I got all this fiat currency. I don't have any Bitcoin. I got this IOU share that's worth 95% less than what I bought it for. I've got some fiat currency debt and no Bitcoin. What happened to the Bitcoin? They took your Bitcoin because that's what they do. And of course, everyone else that had it in self-custody was saying, chill. And they were busting the people that were the bad actors that were lying about their interactions with Jeffrey Epstein. And they were getting this opportunity to own more Bitcoin and become more sovereign. While the rest of the world was saying Jeffrey Epstein created Bitcoin. Well, we're going to bust that stupid myth. While Jeffrey Epstein in 2018 bought Bitcoin for dummies in his Amazon.com receipts in his emails. But anyway, we're going to be doing a couple of things today. Sit back, relax. You're not going to need to listen to many other people. The information flow is impossible to keep up with right now. And we haven't even started. But remember, your job was to own more Bitcoin this month than the previous month. It was to boycott the Federal Reserve. It was to own it in self-custody and boycott BlackRock. It was to not borrow against it, so you boycott the banks. It was to invest in decentralized technology so that you're not contributing to centralization. And it was to spend local, focus on you, your family, and your community so that you can be more sovereign, so that you can build companies that don't have to bow down to the Silicon Valley pedophiles, and you don't have to take your company public so you're subordinate to the investment banking pedophiles. And you can be more sovereign in your company and actually serve community, create real value, rather than bowing down and contributing to the proof of weapons network that is glued together by crimes against humanity. Confirmation of everything we've been talking about. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Western assets. Jeffrey Epstein would talk about that. They talk about the Vatican Bank. Remember where he said all that drug dealing and all that human trafficking and sex trafficking, where the Vatican gets a little kickback? Jeffrey Epstein was talking about that too. What about the Zionists being an outpost for the military-industrial complex? What about the purging of Zionism? Remember what I said? To get to a multipolar world, they're going to have to purge Zionism. Jeffrey Epstein, this was the purge. They're going to have to engage in exposing the system that strategically weakens the dollar. The financial industrial complex are leveraging the military industrial complex. And of course, they're only going to show what is needed to strategically weaken the dollar, transition to a multipolar world, and purge the assets that are now turned into liabilities. But the power structure continues. The proof of weapons network is recollaborating based upon this multipolar world order. And of course, you're not going to get what the real Epstein files, which is what's happening in court right now between Bank of New York Mellon, that is refusing to hand over the financial transactions and the suspicious activity report. That's the real Epstein files. That's where we find out whose money and we follow the money. But of course, that's not going to be released because that would send the whole network down. And this is just a purging of some of the assets that are now liabilities and making sure that all power is on check to what the proof of weapons network is meant to be doing. And so enjoy the reputation damage from some of the sick people that have been compromised into this network and understand how the world really works. Forget this amateur, media-funded, divide and conquer, technocratic, Orwellian nightmare that crypto capital is trying to build at the moment. Forget about the stupid media that's trying to say it's the Muslims, it's the Jews, it's the blacks, we're the white nationalists, it's all these different divide and conquer, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. The whole system is rotten to the core. And now you know what your dollar's backed by. And now you know what the next fiat currencies are backed by as well. Because the world is transitioning to this multipolar world. And so what I want to do in this episode is I would like to share with you and a recap many of the things that my listeners and long-term listeners will be very familiar with. And it's pretty interesting. I always said to you, every time I do these things, I get called all sorts of names in the beginning. I get violently opposed. I get hate. I get all sorts of stuff. And then slowly but surely, they all drop off. And 2 years later, they were like, maybe there's something to that thing. It's kind of been a theme of my life for a very long time, ever since I set on this mission to figure out how the financial and monetary system actually worked. And not just by theory, but by actually going out there and trying to create a bank, by working in the investment bank, the trading side, the stockbroking side, the investment banking side. When I share how deals are structured, I'm sharing based upon real experience. And then being involved in trying to change the system in multiple countries, whether it be UK, whether it be Isle of Man, whether it be El Salvador, engaging with politicians, understanding how power dynamics work. Investing, not just, finding out about Bitcoin and alternative financial systems, investing in the companies that built the sector, seeing the companies that I invested in later become part of the proof of weapons network and controlled and subordinated into the financial industrial complex through blackmail operations like Jeffrey Epstein. And don't think that Jeffrey Epstein is the only one here. He was a liability. He's no longer an asset, and there's many more. This is how the system is glued together. This is not exposing the system other than resetting the order right now. This is the global reset. And by global reset, it means everything we've been talking about in terms of power dynamics, transnational capital, China building the manufacturing base, fueling the sovereign wealth funds, and partnering with the US-hosted financial industrial complex that will own the Western Hemisphere while the covert operations are purged that propped up the dollar, and all the death, destruction, rape, pillage, violence, covert operations that propped up the dollar get exposed. And you have the destabilizing militias that are no longer going to be sponsored by state as we transition to this multipolar world. All of that is happening right now as we speak, and we will keep following the money. Now, the first thing I wanted to do is I'm going to do two things today. I did an interview with Suleiman Ahmed, and he interviewed me on Jeffrey Epstein and Bitcoin. And the reason I want to share this one is because he's not a Bitcoiner. You know, he came at it from asking the questions that everyday normal people will be asking. And I answered them, and I shared stories from my experience of what was confirmed in the Jeffrey Epstein files and things that I believe are happening. They may be not exactly how it happens, but we connect the dots. It's a really sensitive topic because there are several people that I believe people should really be looking into. And none of them are in prison. They're all getting away with things. And we should be holding them to account, and we should learn from this, and we should give them the opportunity to come out and put the record straight as well. Now, there were several people that I really targeted in this video and in this interview. One of them was Adam Back, and he's come out and responded to half of it, but that was before the interview, so we haven't seen anything since the interview. All we've seen him do is shill stablecoins, shill strategy, shill treasury companies, and this whole quote-unquote ex-cypherpunk that went to allegedly Epstein Island that took money in his company that allegedly was divested through Blockstream. He hasn't talked about, this cypherpunk guy. Suddenly he's shilling stable coins, treasury companies, borrow against your Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin via the stock market. So let's see. Let's get the answers. The other one I talked about was Brock Pierce, some of the covert operations. We haven't heard anything from Brock Pierce yet. And I do want to give an update on somebody that I talked about. And I think all I want to do is tell you my experience, which I did, and some of the things we've seen. And I got a detail inaccurate that I think I should correct the record for right now, because Amir Taki messaged me. And all I can do is, I don't know how to verify any of this stuff because I don't have access to financial transactions or anything. But I can just share what he told me. He said that that his co-founder, through one of the companies at his project, and you can go check on his profile, came back and killed the deal. So he said that he didn't receive any money from Jeffrey Epstein. The other thing he said as well was, I think I framed it a little bit inaccurately in the interview. He went to Syria to fight ISIS, which I think is actually a very honorable thing, because we know that ISIS is a CIA, Mossad-backed organization. And he went and fought on the front line and risked his life. And he shared how 100 of his colleagues, were taken out while he was fighting. And I believe that is a very amazing and noble activity. But the comments that I shared where he was on the Bitcoin talk forum, and he said he gave a price to 16-year-old and 18-year-olds and various other things. He claimed that was a joke. It was in bad taste, and it's something that he will be punished for. And he said that it was a joke. That was his. Now you decide. Amir Taki did a lot for Bitcoin in the early days, I think I just wanted to put that straight, so that when you actually watch the interview, I think I framed it a little bit one-sided. I have no opinion on what is true, what isn't true. I can't vouch for anything. My whole point in being sovereign is just to share what I believe to be true and try and accurately represent it. And sometimes I get that wrong. My job is not to ruin people's reputation. My job is to shed light on things, and then people can explain it. And then I'll share what they share. And we'll find out over time what is the truth. And so I just wanted to make that correction before we go into the first interview. Right, this is going to be, as I said, buckle up. We're going to have a bit of a long one today. The first interview was Suleiman Ahmed interviewing me this week, a couple of days ago, on what do we know about Jeffrey Epstein and what it was revealed about the characters involved in Bitcoin, and all the crazy allegations that were made that really probably contributed to a part of the price correction. But I think it was a psyop by the financial industrial complex to margin call people out, as I was predicting would happen, so that they can scoop up as much of your Bitcoin as possible, because you're using their paper Bitcoin products instead of real Bitcoin in self-custody. And the second interview was, I gave an update on all the big macroeconomic trends, the crashes in the markets, what it means, how to interpret it, how it relates to the Epstein files, as well as an update on what may be the imminent next stage of the military operation between US, Israel, and Iran, and what I'm expecting to come next as a result of everything that happened this week. So without further ado, Azad, shall we jump into the first interview where we're going to be discussing Bitcoin and the Epstein file release?
I just want to welcome Simon Dixon to the show, the expert on all things Bitcoin, the financial industrial complex, and how money flows and impacts geopolitics. His favorite line is "Follow the money." Appreciate, Simon, you coming onto the show. I really want to hear your thoughts about Bitcoin and the connection with Epstein. How are you doing?
All good. Yeah, I mean, it's a wild time right now. You know, this is the unmasking phase of everything. And so, yeah, it's a pretty crazy time. So just trying to apply some of my 25 years of finance to helping us figure out what some of these crazy things that are happening in the world are. So let's jump in.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. So the Epstein files have been released, and I know you've been speaking a lot about it. You've been an early adopter of Bitcoin. There are certain things in the file which speak about Bitcoin, speak about Epstein's investments. And so let's take one thing at a time. What did you find in the files which may suggest Epstein funding the early adoption of Bitcoin? The early kind of founders of Bitcoin or the developers of Bitcoin being on the Epstein list. And then we'll also talk about the possibility of Epstein being Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, sure. So, look, it's such a nuanced subject that people's, desire to get an attention grabbing headline means that pretty much everyone's getting it wrong. Look, I'll start with the fact that I've been involved in Bitcoin since it was $3, 2011, invested in 100 different companies, know the inside track of lots of this stuff, seen people go from purist to off the rails, and seen infiltration and compromise all along the way. There's not a lot I haven't seen, made every mistake, distanced myself from people when I need to, been connected with people who have disappointed me. So, everything that I'm sharing is kind of from firsthand experience. If I believed that Bitcoin was a Mossad op, was supporting crimes against humanity in Israel, and was propped up by, or was, a creation of pedophiles and various other things, I'd sell all my Bitcoin, I'd buy gold, and I'd tell everyone why I sold Bitcoin. I'm at that stage in life. So what did we learn from the Epstein files? Firstly, we learned that Jeffrey Epstein, who's a compromise agent, whose job is to compromise all levels of power in order to utilize those connections, use degeneracy and, heinous crimes to make sure that it props up a power network of people that, kind of props up power. So that's what we know about Jeffrey Epstein. So Bitcoin was created as a white paper in 2008. The first line of code was in 2009. The very first developer outside of, the first miner was Hal Finney and Satoshi Nakamoto, who I suspect I know who they are. but we still don't have full confirmation. And then you had a bunch of developers that joined an open source project. One of the first developers that I ever met that introduced me to the project via a connection from the monetary reform movement was a guy called Amir Taki. Now, Amir Taki was the first person that I noticed whose name was, you can search for Amir Taki in the files. And that was around 2011 when Jeffrey Epstein was trying to, based upon the emails, assuming they're all real, was trying to figure out who to connect with within the Bitcoin community. And Amir Taki was one of the developers at the time. This is 2 years after, the very early implementations of the code. And so if we're to believe these emails, it's confirmation that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't Satoshi. But Jeffrey Epstein was trying to figure out who he should connect with. And I think his goal was to compromise as many people and figure out what this was all about. Now, I know from firsthand experience that this was around the time that Amir Taki was looking at creating alternatives to Bitcoin. And he was involved in a project called Darkcoin and Dark Wallet, which wanted to take the properties of Bitcoin and make it more private. That project later got rebranded to Dash, and it's still a cryptocurrency that exists today. So the way I interpret this is that Jeffrey Epstein initially was trying to figure out who everyone was. And then the first developer that we've got confirmation that he made contact with and tried to send some funding to was Amir Taki, who was involved in privacy coins and taking implementations of Bitcoin and trying to make it more private so that no one could trace the transactions.
So that's one person that was in the files, right? He was in the files. He communicated with Jeffrey Epstein, I believe. Jeffrey Epstein asked for his contact, I believe, in 2011. And later, there is clear evidence that he not only communicated with him and maybe had a lot of engagement with him, correct?
Yeah. And look, Amir Taki is a crazy guy. Like I've had various interactions with him over time. Firstly, he invited me to speak at the first Bitcoin conference in Prague. He is an anarchist. He was one of the very early faces of Bitcoin, Gavin Andreessen and Amir Taki. And people used to go to squats in Old Street where he would clearly be on drugs, talking about how Bitcoin is freedom and people can use it to buy whatever they want. And so, this is an anarchist deeply involved in all sorts of things. Even later, like some wild stories about Amir Taki, he went to go and fight ISIS in Syria. And he was on the front line fighting ISIS, after the ISIS invasion. And he came back to UK and he was arrested on the border and he had to explain what he was doing in Syria. So this is the kind of person, that we're talking about here. Doesn't come from money, not wealthy from my understanding. He never got rich from Bitcoin because he kept spending his Bitcoin. And round about that time, there was nobody that was interested in our industry. I was one of the only that was investing in companies, and a guy called Roger Ver. No venture capitalists, no Peter Thiels. This wasn't sophisticated at this stage. This was like a bottom-up, crazy movement. And if a billionaire knocks on your door and says, hey, I want to invest in your project, it's like one of the only sources of funding you could imagine. But we already know in 2008 that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender. And on some of Amir Taki's early posts on Bitcoin, all the conversation happened on Bitcoin Talk Forum at the time.
Right. Okay.
And he had some post where he was renting out 16-year-old girls and selling them for anyone that wanted to buy them on this post. So that tells you about his character. He's actually came out. If you go to Amir Taki on X, You can see his response and his explanation. He's kind of saying, yeah, I took some money. We were involved in projects. And you can translate from that. That's everything I know about Amir Taki. And that's the earliest interaction that seems credible from the file drop.
Okay, and so what was his what was his connection to Bitcoin again? What did he do in relation to Bitcoin?
So Bitcoin's an open source code, so anyone can go to the GitHub repo and suggest code that they want to implement. And you can look at his entire history of what he implemented, but he got angry at Bitcoin because it wasn't private enough. And so he kind of forked off into, we need more privacy and we need different types of coins. And so he kind of went down this dark coin, Monero type of privacy coin route. So he kind of got.
For Campaign 1, geography isn't about local relevance. It's about where the bored, stuck, what do I even watch searches exist at scale, and where your framing lands cleanly without extra explanation. Here's a solid way to rationalize geo-choices and explain it to yourself or anyone you delegate to. Geo-selection logic for Campaign 1. Audience scale for YouTube discovery. You want countries where YouTube is already a default habit, so what to watch searches are common and high volume. Language fit at the moment of search. Campaign 1 queries are vague. If your ads plus landing are English, markets where English search is normal will outperform, even if YouTube usage is huge elsewhere. Cost to learn, Campaign 1 is top of funnel. Your job is to buy learning cheaply. Which regions produce engaged playlist clicks, not just clicks? Conversion surface. Where does curated library actually convert into behavior? Playlists start, multiple clicks, return visits, subscribing. Strategic spillover. Regions that strengthen the brand flywheel, community, diaspora, time zone alignment for live, local events matter even if they're not the cheapest clicks. Why India makes sense as a main focus. Pure scale. India is the largest YouTube market. Data Reportal lists 491 million active YouTube users. Still growing plus mobile-first intensity. India has 1.02b internet users and very low data costs, Reuters, which supports heavy video consumption and fast experimentation cycles. If you stay English only, you'll still get meaningful volume. If you later add Hindi-Hinglish, it becomes a second engine. Why Prince George's County can be rational, even if it's not a scale play? Treat it like a brand lab, not your growth lever. It's a tight geo where you can connect online discovery to real-world community flywheels. The county is sizable, 956K, with strong household income. Data USA shows $100,708 median household income. The warning, what to watch is not inherently local, so don't expect volume. Expect cleaner conversion signals, better repeat behavior, and easier qualitative feedback. Your current list, tightened, USA plus Canada plus UK equals clean English signal markets. Higher cost, high clarity. UK YouTube usage is extremely mainstream. India plus Indonesia scales learning markets. Indonesia is huge on YouTube, but English only may underperform without localization. South Korea equals high saturation, high language barrier. If you don't have Korean ad landing assets, performance will often be misleading. Clicks without comprehension or low volume. SK YouTube ad audience is large, but language matters. Other geos worth adding because they match Campaign 1's logic. If you want more places that behave like English discovery markets without being only UKCA, Philippines, big YouTube audience, 57.7 million, and English is an official language, good alignment for English ads. Australia plus New Zealand, strong English signal markets, useful for clean testing. Australia 21 women, NZ 4.24 mim, YouTube users in late 2025. Ireland, small but extremely signal clean, high YouTube reach relative to population, great for testing messaging fast. UAE, optional, but strategically sharp for you, very high YouTube reach and a major Indian diaspora bridge market. If India is core, UAE often converts well for English framing plus library metaphors. Singapore plus Malaysia, if you want a SE Asia cluster. Both have meaningful YouTube audiences. Singapore is small but high intent. Malaysia is bigger. How I'd structure it so your 6 ad groups don't get messy. Location targeting lives at the campaign level, so the cleanest system is duplicate Campaign 1 by geo cluster. Keep your same 6 ad groups inside each geo campaign. That gives you apples to apples learning. Same ad groups, different countries. A clean 4-6 cluster setup could be C1, India, C1 Anglosphere, USUCA, C1 Philippines, and optionally SGMY as SEA English. C1 Indonesia, only if you localize. C1 South Korea, only if you localize. C1 Prince George's County. If you tell me one thing, are your ads landing staying English only for now? Or are you open to localized versions? I'll tell you which of Indonesia, South Korea, Malaysia belong in the first wave versus later. Yes, but only if we're honest about what region targeting is doing for you here. For Campaign 1, vague what to watch searches, geography isn't about local culture. It's about where English search intent is strong enough that your ad copy lands cleanly, and where YouTube is already a default habit at scale. India, the cleanest first wave regions, English first, high signal. If your ads plus landing are English, start with metros and their surrounding corridors. India is massive, but language preference is not uniformly English. Indic language usage is extremely high, and a majority of urban users still report preferring Indic languages. Delhi NCR, Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, Bengaluru, Karnataka, Mumbai, Pune, Maharashtra, Hyderabad, Telangana, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. India, second ring, still strong, slightly noisier. These can work, but they tend to introduce more language variants and mixed intent. I'd add them after you have a control baseline from the metros. Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Kolkata, West Bengal, Jaipur, Rajasthan, Chandigarh, Tri-City, Chandigarh, Mohali, Panchkula, Kochi, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Simple India rationale you can reuse. YouTube reach in India is enormous, hundreds of millions, so the opportunity is real. But English-only ads perform best where English search is normal. Otherwise, you pay for curiosity clicks that don't turn into playlist depth. Metros concentrate English plus discovery behavior plus bandwidth in a way rural targeting won't, especially for CC0 queries. Africa, recommended English first countries. Then metro targets, I'd treat Africa as country first, metro second. Pick countries where English search is common and where YouTube ad reach is meaningfully present relative to the internet base. My top 4 to test. South Africa, Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town. YouTube ad reach is strong relative to the internet base. Kenya, Nairobi, Mombasa. Also strong YouTube ad reach relative to the internet base. Nigeria, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. Huge market, but expect more variants. Still worth it for scale learning. Ghana, Accra, Kumasi. Smaller, often cleaner signal than Nigeria. Good testing environment. What I would not do first, unless you localize. Arabic first markets like Egypt can be massive on YouTube, but English-only creative will underperform on comprehension. Francophone Africa, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire, etc. for the same reason. How to set it up so you don't confuse your results. Keep India metros as one cluster, or 2 clusters, Tier 1 versus Tier 2. Keep Africa as a separate cluster by country with metro targeting inside each. Same ad group, same keywords, different geo-clusters. That's how you learn fast without your own structure muddying the data. If you tell me which landing experience you're using for Campaign 1, YouTube channel playlists tab, a specific Start Here playlist, or a simple site page, I'll recommend the cleanest conversion metric to judge India versus Africa without being fooled by cheap clicks.
and he kind of left the Bitcoin community very early because he was just pissed off that it wasn't private enough.
So he was doing what you're saying is open source changes to Bitcoin, which everyone can verify. But what other engagement or interaction did he have other than that? Because I presume there'll be a lot of people who did the same thing through, is it Gift Hub you said?
Yeah, so if you want to suggest code, you can suggest improvement proposals, and you can write code and suggest it, and then it gets community reviewed, and then it has to go through a very comprehensive process of whether it gets adopted and whether people. So even if you suggest the most nefarious thing, you still got to get through all the community members, and I'm not sure how much of it. I'm not even sure if any of his code ever got implemented. But he was more of an advocate. He was at one stage kind of like the CEO, as in the face of Bitcoin. The BBC loved him because he was he gave Bitcoin kind of a bad name in terms of associating it with drugs and stuff and things like Silk Road. And so the media loved going there, and there was they would go into his what looked like a crack den and squat and stuff like that, and kind of associate it with Bitcoin.
Well, that answers my question, because what I was gonna ask was if he was just a random developer who was able to, as everybody else, suggest things, then why would Jeffrey Epstein want to contact him? Why would he uniquely want to contact him? But I guess your answer to that is that he ended up becoming like the face of it. He ended up getting notoriety through the media, and so hence why it logically makes sense that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to contact him. Is that right?
Yeah, if you were around in early 2011, then you would know Amir Taki, Gavin Andreessen, Hal Finney, who was behind the scenes but on the talk forums, and then enter someone like Roger Ver, who kind of, the face was Amir Taki, which gave a very bad face. Then Gavin Andreessen kind of started taking up more of the public persona. And then it turned into Roger Ver, who was the first articulate, kind of libertarian, but businessman, entrepreneur type person. And he kind of took the reins. I gave my very first BBC interviews I recorded all my conferences, but I did some BBC interviews around about 2012. Right. But prior to that, that's what you would have known. And so if you were Jeffrey Epstein and you wanted to figure out what was going on in Bitcoin, you would have contacted Amir Taki.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, in terms of going, and I do want to talk about the privacy element of it, because Bitcoin isn't private. And so you have seen a lot of development. As you mentioned, Amir Taki wanted to do it. But in addition to that, we saw the recent development of Zcash, which essentially was branded as a privacy coin that was built or developed in Tel Aviv. Actually, let me ask you now. So what was Jeffrey Epstein's connection to that?
Yeah, so if you look at the history, there's a bunch. So Bitcoin is pseudonymous, which means every transaction is public on a blockchain. It's not like you have a bank account so you can see the history of all your transactions. You can create a unique wallet for every transaction. And you can do things like CoinJoin to obfuscate transactions. And so people were really interested in things like CoinJoin and these different types of innovation to make transactions more private, even though it's pseudonymous. And so you don't know who anyone is, but every transaction is public on a blockchain, and you can't change that. And so then the focus from more of the hardcore activists that were involved in, things like purchasing drugs on Silk Road and more activities that were, part of more of a libertarian type of movement. You had Ross Ulbright, that we found out was someone called the Dread Pirate Robert, and he later was known and arrested for creating Silk Road. And Silk Road was where people started this marketplace where you could buy anything online. Now, what was quite interesting at the time is one of the very early TV appearances was when the FBI was talking about Silk Road and connecting it to buying drugs, and they would always portray it as an anonymous currency. And so it kind of became like people would use Silk Road thinking it's an anonymous currency. And that obviously created a real honeypot around this Silk Road website of people that were trying to purchase drugs online, but creating these immutable records and connecting it to the only exchange where you could buy Bitcoin, which was Mt. Gox at the time. But that's kind of a bit of the history that leads to that. But then you had people that wanted to create alternatives to Bitcoin that were more private. The first one was Darkcoin, that later became known as Dash. Then there was a movement to try and create another alternative, which today is Monero. And then later there was a company which was, who had people like Roger Ver invest in it. It had Barry Silbert invest in it, and Barry Silbert, his brother Alan Silbert. When I started advocating for Palestine, you can see on X, we always used to debate each other, because he obviously has a deep affiliation for Israel, and you can also see that an exchange. So his brother Alan Silbert created an exchange called INX. And INX had like these very questionable Israeli type of people. So I haven't seen publicly Barry Silbert ever talk about Israel, but his brother seems to advocate for Israel. And I've argued with him on X many times, and he ended up blocking me eventually because I was, dismantling some of his Hezbollah. So you could assume that Barry Silbert has guilty due to association from his brother, whether that's true or not. But you could say that there's a connection there. And so Barry Silbert funded Zcash, and then it relied upon an innovation called zero knowledge proof. What this meant is that you could send a transaction and it could be fully anonymous. And the kind of the development around this technology is deeply associated with Tel Aviv University. A lot of cryptography and various other things, and military grade encryption and various other stuff. It all tends to come from NSA, CIA, Department of Defense, Tel Aviv as well, the Israeli connection. So Zcash essentially, it relied upon a trusted setup, and what it required is some trusted people to say, initially, we're going to destroy this key. And if I'm getting the tech wrong, it doesn't matter. But the point is that there was a trusted setup, and one of the developers who I'm very skeptical of, he came around about 2014, is a guy called Peter Todd. If you look at his profile on X, he talks about advocating for a nuclear attack on Iran and various other things. So he and there were documentaries over time where they tried to claim he was Satoshi as well, but he came to the project a lot later. So Peter Todd was one of the people that you had to trust to destroy a part of the key in order to trust Zcash. And then people could send these zero knowledge transactions, but there was a tax on every transaction that went to a private corporation, a private company. And so, this was a very questionable project. It was connected to a company, and it was meant to be anonymous transactions. And then there was a trust element at the beginning, and then it's connected to all these kind of different technologies that came from Tel Aviv University. Jeffrey Epstein, anyway, it was confirmed from some of the emails, if we're to believe the emails, that he was one of the investors in that project. He showed this clear interest. Now, he may have been investing in everything he could, because that's kind of his strategy. You get access through investment, and then you try and compromise as you go further and further up the cycle. But he seemed to be heavily involved in Zcash as a project.
Yeah. Okay, so one question I've got for you, and then I'm going to come back because I've got a few more questions about the Epstein files and the links to Bitcoin. They are numerous. one of the questions, because you mentioned about the centralized nature and you're basically relying on Todd to basically destroy the key, which based on his background,
Zcash, not Bitcoin.
About Zcash, yeah, which is possible that he may not do it because he's not a honest broker, especially when you look at his view about what's happened in Gaza. But one of the arguments against Bitcoin is that although it's claimed to be decentralized, in fact it is actually centralized, and they talk about how a lot of the block production is basically geared into 4 specific mining pools. You've got Foundry USA, which has 30%, Antpool 18%, via BTC, which has 11%, FT Pool, which has 10%, which means that the top pools currently control 65% of all total hash power, and the top 5 over 75%. Does that not go against this idea of the decentralized nature of Bitcoin, and actually in the end it's become centralized?
Yeah, so you have to look at the entire architecture of Bitcoin, because what Bitcoin is it's lots of parts, and you just described one part, which is the mining pools. And together, when you plug all these different parts together, you have the most decentralized, thing or supercomputer that exists, as it were, for transacting value. But within it, you always have attack vectors of centralization. But in itself, just by controlling a large percentage of the mining pool, you can centralize to the degree that you just said, which I agree with those stats. There's mainly 4 large mining pools. And what these mining pools are, essentially, if you're a miner, you have to invest significant amount of money in hardware, infrastructure, electricity, and data centers, cooling, all sorts of stuff. It's a significant investment and operation. It was originally a laptop, then it was GPUs, and now it's dedicated, sophisticated data centers with ASICs. And when you're trying to mine, every new Bitcoins are created every 10 minutes. And if you're mining, you essentially receive a block reward for mining, but only one miner receives that block reward because it's rewarded every 10 minutes. And so what a mining pool is essentially everybody takes all of their computer power and they connect it to a mining pool so that everybody pulls together their mining power. And then every time they find a block and gets a reward, it's split across everybody that's contributing to that mining pool. So what this does is it normalizes out your revenue. So you can guarantee every 10 minutes you'll probably get a piece of Bitcoin, rather than waiting 5 years and only getting 10 blocks or something. And so the mining pool was a way for splitting and guaranteeing that every 10 minutes or so you start to get Bitcoin. So
here's what your seed list is really doing. It contains 6 distinct intent moods, plus 2 keywords that are structurally risky because they'll pull you into the wrong search universe. Also worth naming, even if you stick to phrase, Google can still match to same meaning, same intent, and close variants, and you can't opt out of that. So your protection comes from clean ad group boundaries and aggressive negatives, not from keyword formatting alone. 1. The intent clusters hiding inside your seeds. Generic, tell me what to watch, max CC0, highest openness. Boredom, staleness. Emotional friction, pre-diagnosis. Recommendation dissatisfaction. They're blaming recommendations, not yet algorithm. Discovery language. They are explicitly seeking novelty. This starts bleeding into campaign 2. Hidden gems, rabbit holes, exploration metaphors. Good fit for human curation. Algorithm frustration, soft awareness. Still usable in campaign 1, but keep isolated. 2 seeds that will poison campaign 1 if you don't isolate them. YouTube content ideas to watch. High risk of triggering creators searching for video ideas, content ideas, rather than viewers looking for things to watch. This is the #1 wrong audience magnet in the list. If you keep it, put it in its own ad group and add heavy negatives, see below. If you want pure CC0, remove it. Find new YouTube channels, underrated YouTube channels, best YouTube channels. These are creator discovery queries. They belong naturally in campaign 2, discover new content and creators, not in campaign 1's boredom interception. If you keep them in campaign 1, campaign 2 will get cannibalized and your reporting will lie. 3. Recommended campaign 1 ad group mapping using only your seeds. This keeps intent lanes pure and makes negatives easier later. Ad group A, what to watch, generic front door. What to watch on YouTube, what should I watch on YouTube, interesting things to watch on YouTube, good YouTube videos to watch, cool things to watch on YouTube, new things to watch on YouTube, best YouTube videos right now, note below. Boundary, I'm open, just point me somewhere. No diagnosis language. Note on best YouTube videos right now. This can skew toward trends news. If your library is timeless, your ad copy has to reframe right now into always something worth watching, or this keyword will drag you into freshness expectations you're not trying to meet. Ad group B, boredom and repetition, emotional friction. YouTube boredom, YouTube is boring, YouTube feels repetitive, same videos on YouTube. Boundary, I'm stuck without blaming a system. Ad group C, recommendation fatigue, complaint but still human scale, YouTube video recommendations. Tired of YouTube recommendations, YouTube showing same content, YouTube recommendations suck. Boundary, recommendations aren't helping me. This is the bridge from boredom to structure. Ad group D, discovery, viewer discovery language, not creators. YouTube discovery, discover new YouTube videos, hidden YouTube gems, YouTube rabbit holes. Boundary, they're explicitly seeking novelty but still thinking videos, not channels. Ad group E, algorithm frustration, soft awareness lane. YouTube algorithm sucks, YouTube stuck in loop. Boundary, keep this separate so the tone doesn't contaminate the softer CC0 groups. Ad group F, creator discovery spillover, optional but keep quarantined. If you insist on keeping these in campaign 1, isolate them so you can later migrate cleanly to campaign 2 without rewriting history. Find new YouTube channels, underrated YouTube channels, best YouTube channels. Boundary, this is no longer what to watch, it's who to follow. If you want campaign 1 to stay true CC0, move this entire ad group to campaign 2. 4. Negative keyword scaffolding, built from the risks in your seeds. This is the real lever for intent purity. Campaign level shared negatives prevents obvious junk, music, songs, playlist music, lyrics, kids for kids, cartoons, nursery, shorts, TikTok, reels, download, MP3 free download, live stream only if you don't want live intent traffic. Ad group specific negatives, for any containing channels, YouTubers, creators. Add negatives that block grow, start, make, how-to, ideas, content strategy, upload, subscribers, monetize, thumbnail, editing, SEO. For the content ideas keyword, if you keep it, you almost certainly need to negative out creator intent terms like ideas for my YouTube, video ideas, content calendar, niche, script, faceless, etc. And remember, negatives behave differently than positive match types, so you'll still be sculpting from the search terms report. 5. What this analysis implies structurally. Your list is strong for campaign 1 if you keep it viewer first. The moment you let channels, underrated best channels, live in campaign 1, you're functionally running campaign 2 inside campaign 1. The YouTube content ideas to watch keyword is either a dedicated experiment lane or a remove. There's no safe middle. If you tell me what your campaign 1 landing is, YouTube playlists tab, a single Start Here playlist, or a simple site page, I'll give you the cleanest conversion signal to optimize for so cheap clicks don't fool you.
what happens with the mining pools, if you take those, one of the largest ones is connected to a US company, and that's Digital Currency Group, which is a subsidiary called Foundry. That's connected to Barry Silbert. And then the other three are Chinese miners that were really very early on in the Bitcoin mining, which was predominantly done in China before there was kind of this massive movement of mining over to America. When China started to make Bitcoin mining illegal, even though they still mine today, there was a time when they had 60% of all the mining. Now it's got like 20%, and about 40% of it is in America. And so those mining pools, we have had moments when one of the mining pools that doesn't even really exist today, called ghash.io, started to get close to 50% of all the miner, all of the mining hash power. The second it got there, you have a public campaign to explain the risk, and everybody starts reallocating their hash power to another miner. And what has been invented like quite recently is more mining pools where you can still have this centralized distribution, but everyone can have their own environment, called Oasis Pool. All this to say, I know it's very geeky, that while there are 4 major mining pools, it's trivial to move your power from one to the other. And there's new mining pools, which creates way more distributed, environments within a mining pool. And so that is a source of centralization with innovation that makes it more decentralized, and a trivial way that if this becomes a centralization risk, you can just move your mining over to another mining pool.
Understood. Now, going back to the Epstein files, one of the releases, and there's quite a few elements of it, one of the releases suggests that Israel, through Epstein, was paying 60% of Bitcoin core developers. And so they had them on the salary and essentially had control over the larger part of Bitcoin. And this was through a release that happened yesterday. What's your thoughts or views on that?
Okay, so the history of Bitcoin funding. So originally, the Bitcoin developers used to just put up a QR code, and anyone could send some Bitcoin, and it was more like a buy me a coffee in an anonymous, a pseudonymous environment. And that wasn't good enough. So because it wasn't giving developers enough stable revenue, I invested in a company called BitPay that later Peter Thiel invested in via Founders Fund, like a couple of years later. But I did a lot of the early rounds before all the VCs came in. The BitPay basically said, I'll fund the development. And so this company did it. At that time, it was kind of like creating the PayPal or Bitcoin, allowing businesses to accept Bitcoin easily and convert it to dollars. And then the Bitcoin community thought, no, this is too risky. This is one company funding developers. And so the solution that came out was a bunch of companies, and more companies came along, got together and created the Bitcoin Foundation, which was a not-for-profit foundation that had a bunch of board members. And those board members were people like, the CEO of Mt. Gox, Mark Cabellis, the CEO of BitInstant, Charlie Shrem, John Matonis, Bruce Fenton, who often comes up on spaces that we participate in, and Roger Ver as well. Basically, the big characters that wanted to publicly represent Bitcoin at the time.
So Bruce was one of the early guys.
Bruce Fenton, yeah, I mean, he's OG. Yeah, Bruce Fenton's been around for a very long time. Yeah, and he's still coming up at the spaces, like still helping people out.
Yeah. So sorry, you were saying. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries. And so yeah, these people made up the Bitcoin Foundation. Now, this is when I think there was deliberate operations to try and infiltrate the Bitcoin Foundation. And so people would contribute to the Bitcoin Foundation, and everyone would complain and shout at it. It's like you have this foundation that's more decentralized than just BitPay paying, but everyone could contribute, and every Bitcoiner would give some money, like on a donation basis, and it would fund the developers. But as you have humans involved, you've got a centralized attack pool now. And so I think it was attacked through a guy called Brock Pierce, who joined the board.
Right.
And Brock Pierce, in the Epstein files, it was confirmed that he had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, he came at it from a couple of ways. Firstly, he created a venture capital fund that would start one of the very first formal venture capital funds. Myself and Max Kaiser created one called Bitcoin Capital, and he created one called Blockchain Capital. He would essentially be investing in any of the Bitcoin companies that he could find at the time. And Blockchain Capital is still around today. It's had multiple rounds. They've booted Brock Pierce off. They've tried to disassociate with Brock Pierce. But if you look at Brock Pierce's background, he had but firstly, his early career was he was a child actor in Hollywood. And we know how Hollywood as an industry is in general in terms of operations, just like Jeffrey Epstein's. And he was also somebody that blew up a company during the dot-com boom and bust. He was meant to go public. And during that time, there were allegations from miners, a miner that he settled with that made accusations around, sexual crimes. I don't want to mess up YouTube right now. You get the idea. And so he had that background. Now, his crimes went away. I think there was something, I could be getting things wrong of this, but this is just from memory. So he had a very questionable background, but he kind of, through financing, tried to overwhelm people because it was impossible to get financing at that time. There was, the first venture capitalist that came along. And so he, at this time, got on the board of Bitcoin Foundation because he had money and he was the only one that really had money at that time. And he was involved in several things. He's a very important character, I think, here in understanding what happened. The story is that then later, the Bitcoin Foundation went through financial stress because there was loads of controversy. So one by one, all the board members got involved in controversy. Bruce Fenton, I haven't seen controversy around that time, but Charlie Schwem got taken down, arrested for supporting transactions to Silk Road. We also had Mt. Gox, an exchange that went bust very famously. It had 70% of all the Bitcoin. It was systemically an important exchange. The interesting story about that is it was run by a guy called Mark Capellas, and everyone thinks he's the founder of Mt. Gox. He was on the board of the Bitcoin Foundation. He actually bought the exchange from a guy called Jeb McCaleb. And Jeb McCaleb he created the exchange. It was the reason it's called Mt. Gox. It was Magic the Gathering online exchange because it was for trading Magic the Gathering trading cards. And he repurposed it into a Bitcoin exchange because there was no price for Bitcoin at the time. People were just sending it. There was no way of, buying it. You had to mine it and send it to each other, and there was no price. And so he repurposed it into this exchange, and then he sold it to Mark Capellas. Now, this guy is interesting because he created the two cryptocurrencies. One was called XRP Ripple, and the other was called XLM Stellar. And this essentially became, the banksters operation with Ripple trying to disrupt Swift and stuff. But there was 80,000 Bitcoin missing. So he bought it without disclosing to Mark Capellas that the Bitcoin were missing. And so he ended up with this exchange that was missing 80,000 Bitcoin. And a bot was developed that pushed the price of Bitcoin from, like, when I got involved, it was $3 in 2011. But it pushed it up to like $1,000 or something. And so he ended up with this ginormous hole where he owed all this Bitcoin. The Bitcoin was missing. And it was just this, and there were hacks and various other things. Now, Mark Capellas, once the exchange got hacked and it got shut down because it was bankrupt, he actually blamed rather than saying what happened at the exchange, he blamed it on Bitcoin itself and said it was malicious code. So he tried to discredit Bitcoin by blaming the exchange on Bitcoin itself. That was one of the. And now, what's really interesting is at the same time, if you look at the emails, one of the emails we got was between Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein in 2014, where they were talking about whether they're ready to start the campaign to tarnish Bitcoin. And so everything went wrong in 2014, and Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were communicating on, is this part of the campaign to discredit Bitcoin? Sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but something along those lines. You can find the exact wording. And this is in 2014 when Brock Pierce came along. You had the bankruptcy of the Bitcoin Foundation. You had the taking out of various board members. You had Mt. Gox get hacked and go bust. You had them blaming Bitcoin the code. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong in 2014. It was like the most disastrous year for Bitcoin. And that was the year that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were trying to, essentially, they were communicating on, yeah, people don't know whether it's a currency or a unit of account or a median of exchange. So at the same time, Brock Pierce, via however he was funded, and I think his covert mechanisms, managed to get funding into $3 million into Coinbase.
Right.
He also managed to get funding into, not Brock Pierce, Brock Pierce would introduce to Blockstream. And Blockstream was a company that when the Bitcoin Foundation went bust, they kind of they took a bunch of the developers and put it into a corporate structure. And that one of those people was not a Bitcoin developer, but a Bitcoin architect guy that was advising on systems called Adam Back. So to put this all together, you had funding into Blockstream that took a bunch of the developers into a centralized company. You then had money going into Coinbase that was one of the important companies that later got venture capital funding and, all these different large companies. Then Brock Pierce also funded a developer to create a new project called Realcoin. And Realcoin was a really strange project to us at the time because it basically was a blockchain dollar that existed as a token on top of Bitcoin. And it was later rebranded to be called Tether. And so then he sold that project, Tether, to a company called Bitfinex. And so this was the introduction of Tether, which was essentially the project that now, if you go right forward to today, is involved in Clarity Act, Genius Act, creating a digital dollar, integration into Peter Thiel's Palantir, Elon Musk's social credit score. So it tells you in 2014, there seemed to be a very deliberate operation to use Bitcoin as a gateway drug onto a digital dollar. And so this is, what I think one of the plans was. And the communication between Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein was saying, yeah, the Bitcoin people are a bit crazy. They don't know whether it's a currency, median of exchange, unit of account, store of value. They're very confused. And Peter Thiel said, is this part of the, operation, whatever it may be? So that's how I interpret this. So all of the apparatus was set up in that 2014 to try and infiltrate Bitcoin as many ways as possible.
Just one question on that, Simon. You mentioned Bitcoin Foundation, and you've kind of detailed various aspects of it. One of the people in the Epstein files, I believe, is someone called by the name of Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon apparently is also was involved in Bitcoin Foundation, and that was another means by which allegedly Epstein.
Jamie Dimon's the CEO of JP Morgan.
Okay, and so is he? Sorry,
I think that would be a fake one. Is that authenticated?
So what the claim is that Epstein was funding the Bitcoin Foundation and coordinating with Jamie Dimon and many of the large banks to position BTC is basically it.
Yeah, that sounds like narrative on top of the story. What we do know from Epstein And remember, there's a bunch of red herrings and people putting out fake screenshots and stuff.
They are for sure.
Yeah. But Jamie Dimon is the CEO of JP Morgan. We do know that Epstein was, I believe, using allegedly Brock Pierce in order to funnel money and blockchain capital into infrastructure. There's no evidence that that was connected to banks or Jamie Dimon at that stage. And if I see any, then I'll look at it, but I haven't seen any. I can tell you what came next, though.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
So at this point, we had the discrediting of all of the board members one by one in the Bitcoin Foundation, and it was left with a guy who kind of the two people that were left. Everyone stepped down or left or resigned or whatever, but it was left with Brock Pierce and John Matonis. John Matonis kind of was the last man standing, like the chairman, and Brock Pierce still hung around. Then we had the handover from Bitcoin Foundation to MIT, the college and the innovation lab within MIT. So around 2015, I think it was, maybe the timeline's a bit off. MIT essentially started creating, Jeffrey Epstein funded into MIT. And then MIT created a new offshoot called DCI, Digital Currency Initiative. And the Digital Currency Initiative took 3 of the core developers and gave some funding to those 3 core developers. Blockstream had offshoot at this time, and it started raising finance. One of their investors was Jeffrey Epstein via a digital garage, and the CEO was a guy called Adam Back. And Adam Back, in the files that we've seen right now, he confirmed on X that he did take that money. It was $500,000 into Blockstream. And there was also confirmation that a guy called Andy Back was on one of the Epstein Islands.
Right.
And then there was another confirmation email that the co-founders of Blockstream, and one of them, Adam Back, they had the name Adam Back, and his co-founders were with flight, confirmations that it was arranged that they'll be going to the island. Adam Back, at this stage, has not confirmed whether he went to the island, but the emails imply that was arranged and he did go.
So, sorry, just continue.
Yeah, so there you got Blockstream, and then you've got a Bitcoin Foundation, which kind of is moved over to this digital currency initiative. And this digital currency initiative funded 3 of the core developers. And then a bunch of developers were in Blockstream. So you could look at those different offshoots. And then you had this covert structure with Brock Pierce. And what did Brock Pierce do? He had Blockchain Capital, a VC. He had Tether, that then was passed on to Bitfinex. And then we had the PSYOP of all PSYOPs, which was John Matonis, who was the chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation that was just a skeleton at this stage.
Right.
He used the credibility of Bitcoin Foundation, the remnants of it, now that everyone had been taken out, to introduce who he said was Satoshi Nakamoto and revealed it to the world. And he introduced Dr. Craig Wright. And Dr. Craig Wright claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto. And then Gavin Andreessen, one of the developers, he came out. He wasn't part of he wasn't part of Blockstream. But Gavin Andreessen, I believe he was one of the developers that was funded via the Digital Currency Initiative. I may have got that one wrong. People can fact check that. I'm just doing this off memory. So I think he was one of the 3 developers, but they'll let me know if that's wrong. But anyway, he then lied on BBC and national TV and at this conference, saying that he had cryptographic, indisputable evidence that Dr. Craig Wright controlled the Satoshi wallets, and he cryptographically proved it. Now, what that means is that essentially the Satoshi wallets, there was 1 million Bitcoin mined. Only those that have the keys can prove, if you have the keys, you can prove indisputable that you can control those keys just by sending a message on the chain. And Gavin Andresen lied and said that that happened. Dr. Craig Wright recently went to prison for lying in court and manufacturing PDFs to prove that he was Satoshi Nakamoto. Now, this implies to me, I always thought, is this guy just a psychopath? To me, it sounds like he had no choice. Like, he sent himself to prison, like, went to that right till the end on that lie, as if he had no choice but to do it. So anyway, so you had Gavin Andresen, John Matonis, and then he took some of the influential characters at the time that then publicly said, yes, I think this is Satoshi. Now, at this time, I was at a conference. I can't remember where it was. I think it was in Mexico or somewhere. And I was speaking. I would speak every year at the annual conferences. The early ones in 2013 were organized by the Bitcoin Foundation. One of them was in Netherlands, and then I think the next one was in Mexico, if I remember correctly. There was one in UK. But at that conference, Brock Pierce, who looks like he was under the influence, made it out like it was really urgent that I speak to him. And so I spoke to him, and he spent probably 2.5 hours, like definitely under the influence, trying to persuade me that Dr. Craig Wright was Satoshi Nakamoto and that I should publicly, put my support behind him. So I know, not through any of these emails, but from my personal experience, he seemed very invested in getting everyone to believe that behind the scenes, that Dr. Craig Wright was Satoshi Nakamoto. And at that point, Roger Ver came out and said that he thought it, and he was a big voice. Now, what did that do? This is when, at the same time, one of the ASIC manufacturers in China was a company called Bitmain. And Bitmain got funding from Sequoia Capital, a large venture capitalist at the time. And they created a version of Bitcoin that was called Bitcoin ABC. And they publicly said, if you don't change Bitcoin to have bigger blocks, then we're going to fork off and create a new version of Bitcoin that was later called Bitcoin Cash. And so there was an attempt to create a digital dollar, discredit and infiltrate Bitcoin, and create an alternative, multiple alternatives to Bitcoin. And so all of this was a divide and conquer strategy to fracture the community more and more and more and take people off in different directions. And then we entered into this massive civil war in Bitcoin that looked like a military operation where we were all on the same team, and then everyone fractured off into different parts. And then you had the big blockers and the small blockers and the people that believed via Blockstream that we should invest in Layer 2, which is an innovation to scale Bitcoin in a different way. And then Blockstream started creating all that technology. And later created a federated network for banks to launch tokens on top of Bitcoin that could essentially be central bank digital currencies and all sorts of stuff. So you can see that this all fractured all over the place round about 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 phase. And you can connect it all to those different, trying to get in all those different networks.
That makes sense. Now, going back to the Epstein files, I've got a couple of more questions for you, Simon. The first one is, obviously, in the Epstein files, Jeffrey Epstein claims that he knew the founder of Bitcoin. So the question to you is, and I'll read it out, did Epstein know Satoshi Nakamoto? He says, quote, I've spoken to some of the founders of Bitcoin who are very excited. So was he talking about Satoshi, or who was he talking about?
I checked that one, and I don't think it's actually in the actual files. So I don't think it's. I don't think that's an authenticated email. But I don't know. What was the date of it? Was it 2009?
So the claim is, and I'm not double checked the file. It says the file is EFTA 008154445. In terms of the specific email, is 2016. He sent an email to Rafat, is it Alsbag, and Aziza Al Ahmadi, which is the same. I believe she's the UAE based Saudi woman. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I've seen a bunch of really weird emails that look like spoof. Like, for example, one of the characters is a guy that's always on TV. He's like a bit of is a guy called Anthony Pompliano. And there was an email where like he was claiming he emailed Jeffrey Epstein, or someone that said he was him, emailed Jeffrey Epstein and said, I'm a member of the IRGC and you should give me $10,000. I've got a blackmail operation. And then he forwarded it to the FBI. So, I mean, 2016 saying he knows who Satoshi is. Maybe he does. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one. So I haven't. But if it's authentic, then yeah, you got to also look at the actual, whether the emails are there. Would Jeffrey Epstein know who Satoshi Nakamoto is? I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that. And so if there's something that comes out, I have my own opinion who Satoshi Nakamoto is. I think it was a guy called Len Sassaman.
Right.
And so we'll see.
Why do you think it was Len Sassaman?
So my understanding of the origin story is it came from David Chom, who created DigiCash, and DigiCash was shut down and taken out because it was centralized. And so round about this time, we got after that, we had the white paper launched. And one of the early developers was, Len Sassaman. All of the different evidence around timing, social media posts, his connection to Europe, because it wasn't really in American time zones and various other things. Pretty much, I think there's the most compelling evidence that Len Sassaman, and he also was, well, the official story is that he committed suicide, and that coincides exactly with the time frame that Satoshi Nakamoto left the project. And Gavin Andreessen said, one of the early developers, that he was going to meet the CIA. Then Satoshi Nakamoto said, I don't want to be anything to do with this. That was a time when WikiLeaks was also starting to use Bitcoin after the financial blockade. And then Len Sassaman he said he committed suicide. I think I question whether it was a suicide. I don't want to be disrespectful to the family, but he was taken out, and then later Hal Finney also died of natural causes. Apparently, is the allegations. I think these two had the private keys.
So you who were the two? Len Sassaman, and who was the second person?
Len Sassaman and Hal Finney.
Hal Finney. So I mean, just to kind of say, you believe that Len Sassaman was Satoshi Nakamoto, possibly based on what you're theorizing. The CIA kind of wanted access to him and or his wallets, and then they took him out. Possibly.
That's a possibility. Yeah, you got to draw a few connections, but I think the case of why he's Satoshi Nakamoto, there's lots of videos out there that people have done the full analysis of every post and the timing of social media and the linguistic analysis and various other things, the timing of his suicide relative to Satoshi leaving the project.
Understood. But why would the CIA want to take him out if, according to your view, it was the CIA who developed Bitcoin?
Well, it was open sourced, and DigiCash wasn't open sourced. And it was, whether it was created as it was meant to be a honeypot with a closed source backdoor, but Len Sassaman open sourced it, and the design was open source.
Right.
And I'm not sure it was meant to be the way it was actually designed, where you couldn't have a backdoor. And so later, I think the project became a gateway drug for a CBDC, which was how they pivoted their operation. But if it wasn't open sourced and the design wasn't done with nodes and a distributed supercomputer, then this could have been just like DigiCash, you know, an operation and a honeypot with a backdoor.
So you're basically saying that in your view, the CIA creates it, they don't plan to make it open source. What happens is he gets involved and he essentially makes it open source, which wasn't the original intention of the CIA. And then what happens is Sassaman becomes the reason why it's open source. And then we've got the current version of the Bitcoin we have. The CIA then want to get basically into a conversation with Sassaman or maybe get him under control or whatever it is. He refuses and somehow he allegedly has a suicide, is basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and all of those developers, you can see that they, you know, they had connections to being called in by intelligence, and there's evidence around all of it, and Gavin Andreessen as well. And then you had basically the Satoshi Nakamoto saying, "I'm leaving the project," when Gavin Andreessen confirmed to Satoshi that he's going to meet the CIA and present what Bitcoin is. And so all of this is, again, you have to connect a few dots. I can't prove that. That's just my experience of what I think happened. I couldn't prove it to you. But it's the story that makes the most amount of sense to me.
Well, that was actually my second question, was whether Epstein was Satoshi, but you've kind of answered that already. Now, in terms of from a crypto perspective, Bitcoin perspective, what's the kind of biggest takeaway you've got from the release of the Epstein files?
That there were multiple attempts to try and infiltrate. And to me, it just confirms that, you know, Bitcoin, firstly, that Bitcoin resisted all these attempts. There were compromises all along the way. But at every level, we still ended up with a structural design that no single person can control. And so for me, Brock Pierce, I think we got the confirmation that he was the character that I suspected he was. And how many different attempts there were. I also think that everyone's taking their narrative. As the community factioned off into parts, some said, "I believe in Adam back." And so you've got the community that are kind of defending that line. Then you got people that believe blocks should have been big and they ended up with Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV. Everyone's using it as evidence for their narrative rather than taking the full picture that you can see every part was infiltrated. So the people over here are saying, look, Adam back, he was on the island, it's pedo coin, right?
Right.
People over here, you know, I think there's a clear story that the fake Toshi was an op. You know? And in the end, what did we get? Well, we got what we're having today, which is Peter Thiel, AI Palantir, David Sachs, stable coins, and then Elon Musk with social credit scores.
Yeah.
And the mechanism that is being pitched to solve the American debt crisis is programmable money and a stable coin. And so there's a Q-tard op right now to make people believe that Trump is taking on the Federal Reserve and the system, and the end result is you're going to have programmable Orwellian 1984 version of the dollar, and Genius Act ensures that the banks end up with all the power in it anyway. And so you can see these psyops where they've manufactured consent with the Q-tards and the MAGA-tards to believe that Trump's taken down the Fed. The legislation is just moving us to this, you know, this massive police and surveillance state. And Bitcoin was the gateway drug. And now you can discredit Bitcoin by pointing there. You can discredit Bitcoin by pointing over here. But really, you're pushing everyone over to this stable coin. And then you're trying to, and then there was one major operation, which you have to connect a few dots. But what came next after MIT, there was a digital currency initiative. And that was headed up by a guy called Gary Gensler. And Gary Gensler ended up being the head and chair of the SEC. Gary Gensler is in the Epstein files in terms of connections, nothing damning, but conversations. They were introduced, they were connected. The new head of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Wallace, he's also similar types of connections, nothing damning, but similar things. You can see these people know each other or were connected to each other. And then what did Gary Gensler do? Well, he ended up becoming the chair of the SEC. Now, nobody in our industry, it seems like Jeffrey Epstein was able to get a meeting, but there was only one person that was able to get a meeting, despite the fact that Coinbase was the largest company, all these different companies, but no one could get a meeting with the SEC. There was only one person, Sam Bankman-Fried. So Sam Bankman's SBF was the only person that got a meeting, and he was, through his connections, which is on the board, was the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which is essentially the law firm involved in Mossad, CIA, all sorts of stuff. And FTX was drafting the legislation for what later became known as Clarity Act today, under Biden and now under Trump. And so you can see this different thing. So what happened under Gary Gensler? Well, there was also other operations. One of the ops that I was involved in is Celsius. And Celsius, I had money on Celsius. I invested because I invested in many of the different companies. And this was the last company I invested in when I said I'm out and I'm divesting from everything. And I'm just keeping Bitcoin in self-custody. This was my last one. Now, when you look at Celsius, it was a multi-billion-dollar Ponzi scheme. And FTX was another one of those as well. FTX's board and connections, these are higher up connections to, the college circuit, elites in law firms, really an elite circle that had SBF as the front person. But also Alex Mashinsky was the front person for Celsius. Behind the scenes, you had offices in Israel. You had a custody acquisition called GK8, which was an Israeli custody company. You had his co-founder, Daniel Leone, is now has got an AI startup with their customer being the Prime Minister's Office of Israel. You had his wife, who became head of social media for the IDF and pushed out propaganda to end UNRWA. And take out, UNRWA by connecting it that the UN was part of October the 7th. She was the head of lending at Celsius. And you had all of these different connections. And one of the things that led to some of the loss, that led to Alex Mashinsky trying to make up the loss and trading and all sorts of stuff, was a hack from a company called Bancor Dow. And Bancor Dow, the shareholders, the major shareholders, were the niece and nephew of Benjamin Netanyahu. So you had a hack that led to a catastrophic loss. You had reckless processes. And you had a team of IDF-connected propagandists and AI cybersecurity and, Israeli-connected shills. Now, Alex Mashinsky was the only one that went to prison. He went down for 12 years. He took 650,000 victims with him, wiped out the savings of billions of dollars. And the SEC, in the court case, was communicating with Alex Mashinsky and Celsius for 2 years during the court documents. And I know that because I read every court document, 4,000 different court documents over 2 years I read. Most people would never read all this stuff, so they wouldn't know. But the SEC knew about this, and there were ongoing investigations, but it was still allowed to go from a small Ponzi scheme to a $25 billion Ponzi scheme. And so to me, there was a compromised network at the SEC level. And the idea was to discredit the industry, crash the price of Bitcoin down to $15,000 from a high of $70,000, and then one by one allow BlackRock to approve the Bitcoin ETF. Suddenly you had Michael Saylor appear, who revived this old zombie, 2008 company, and to get as much Bitcoin as possible, lever it up with as much debt as possible, and centralize as much Bitcoin as possible. And then Cantor Fitzgerald and Howard Lutnick suddenly come along and start going out to all the people like Adam Back saying, why don't you take all of your Bitcoin and put it in a company, and then we can issue you some loans against it. And did the same with Jack Mallers and Strike, and started creating all of these Bitcoin treasury companies by trying to co-opt Bitcoiners and get them to just lever up with debt. And just all the business was the most stupid concept that Michael Saylor came up with, which was have a public company, issue debt, sell equity, and buy Bitcoin. So it's just this stupid vehicle of taking Bitcoin that people had in self-custody and making them put it in custody. It all ended up in Coinbase that Jeffrey Epstein invested in the seed round. You connect all of these dots together, and if someone that lived through it, and then you start looking at other operations. Now, me and you, Solomon, we met for the first time on Mario's space.
Yeah.
That space was when SBF came up, and Peter Thiel came up and told everyone to take their money out of the crypto-friendly bank, Silicon Valley Bank. Bill Ackman came up and was trying to tell everyone that we'll buy the bank for a dollar if the Fed agrees and FDIC agrees to bail out the banks. And the bank executives at Signature and Silvergate said they're fine. They didn't need the money, but they all got wiped out. And so the three crypto-friendly banks, and then Peter Thiel comes along and says, I'm creating a Bitcoin bank. And suddenly Trump introduces the legislation that allows banks to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And then you get Clarity Act that allows JP Morgan to get favorable terms in issuing Federal Reserves and creating stable coins. And then you have a covert CBDC via, this act. And then Trump says, we're going to have a Bitcoin strategic reserve. But the language that he uses in the Bitcoin strategic reserve was that we can confiscate Bitcoin and put it as a strategic reserve. And who did he pardon? He pardoned CZ from Binance, Russ Albright, and co-opted Tether. And remember, Bitfinex got hacked for 120,000 Bitcoin. They're now on the American Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Russ Albright, his Bitcoin are on the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. But somehow, after he was pardoned, there was like a $13 million transaction where a bunch of Bitcoin showed up on his wallets. All of these different transactions are happening with the Gulf states. And CZ only went to prison for 4 months, but he agreed to hand over the compliance department to the American government and the Department of Justice, who got access to all of the data and then started freezing people's funds in Palestine, in Turkey, in Lebanon, on request of Israel. And so clearly to me, there was a covert operation to centralize as much Bitcoin as possible, get people onto Tether, confuse people with shitcoins that were all funded by Silicon Valley. All of these different, meme coin, like casinos, all funded by Peter Thiel's funding. All of this gambling that's happening, with Polymarket, suddenly Peter Thiel and his funds start getting in. And you can see that there is, at the highest level, an operation to just create this crypto casino, degenerate gambling, everyone on a surveillance state, stable coin, seize people's Bitcoin to build a Bitcoin strategic reserve rather than buying them.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration is calling it, we're going to make America great again by making it crypto capital of the world. In the meantime, all of the crypto companies, none of them are in America. They're all in Dubai. They're all in British Virgin Islands. They're all in like Cayman Islands. They're all in El Salvador and stuff in the tax neutral jurisdictions. So it's a massive psyop, like when you connect the dots together.
And I think that's why what you say is extremely important, which is to have Bitcoin in self-custody. You mentioned how Saylor has essentially leveraged Bitcoin and made it into something that is debt-ridden. You also have, for example, as you mentioned, Coinbase, which is a centralized exchange, which basically has control over your Bitcoin and has control over your assets. And the same with a lot of these trading.
And all of the Bitcoin from the Bitcoin ETFs, they're all using Coinbase, with the exception of a few. So they've got billions of, we're talking this massive honeypot of Bitcoin there.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I think the only way you would have anything that would be where you would have complete control over would be either self-custody Bitcoin or physical gold or silver. So I'm with you on that. But Simon,
and there's an advantage when you self-custody, and I'll leave that, because when you self-custody, you run a node. And when you run a node, you verify your own transactions. And so I know that's geeky, but the elites still want the exit, which is Bitcoin in self-custody, where you run your own nodes. And anyone else can have that as well. They can't stop you from doing it. But what they do want to do is they want to control the price, make you sell your Bitcoin or borrow against your Bitcoin, get you trading and leveraging shitcoins, because they want to suck up as much of the Bitcoin as possible. And the elites will be using it in self-custody. And so the real movement here is, I believe that we are witnessing an operation to say that Bitcoin is pedo coin created by Jeffrey Epstein, and it's Israel and Mossad, because they're taking the half-truths of all these centralized attack vectors, but we still have the largest, most distributed supercomputer around countries all around the world. We still have 25,000 people running nodes that anyone can run. We still have the ability to hold Bitcoin in self-custody. And what they want is for you to borrow against your Bitcoin, so that essentially Howard Lutnick and his sons, and Donald Trump and his sons, and Steve Witkoff and his sons, that have created an infrastructure, can engage in market manipulation to take your Bitcoin, so that they end up with it, centralizing it, and then they can use it to manipulate the short-term price of Bitcoin as well. So you don't have the freedom, but they still want the freedom.
Yeah, they want the freedom and the control. Simon, first of all, obviously, really appreciate you. You're a close friend of mine. Where can people find you? You're on X. On X, it's Simon Dixon Twit, right? Yeah. And that's you find you on X. And on YouTube, it's Simon Dixon 21, I believe, right?
Yeah, at Simon Dixon 21. But if you put Simon Dixon in, you'll find a 15-year-old YouTube channel where I've documented this whole journey from before Bitcoin, from the monetary reform days. And then every week I do a real geeky breakdown like this of everything that happened this week in macroeconomics, geopolitics, and Bitcoin and tech, but just focus on monetary flows rather than anything else.
Well, first of all, your channel is very informative, and I've learned quite a lot, especially from the crypto aspect and the financial aspect from you. So I definitely recommend people following your channel, Simon Dixon 21, where you do a very detailed explanation once a week on Fridays, and also your X page, which is a Simon Dixon Twit, where you tweet and really give up-to-date information. But is there anywhere else anyone can find you, Simon? Because you're a man of all fields.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into decentralized social media. I'm still find myself on X, but I'm on Nostr. At some point, we're going to have to get over there if you use Nostr. You can look me up over there. And those are the two platforms. But if everything goes wrong, I back everything up at simondixon.com and created an infrastructure in case I get cancelled. And of course, I regularly join Suleiman Spaces. We both took a stand on, we were on the top stages on Spaces, like that's where we met with all these SPF operations and stuff. And we clearly saw a bias that was forming on X Spaces. And so we forked off, and took the unpopular thing of supporting Palestine at the time. which is now the popular view. But, you know, and so I decided to join Suleiman Spaces, you know, so I regularly contribute there because I don't want to support the Zio propaganda.
Yeah, and you're there daily, so people get your real life knowledge and information every day. And we are now the biggest spaces. So I really appreciate you, Simon. And thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. And we'll probably get to do this again when there's more news about Bitcoin, because according to you, they're trying to take you boys out. So there's going to be more attack vectors. Appreciate you as always.
Yeah, and I recommend any of Suleiman's interviews with Ryan Dawson or any of his documentaries and stuff, because, you know, that's where I really learned this Epstein stuff from. And then I kind of combined it with my own experience. But, you know, it's really important to understand this stuff. So thank you for everything you've done, Suleiman, as well. It's been a wild couple of years since being involved in this cause. And I think we're all smarter for it at the end. So just want to show some appreciation for your work as well.
Well, much love to you as well, Simon. I think you've been a juggernaut, and you've basically really helped people over these last few years. And I know we're going to be working on other projects as well in the future. So appreciate you as always, Simon. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, awesome. Hope you enjoyed that interview. I do want to say, if you're just tuning in now, make sure you go to the beginning in the intro and go back to this as well, because I did make some corrections, you know, over people that have contacted me since in order to clarify their position. But I hope you enjoyed that, and we will keep sharing this journey. For those of you that want to dig deeper, head over to simondixon.com, and I did do a very long blog specifically on whether the CIA created Bitcoin and who is Satoshi Nakamoto. And I also did very specific long documentaries on and blog posts referring to other people's work as well, on whether Trump is blackmailed by Epstein, and it goes through the whole history, and Epstein before Epstein and the different mafia circles as well. Also, a long documentary that Ryan Dawson did that I mentioned on 9/11. I put a version of that on my blog, where it's a blog post around from 9/11 to the White House, and combine that with my own analysis as well. And also, I did several interviews on Jeffrey Epstein and Bitcoin, which you can all find on my blog as well. Now, what I really want you to understand is that it's only when you get the nuance of the structure of Bitcoin, how you realize that, look, people can criticize it and people can say all these, point to these problems, but that in itself is just pointing to one part of the structure rather than the complete holistic structure that's been said, that's been created here. And we ain't going to get another one. Like, we have seen multiple times the psyops to try and fork off Bitcoin, create a cheaper, faster, better version. And we've still only got one network that has, you know, and it has pockets of issues and centralization. But the whole time, this has been an open source boardroom where whenever we find compromise, we attack it, and people, things change. And that's the whole concept of an anti-fragile network. Nothing else is like it. Everything, you know, there is not going to be another one like this. And so when someone criticizes one part of centralization, you just have to ask the question, what is more decentralized and more secure? And I can tell you there's nothing out there. And so people talk about the only way to exit the system is with cash. I agree, we cash. But what is cash? It is inflated fiat currency. And so it's great for short-term opt-out, but what are you going to do with your savings? Well, then you're like, well, it's gold in self-custody. And I agree. I like cash, I like gold, and I think they are all genuine opt-outs. But try and store gold at scale where you can cross a border and you can spend it. What happens is you end up with a gold IOU that someone else stores, or a digital currency version of gold, which is a token on top of a gold IOU that somebody else is storing. And so at the moment, everyone's trying to get their gold because we had this massive run up and then we had a big correction, and the world is changing and switching to a multipolar world order. Try and get your physical gold. You can't get it, because if everyone gets it, the gold doesn't exist, just like with a bank. And just like eventually we will see a self-custody story with Bitcoin. I've seen it time and time again. Whether you were in Mt. Gox, whether you were in the Bitfinex hack, whether you were in FTX, whether you were receiving yield through Celsius, whether you're now trusting the Epstein financial institutions in order to think that they're more credible in order to do the exact same thing that they did before, but this time with the institutions that can privatize the gain and socialize the losses through bailouts. And that is the psyops. We are in one battle, and the only battle is, and this is how to judge people, because we've always been in this open source boardroom, is the message that they're pitching me in the community leading to centralization or decentralization? And so right now, people will ask me, well, where do you stand on Bitcoin Core versus NOTs, for example? Because what happened, as soon as people started questioning core developers, another competing implementation comes along, and those that are running nodes can decide which implementation to run. That creates resistance against core. And we've already started to see, as a result of these revelations, some people are handing over their commit access on the GitHub repo, and some people are leaving. And so this is how the project works. You have these controversies and compromises, and if they weren't trying to compromise the network, we'd have a serious problem, because it's the only network that people care about in the whole crypto thing, because they created all of the Silicon Valley money printing shit coins in the crypto market and all the different psyops. But the fact that they're trying to compromise is why we need to draw attention to it. And once we draw attention to it, the anti-fragile network changes. And so in analyzing whether someone's a good actor or a bad actor, I look at Adam Back, Luke Dash Jr., for example. Now, these people could be compromised, may not be compromised. I don't know. I've got my opinions about it, and I shared some of my opinions. But what is Adam Back's actions doing today relative to what his actions were before? Before, he was a cypherpunk focused on a decentralized structure, proof of work, blockchain, various other things. What is he doing today? He's shilling for strategy. He's shilling for Tether. He's talking about building liquid federated networks for banks. And he's creating technology that may centralize. And at the same time, he could be building other types of technology which are leading to more decentralization. But I would choose to boycott and use someone else or some other type of technology because of everything that we have seen. You know, this is important. Now, is Luke Dash Jr. compromised? Well, some people claim that, he's creating a soft fork and is involved in NOTs, which is a competing implementation when you're running your nodes. Sorry about the geeky stuff. I just want to help you understand this. You don't need to understand this, but slowly you can join the community. Because if you want to become sovereign, there's still nothing else. This is the best that we got. Now, what is he doing? Well, he's creating technology in order to decentralize mining pools more. And he's also creating technology to make sure that if somebody wants to put JPEGs and photos on the Bitcoin blockchain that may be connected to child photos, that it's more difficult to do that. At the same time, could that be a psyop in order to make the network more centralized and faction it off further? I don't discount that. The whole point of this is that we're able to choose and we're able to self-custody. And that's the point. Once you self-custody, you're not having somebody else make that choice for you. And once you're running a node, you can put resistance and pressure against the core developers, which may lead to handing over positions. And we have competing implementations in case it gets compromised in one implementation. And that's the whole point. For 15 years, I've seen Bitcoin react and resist against attacks to try and centralize it as much as possible. And so that's the nuance that we need you to be smarter with, because the centralizers know this. And that's why they're creating Bitcoin-backed loans and leverage products and Bitcoin treasury companies and ETFs and custody service, because they're on the other side of your team. And when they now have built this Bitcoin derivative complex to manipulate the short-term price of Bitcoin and fool you into getting margin called or selling your Bitcoin by connecting it to Jeffrey Epstein, you are either, selling it to them, or you're going to be part of the community that is actually owning more Bitcoin this month than last month, is becoming more sovereign, and is able to self-custody and engage further and further into the ecosystem in order to preserve this mechanism to remain sovereign. It's not going to make everyone ethical. It's not communism. It's not this is going to redistribute wealth across everybody. No, you still have a choice. You get the price you want. You can now buy Bitcoin at $65,000 before you had to buy it at $125,000. I wouldn't even encourage trading or degeneracy. Have a longer term thought about this. Own more Bitcoin this month than last month, whatever the price is. And so far, not financial advice, everyone has been able to gain the sovereignty that they need. And that has allowed them to transact whatever the centralized forces want you to do. And you can take that anywhere in the world, wherever you want to go. And you've been able to own it without counterparty. And so far, the fixed supply over the 17 years of Bitcoin has outperformed most markets. And yeah, priced in gold, you've had a gold run. And so diversify into gold. The whole point here is that for spending, what are your options? For saving, what are your options? And for investing, what are your options? Are you becoming more sovereign or less sovereign? There's no perfection here. You're either doing better decisions or worse decisions. Every day you make a decision. Is this better or is this worse? Because it's never going to be perfect. And that's what everybody needs to appreciate. And so with that in mind, I hope you enjoyed that we are just here to tell the truth. As I see it, I may get things wrong. You can put comments below on anything you think I got wrong. And what I did is I created a blog on simondixon.com where we took all of the different emails related to Bitcoin. I put my narrative around it. You can make your own narrative based upon the screenshots and the emails. And I'm going to keep adding to that every time new files come out and new information. And our job is to consume that information and boycott those that are trying to centralize Bitcoin more and support the initiatives that lead to more decentralization in Bitcoin. And there's going to have to remain a core community that hold that to account. And that's what the block size war was. In the end, when the miners tried to centralize, when the VCs tried to centralize, when the companies tried to centralize, when Jeffrey Epstein tries to centralize, we resisted back with a user-activated soft fork. And it was those that had Bitcoin in self-custody and that were running nodes that were able to participate. Everyone else, they gave that decision to somebody else. Most people will give that decision to somebody else. But as long as there is a core community, and at the moment there's 25,000 nodes of people, and the majority is still in self-custody, then we have a resistance against the centralizing forces. And that's the best that we got, because there ain't going to be anything better. And the moment there is something better, I'll tell you about it. But if you look at the security behind all these alternatives, they're trivial to attack relative to the anti-fragile nature of Bitcoin. And so you either give that Bitcoin to somebody else or you put your energy in the real pedo coin. And what is the real pedo coin? It's fiat currency. It's the dollar, it's the euro, it's the pound. We all know that. That's what the Epstein files released. And those that wanted to try and control Bitcoin tried to infiltrate it. And where do they go? To the attack vector, the humans, the corporations, and the centralized institutions. But we've got enough of the ecosystem that is decentralized to be able to push back against those attack vectors and you try and build another distributed supercomputer located geographically around the world with countries that hate each other in a multipolar world where there's enough security behind that, where there's not an investment where anyone could take this whole ecosystem down. And that's the nuance, and we have to be smarter. And that's why at Simon Dixon Hard Talk, I want you to have the information so that you don't fall for the media and the psyops because they're lying to you. So with that in mind, I now want to focus in on the macroeconomic impact of the Epstein files, as well as the geopolitical impact of the Epstein files. And what I'm going to do is I appeared on the Capital Cosm YouTube channel with Danny. And Danny interviewed me on everything that's happening with the price of gold, with the treasuries, with everything. And then we went into the geopolitics section. So we're going to now play the second interview of the Simon Dixon Hard Talk Live. And then I'm going to come back with some concluding thoughts after the interview. So Azad, let's move over to the second interview that was recorded this week with Danny from Capital Cosm.
You're watching Capital Cosm. My name is Danny. It is February 3rd, 2026. And my guest today is Simon Dixon. He's a Bitcoin OG investor and a macro analyst, a geopolitical analyst, and a financial analyst. Simon, what is there anything you don't analyze? I mean, you are just like a modern day Renaissance man.
Look, I just follow the money. I've worked in finance. I've invested in finance. I've built businesses around finance. 25 years I've been involved in finance, and I just do one thing, and it's follow the money.
Yeah. Well, you do it really well. So I'm glad to have you on, and let's just dive right into the key stories here. We've got so much to unpack. I'm looking at the metals prices. They're currently rebounding, but who knows where they'll be, by the time this video comes out. So, it's extremely volatile right now. But I think what's pressing on everyone's mind right now, I don't know about you, but I would presume this is the case with you as well. My X feed is just littered with all of this Epstein file stuff, posts and all this other stuff. I want you to, kind of give us a high level view. What was the purpose of all of this? Why did they release these? I mean, there's obviously pressure to the administration to release the files, but why now? And they released about half of them. And they seem to implicate a good deal of elites, but also, there's also some ambiguity here and there. But yeah, what's the rationale? What do you think they released these files at this point in time?
Yeah, to answer that question, it depends on your understanding of who you think controls the Epstein files. From my understanding, I've always debated in my mind, because I've always believed government is subordinate to finance, military, and technical are the main factions of power that exist right now, the main lobbies that control governments. And at the very top, I've always said it's the financial industrial complex. I've wrestled in my mind whether the military industrial complex via the deep state control the Epstein files or whether it's the financial industrial complex, but I've never believed it was the government that has full control over these files. Now, obviously, the FBI gets to go through them, but the actual decision to release them, I think it goes layers above government. And so one thing you'll notice is that I think this is a part of the metals conversation, the currency conversation, because this essentially dismantles and gives confirmation to all the quote unquote conspiracy theories, whether it be, terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, whether they're controlled by Western intelligence, that's confirmed through these conversations, whether it be that Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with the higher levels of technology executives, military executives, financial executives, foreign leaders, royal families, monarchies. This is all confirmed. So you can pretty much take your conspiracy theory and you can find the credible ones have some kind of confirmation that this is how the system works. And so how do I interpret that? Well, I interpret that as effectively dismantling everything that propped up the dollar. And so to me, when you take on the deep state, when you reveal the deep state, nobody's going to be arrested. The system's still going to work as it is. The same transnational capital will control, these global geopolitical moves. But you effectively weaken the fabric of what made belief in the dollar globally and also internally. And so one thing you'll notice is that the trust in the system, it is an all-time low, and people don't trust any of the fabric that made, the empire. So to me, I believe that these releases were from the factions of power within the financial industrial complex at the highest level that is telling Department of Justice what they're able to release and what is unacceptable, but revealing how the system actually works. And I think that's strategically another financial weapon of mass destruction to push this world into this multipolar world. And it kind of coincides with my market analysis. That's what I think is happening here. Now, on that, there is obviously, lower down characters like Thomas Massey that brought the case forward, and then a bit of geopolitical theater on both the left and the right to get the case to pass. And then you have the judicial side making sure it actually happened. And then you have the theatrics of, Trump saying it's a Democratic hoax, everybody taking their narrative, we're the most transparent. And so it gives everyone the ability to feed the algorithms, push out all this information. And no one's going to really go to prison unless they're an asset that needed to be disposed of. But you've completely weakened the entire system that propped up the dollar and made America the global hegemon, and kind of exposed all these different types of constructs. You got to combine that with the fact that you've got USAID being dismantled. Now it will be replaced with something else that serves another agenda. But these were really where the covert operations happened. National Endowment of Democracy. This is where you would have the colored revolutions and you'd recruit these militia groups in order to overthrow governments and funnel the funds via USAID to prop up the covert operations and destabilization campaigns. You've got United Nations being bankrupted, deconstructed. United Nations was where the great powers and America primarily got to veto vote and basically control narrative. And so taking out United Nations, while it looks like MAGA, it looks like what you would say to achieve popularity, but actually it's deconstructing and weakening the dollar. And then you've got to combine that with all the central banking operations that we're seeing right now with all these financial flows.
And one of the things that we uncovered with the Epstein files was there was an email talk where Epstein, I believe, was talking about how Davos would be a worthy replacement of the UN. Where does that kind of fit in line with what you're seeing here as well? Are we deconstructing the UN, the global world order? Will Davos be the substitute to that?
Yeah, I think World Economic Forum and Davos is where business leaders communicate, in order to get the lower down people that aren't involved in the backdoor conversations to directionally move with where capital flows is sending. And there were several things that came out of Davos. You had this, you kind of had this move and a confirmation that we're in a multipolar world, which is like we're now arrived there. And that confirmation, you had the border peace, which to me is a construct that comes from the pillar of once, Palestine is liberated and the Greater Israel Project is no longer expansive to destabilize the Middle East, then you've really set the regions. And also with the Russia-Ukraine side, once you take these big battles and also Iran, and you resolve those, which is what I think we're in, you've effectively broken up the sphere of influence. And the only thing that was stopping those wars previously was because the global hegemon benefits from war. War was a big part of the US stock pump. And so if you're going to be pulling back from those roles, handing it over to strategic partners at BRICS and the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, then you need a organization to effectively allow the empire to look strong while it's shrinking to regional power. And then you have this ability to take all of the different negotiations that have been happening in this transition to multipolarity, put them through the border peace, and then say, you know, we, the American empire, we're creating peace as it exits from these wars that were propping up the dollar before. And so, you know, you got that. And then you had all the different arguments between, you know, Europe kind of pushing towards China, which supports BRICS, another movement to multipolarity, Canada pushing towards BRICS, but also the narrative that, you know, America is strong. It's the bully. And so both narratives where Trump is saying, we are strong, we took Venezuela, we're going to take oil from Iran. You know, you got strength on the one side of the narrative. And then on the other side, they're saying America's the bully, but America's still strong. So it's pushing this show strength as, you know, while you shrink to regional power. And Davos are definitely, you know, the leaders at Davos are definitely, you know, running the show here and pushing this narrative towards multipolarity. Lots of conversation around energy, which is all the AI and robotics, and just really confirmation. And also the Pentagon published, you know, its new security policy, which really confirmed this multipolar world. It de-emphasized, you know, China as an adversary. It kind of pushed that Europe's not that important. It said that, you know, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China, they're no longer the major threats. We need to focus on internal policies and internal harmony and the Western Hemisphere. And so we've had the new security policy. We've had the United Nations deconstruction. We've had World Economic Forum, you know, signal all of this stuff. And then we see the Epstein files that kind of discredits the system as long as the financial, you know, the only central bank in the world that's increasing rates is the Bank of Japan. Break the Japan carry trade. NATO is draining all these petrodollars by escalating, you know, the Russia war, continuing that narrative, America pretending they want peace when the military industrial complex wants to suck up all those euro dollars into the military stocks. Increase in the budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion for military, just really rolling over, even regime changing the Federal Reserve in order to make sure that you're getting this massive budgets, massive fiscal dominance, weakening of the dollar and pumping of the US stock market. And of course, as the dollar weakens, that breaks the currency pegs, and it also means that even things like, we just got confirmation right now that much of the oil of Venezuela is being shipped and refined over in the Gulf countries, you know, which is then being purchased by China. And so you can really see this transnational capital in all these operations.
Interesting. You mentioned that all this stuff was connected. The Epstein files, the metals market behaving the way it has over the last week or so. The nomination of Kevin Warsh. Let's go back and take it to the metals market. You mentioned that earlier in the dialogue. How is what's happening in the metals market connected to the Epstein file dump?
Yeah, well, what did we see? I'm not sure they're necessary. They're all part of a longer-term directional operation rather than the day-to-day minutia. But essentially, we had this massive, you know, treasuries are being sold by foreign central banks. Domestic purchases of U.S. treasuries, you know, at shorter and shorter rates. The long-term treasuries are not what's fulfilling most of the rollover. They're getting shorter and shorter duration in order to fulfill. And the demand for treasuries, you know, it's still there. The bills, the shorter term duration, like we've had massive auctions, but they've been mainly domestic. It's been mainly, you know, we've gone from QT to a little bit of QE. We saw some distress in banks as well, which is a bit suspicious we should talk about. We also, are seeing these very large Cayman Island holdings, domestic holdings. But the point is that it's being rolled over domestically rather than via these foreign institutions. Now, the financial industrial complex is using that opportunity to take some of these foreign treasury holdings, sell their holdings, sell the dollar, buy their local currencies, invest it in their local bonds like JJBs in Japan, repatriate some of that capital. But we've had about another 4,500 tons added to central bank reserves outside the US. And that's not including what China's doing and all the stuff we don't know about, through the shell companies and stuff. But reported, we've had approximately, 4,500 tons of gold added to central bank and the central bank's balance sheet. And the percentage of foreign reserves in US Treasury is down to about 40% now. So the largest holding of foreign central bank reserves is gold, which officially marks the start of gold being the world reserve currency again. Not a currency, but a reserve asset, let's say. While all of these different fiat currency rails are being built. Now, I do think that some major bank, and we don't know who was on the wrong side of the trade yet in the silver short squeeze that pumped the price of silver, like unbelievable volatility, unbelievable directionally upside and then back down. And, we're seeing wild swings in gold and silver through this transition.
$10 swings in a single day on the part of silver. Yesterday we were down at like 72, got up to 88. So that was like a $16 swing. But yeah, volatility has been ramping up. It's just going back and forth with the buyers and sellers.
Yeah, unprecedented. And also the arbitrage between the silver in China versus the rest of the world. So, the silver market with this structural deficit, because 60% is needed for industrial use, it is really becoming apparent, and we don't know who was on the wrong side of this trade. Whether it was a genuine industrial player that was using futures market to hedge the fact that it had such a pump, and then it pumped further and further and further, and then they weren't able to deliver in that time. Whether this is the financial industrial complex using, massive amounts of volatility to try and get more silver from somebody else, whether it's a large bank and institution that managed to get some of those Federal Reserve bailouts in the background, or whether they're just repositioning this hole over to some hedge fund. We don't know the story yet. We don't have transparency on it, but somebody is on the wrong side of this trade. And volatility seems to be the mechanism for trying to bankrupt somebody and make sure that the bank's balance sheet is okay. Because, whatever, the banks are going to reposition themselves if JP Morgan was on the wrong side of this trade. And even if they can't get on the right side of it, they'll still obviously do a bailout into fiscal dominance, socialize the losses, privatize the gains. So the banks are going to be fine. But there is something going on in silver, and we don't know what it is yet. And I think that silver, silver's a bit more difficult because it's an industrial trade. But gold, don't fall for this volatility. If you're getting these wild swings, I still think we've got a lot further to go in this trade. And remember, as the dollar weakens, you have these different psychological shifts around gold as a unit of account in people's minds. For example, our business, we've always dollarized our business because it's been on the strengthening trade. But that 15-year bullish, gold outperforming other currencies is coming to an end. That trend is broken now. So immediately you start thinking about, okay, what are we going to do instead of dollarizing? And so you start looking at things like gold stable coins, or you start looking at how you can store your value in gold, but what are you going to hold your day-to-day payments in? And so immediately we look for something like a gold stable coin or something. We hold reserves in Bitcoin and stuff, but a gold stable coin. And then you go to your staff and you'll start saying, look, you know, your currency is losing value to the dollar. Would you like to be paid in a gold stable coin? And of course they say yes. And so then people start thinking about, how do I price my goods in golds? And you start psychologically trying to think how things are valued in these different, you know, commodities. And that takes a long time, because psychologically we understand value in terms of a currency. But these things are starting to have impact, and the longer and longer that you get these commodities, foreign currencies and foreign stocks outperforming US still pushing all the money printing into the markets, you get these psychological shifts that really change the game. So it's still a commodities game.
Yeah. Well, you make a great point. We've got people are beginning to shift their mindset from a fiat currency unit of account to a gold unit of account. One thing in particular is the markets. We like to think of the markets as being at an all-time high. Now, if you price the markets in gold terms, we've actually been crashing. The market's actually down 30+% priced in gold. Here's your S&P divided by gold, and this is logarithmic, but if you look at it from a linear scale, the last big top we had was in 2000, and we've been dipping lower since, you know, around 2024, the beginning of 2024 here. Looks like it's from the top here, you're looking at a 50% drop in priced in gold terms.
Yeah, correct. And what you're also seeing is, if you do the same for Bitcoin as well, it's become apparent that, you know, in its current form, Bitcoin is not, you know, following the gold trade of what people think it will do in these times of distress. The reason is because we haven't had a custody crisis yet. Like, now with gold, everyone's finding it very clunky it's impossible to get physical, you know, really, really hard at scale. And so we're at some stage going to have, you know, a crisis in terms of paper contracts and custody, which is kind of like the Bitcoin story. But you'll notice that at the moment, Bitcoin seems to be a leading indicator for the AI and tech trade. And so what I think happened is the AI and tech side was dominating the indexes, and it was getting out of control. And it requires, with the exception of Google, you know, the companies that can actually have the cash flows, you know, most of the other companies like the ChatGPTs and the NVIDIAs and everyone, they're kind of playing this circle of contracts with each other. And they've created an environment where they have to raise unbelievable amounts of finance to continue that data center build out. This was causing a structural problem within private credit markets, where it's predominantly being funding, you know, and obviously private credit is a function of one's ability to borrow from the bank as well. And so while you're getting these longer term interest rates, you know, that seem to be plateauing or going up, on the shorter side, they're still trying to get those rates down. And so this is what I think the regime change at the Federal Reserve is. They need to unlock the private credit market. That is, you know, a function of the bank market at the other side of that. And they need that significantly invested into these AI data centers. And so this is causing a little bit of stress and problems. And so, you know, that's why I think it was really important that the administration or there was an internal battle between, you know, kind of the traditional orthodox banks versus how to get money into these data centers and the traditional asset management play. And so we had this battle. It was like, are we going to get, you know, Rick Reeder from BlackRock, the chief investment officer? But instead, you know, we got the Epstein boy that was on the Epstein files, Kevin Walsh. And I think, you know, this is a commitment to get those rates down. And it's all about getting that money into these data centers to do the AI and robotics trade. Nothing stops that train. I know some people think that, but what we saw, I think, is a correction, a recognition that this is an energy and oil play, which had its impact on the commodity play. But now we've had this correction in AI and tech dominance and the Magnificent Seven. I think leading into the Fed regime change and the lower rate cycle is going to return back to dominance because these are geopolitically strategic. They'll blow the whole economy to try and make sure that this data center and energy build out happens because they're building this whole police state and surveillance state mechanism. And so I think Bitcoin is kind of following that right now, but it could become more like a gold story when we have a custody issue. And if we get any issues with like a force majeure or something where they cash settle any of these silver contracts, I think people are going to understand the importance of self-custody and the challenges of doing that at scale with some of these physical commodities.
What do we know about Kevin Warsh aside from the fact that he's present in the files? But we had an entire year of just Trump roasting Powell for not cutting rates, and now he brings in the guy who's supposedly one of the most hawkish nominees out there. And I tuned into the CNBC landing page. And, one of the big headlines that they had to explain the gold and silver crash last week was that it came as a result, or it was like somehow correlated with the nomination of Kevin Warsh, which is absolutely asinine on its face, as if one Fed governor can actually have that much impact. Not governor, but Fed chair could have that much impact on the metals complex. Because it wasn't just gold and silver. It was the entirety of the metals complex. And they've been moving in tandem for a while now. Even before the crash, you were starting to see lithium break out. You're starting to see nickel break out, rare earth metals break out, platinum break out. All these things were signaling that it was go time for a major run in commodities. The only laggard was energy. But energy's been fairly resilient, even despite the crash here. We've still been we've been range bound 60 to 65 on WTI oil.
Related to this
but why? What do you anticipate with Kevin Warsh coming down as the new Fed head? And is this another head fake? Are they going to do a little switcheroo maybe before they actually get to the actual nomination?
Yeah, well, all to speculate on, really. I do know that we have set up the story, which is that interest rates need to come down. Nothing stops this train. I do believe that is the strategy. And at the last, FOMC or the Fed meeting, we had 8 votes that leave interest rates and 2 that were looking for jobs, cut rates, despite all the data kind of not really conforming to that narrative. And so, I do think this is kind of another attack on Fed independence, which strategically, again, weakens the dollar, but also pushes the fiscal dominance story. What becomes quite interesting here is that now that we've entered into this very late phase debt cycle in the US, you really have all eyes and all attention on this cut rate significantly narrative. And if you don't follow that, then we're going to have real rampant speculation around mismanagement of expectations. So I think it plays into a volatility play. I personally, if I were to speculate, I think he's there to cut the rates when the data doesn't match. But also at the same time, strategically, the Fed can decide to go against what he's supposed to do. And that will have a real big impact in some of these capital outflow operations. So I think, again, it's a checkmate for the financial industrial complex to have a compliant Fed chair that will kind of optimize based upon bank policy and what is needed in managing this transition to multipolarity.
And what if the 10 and 30 don't respond in accordance to their cutting of the Fed funds rate? Will they just monetize the debt at that point? Will they go that far?
Well, I think it's all about monetization and pushing towards QE. Nothing stops this train. You got to print the money. I don't know any other strategy. Is sacrifice the dollar, print the money, roll over on the short term, and then if that's not, if inflate away the debt is the only strategy from here. And if the bond market doesn't like it, then you can utilize that to manage these massive capital outflows and push the world into this multipolarity. And I do think that that even you can connect that to the border peace. The border peace is, we know that all the deals have kind of been negotiated between the world powers. Who's going to take over the key ports? Who's going to take over the key routes? What does the oil flows and gas flows look like? All the world leaders, knowing where we're going, have negotiated all of that. And anytime they want to make the announcement, they can kind of say, well, Trump was forcing us in order to get to world peace, and here's the announcement. And then you can combine that with finance being able to reposition and front run those capital outflow positions, or dump some of their positions accordingly, while the border peace is the mechanism for doing the announcement. And I think, again, Trump is fully aligned with transnational capital and global finance more than any other faction of power.
Perform the same function for ad group C.
Who's been buying the debt up until this point? Because it's not Japan. China's out. Who's been buying? Who's been keeping the 10-year yield at, range bound at 4.2%, 4.3% now for like 3 years now?
Yeah, well, it's you don't get full transparency on it, but we do know that Cayman Islands holding seems to continually be increasing, which I think is domestic and internal, and transnational capital. Look, they don't want to lose treasuries as their as their collateral. This is something they still want to manage, but at the same time they're hedging their global markets as well. And so, the foreign central banks aren't buying. And I think this is all around the deregulation of 401ks to make sure that some of those lower interest rate, shorter term bills can be put through these 401ks. You got Cayman Island, which is, we don't know exactly what's happening here. But the buyers of last resort before the Federal Reserve, they seem to be sucking up some of these auctions as well, the discount brokers. But in the end, we know who the final buyer is. It's the Fed.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take it geopolitically. You mentioned the Board of Peace, and now there seems to be a return of negotiations between Iran and the United States. Now, I know, people sometimes have short-term memories, but I remember the last time Iran and the U.S. were negotiating. It was right before the 12-day war. What do you make of these new developments coming out of the U.S.-Iran relationship? Are they just waiting for the carrier strike groups to get into place? Is this a legitimate, honest-to-God negotiation, or is there something else at play here?
Yeah, so it's important to break it down into a bit more nuance. My interpretation of the situation, and you're quite right, if you look at the last 12-day war, you had this narrative around Trump was posting on Truth Social, we're in negotiations. You had the reform within Iran, you have IRGC, which would be associated with the more military hardliners, and many of the theological, like the more religious type of narrative that's pushed out about Shia expansionism and Islamist sponsors of terrorists and all that type of stuff. Those narratives, which we know is a Western operation now from the Epstein files, and we know from Iran-Contra affair that there's more cooperation between U.S. Hardliners in Iran and Israel as well. That strategic tension between Iran and Israel made the military-industrial complex a lot of money, and destabilized the region. So you have those hardliners, and if you remember, there was a negotiation between the Reform Party. The helicopter came down, the previous president was taken out, and we had this reformist faction. Now, I believe they are fully aligned with China, and China at the moment is negotiating with America, or at least the financial industrial complex, and they're all co-investing via these sovereign wealth funds. So that transnational capital of American finance, sovereign wealth funds, and China are fully aligned. Now, what happened last time is that you have, and that's aligned with the reform side of Iran, which then has the more IRGC side, which is the narrative. What they were doing is Trump set up a narrative from negotiations. And so the negotiations were, all right, you're not allowed a nuclear program. And so there was this whole debate around, do we do it at 2%, 60%, 90%? And so they were debating around the nuclear enrichment. Iran agreed that they would reduce their nuclear enrichment, and they had essentially a deal. And then suddenly Steve Witkoff came out and changed the terms and said, you can't have any ballistic missiles, and you can only enrich uranium to 2%. And so what it did is it created the narrative in the media, war on, war off, war on, war off. And then suddenly you had a preemptive strike from Israel. Israel took out some of the generals and the nuclear scientists and various hardliners. And then Iran, for the first time, responded with, large aggression. And that took out some of the Mossad assets. It took out, within Israel, it was illegal for you to film and post any videos, and you'd get arrested. But there was, for the first time, America allowed Iran to do significant damage within Israel. Their debt to GDP went up to like 70%. They had to close their port. They got downgraded by all of the credit rating agencies. Even later, then you started seeing deals between Israel and Egypt to create strategic dependencies. UAE started investing in the aerospace industry, acquiring more of the assets. And so essentially, you've got this vassalization strategy within Israel to essentially make dependencies upon its neighbors. Now, within the IRGC side, you had many of the hardliners taken out. And then America got to show strength and say they came over with the B-52 bomber. Now, the nuclear, you could see, even in the hash power with Bitcoin mining, we had this massive drop right before the bomb dropped. And we also had these satellite images that they were moving parts of their nuclear program. But the B-52 bomber came, and then we had this massive AI footage in America saying we took out the program. Now, they did do some damage, but it definitely didn't take out the program. So then we had Israel basically drained all of its defense. Iran demonstrated that for the first time, you can actually, take on Israel more aggressively. And then America got to say, we took out the nuclear program. So after 12 days, they all took a victory lap and everybody said they won. So to me, and then it ended when we had this strategic strike from Iran on Qatar, and then it led to, Qatar intervening and everything quietened down. But what they tend to do before these operations is set up the narrative for on-off. So there it was nuclear enrichment. Now what they did is they did an Operation Ajax 2.0. If you haven't read, you can go and check out Operation Ajax. It's essentially where you create, Scott Bessent came out and said that he did a currency war. So he destroyed the currency. All of the savings of the average Iranian was wiped out. You then had this inflation that had a big spike while the currency was weakening. That was a Scott Bessent hedge fund, financial industrial complex intervention. That led to the normal protests based upon economic circumstance from the different markets that could no longer trade because of this inflation. Obviously, the distress was caused from the sanctions previously to put it in this position. And then you had an infiltration by Mossad, very similar to Operation Ajax. If you look at Operation Ajax 1, that was when CIA and MI6 basically took over the media, started manufacturing violence, started shooting at the leadership in order to lead to a regime change. And then they could take over the oil because they were, at that time, it was about British petroleum. We had the exact same operation. Now, we had all of the different media really pushed in order to create this narrative. Okay, so you are asking people to come up against the military, the IRGC, which are a ruthless military. And all the media was pushing people to start standing up against them. Now, we know from operations like in Syria that the only time you get the regime change is when the army is on board to meet the revolutionaries and world powers have already said that it's okay and Assad will be regime changed. In this case, IRGC weren't on board in that. So the media was pushing people to rise. There was no military support. You were asking people to come against the military. That's never going to work. Revolutions only happen when the revolutionaries join the military change sides, and then you coup the regime. And so that led to a massive amount of what the media was saying as deaths. Now, Iran said there was about 3,000. The media was saying 50,000, like 30,000, 100,000. And then you had all these people saying, it's genocide and all of that type of stuff. So it was very, very similar to Operation Ajax. And so we saw that again. But it created the narrative that Trump needs, which was they're killing people. Oh, they agreed not to kill people. They're killing people. Oh, they agreed not to kill people. And so that's what you need in the negotiation. They set up the narrative. And now we're getting that Trump will post, yes, Iran, IRGC said they won't do it anymore. So that led into this. And then we got this ambiguity because things are going back and forth. What I think this operation is a continuation of the 12-day war, which is the world leaders, including the reform elements of Iran, have agreed that Iran is going to be vassalized into China. Because effectively, Iran is economically 100% dependent on China buying its oil right now. If China stops buying its oil, then Iran will have serious, serious problems. And so they have created this dependency, and China has been leveraging with the Reform Party and then negotiating with the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, who are aligned with the American financial industrial complex, to vassalize and economically vassalize Israel into the GCC. Then eventually American military will stop supporting it. And Palestine and Israel will eventually be kind of normalized into the GCC. That's what I think the operation that transnational capital has negotiated and are trying to execute right now. That requires the purge of the militias, which I think is hardliner IRGC, which is if there's another tit for tat, it's because essentially I think the reformists are outsourcing to Mossad and America to take out some of the hardliner IRGCs. I don't think Khomeini's going to be taken out. We'll see. I don't think that needs to happen or will happen. And at the same time, you need to de-radicalize the Zionists, and you need to de-radicalize the Jewish Zionists in Israel and the Christian Zionists in America, which is, to me, what the result of the Jeffrey Epstein files does. It connects these operations to pedophilia and sex trafficking, so that the Christian Zionists need to ask themselves, am I okay with this? Essentially, it's starting to defang some of these radical Zionists, some of these covert operations, and in the mind of the average American, recognizing this is completely illegitimate and immoral. And so I think I see the connection between these different types of operations and the transition. And it's a messy operation. This is decades and decades. But what we're seeing around the Middle East is the purging of all the hardliners across all the different region and the elimination of proxies and replacing with real standing armies. So you got a normalization between Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia, and Turkey's a real army, Egypt as well. So you're now starting to see these allegiances between UAE and India, while Pakistan, China, are having these allegiances. So everything's pointing to me, proxies are coming to an end, and these are kind of the final operation. And I'm not sure how long it will take, but again, nothing stops this train. And effectively, Iran is going to be in the Chinese BRICS sphere of influence, which is why Iran joined BRICS, and Israel is going to be in the GCC sphere of influence. And then maybe this is just to even take out some of the American military bases as agreed by all regional parties. We'll see. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but I do think the outcome is that this is an effective transitional exit of America from the Middle East and replacing destabilization campaigns with genuine defense contracts and real regional stability.
What do you make of this notion that some are saying that the Epstein files were released on Friday? No coincidence being that we've been on the verge of an Iran strike now for a couple of weeks now. The strike groups are getting into place and all this stuff. What do you make of this idea that the Epstein files were used as a pressure tactic to get Trump to take action on Iran? Because they did withhold half the files. They still have, they released 3 million. There's another 3 million that they haven't released yet. And some people are saying it's a mechanism to pressure Trump to pull the trigger on Iran. And then there's other groups of people that are saying that it's the opposite. It's Trump released the files to back the war hawks off. So I want to that.
I think both narratives are cartoon narratives. I think there is a cartoon narrative that Israel rules the world and that Mossad is in charge of everything and that Netanyahu is the leader of everything. There is an alternative narrative that Iran's the resistance, and that's one. And then another narrative is Trump is taking down the deep state and taking on Israel. All of those are cartoons. The real narrative from following the money and looking at what's happening with like oil routes, investment contracts, border peace, different negotiations, normalizations. If you follow all of that doesn't make headlines because it's not sexy and it's not interesting and it's not sponsored by narrative through propaganda, you'll I think come to the conclusion that transnational capital controls the Epstein files. Both Netanyahu and Trump are subordinate, and the way that these operations, I think it's worth taking a bit of time to understand what these operations are, because I think people think that this is like, oh, Mossad controls the Epstein files and they're using it to blackmail America, and then AIPAC controls all the politicians. That was a deliberate reveal, I believe, in order to eventually, and this isn't Trump playing 5G chess. Trump is subordinate to this power structure. So what are the Epstein files? There's not a chance in hell that a person called Jeffrey Epstein knew that levels of people and can connect to that many people globally of importance. Not possible. There's also no chance that he was just somebody he was sick and twisted. That's completely true. But he wasn't just somebody that was involved in sex trafficking. This is a demonstration of how power really works in the real world, which is that the higher you want to go in power, the more compromised you have to be. And so what Jeffrey Epstein is a compromised network for real power. It's how you control governments. It's how you control leaders. It's how you control technical executives of tech companies, executives of military companies. It's how you have leverage within the deep state, the intelligence apparatus. So Jeffrey Epstein was constructed and manufactured. He wasn't a genius financier at Bear Stearns that became a billionaire. He was implanted into Bear Stearns. He wasn't somebody that was incredibly wealthy managing a family office. He was managing the family office of Lex Wexner, which is deep state money from black operations. And he was manufactured from forces that have hundreds of years of connections. This isn't somebody that, he was manufactured, and there were more Jeffrey Epsteins. And what it is if you, for example, want to be introduced to Donald Trump via Jeffrey Epstein, then you have to be compromised in order to get the introduction. And so his job was to take all of these networks and basically compromise people so that they could get introductions. And the idea is that the higher you want to go, if you want Donald Trump's role, then you have to be more and more degenerate unless you have leverage over the network. And so Trump, for example, he has leverage over the network to a certain degree because he's got a cult following that will forgive him for anything. Anything could come out and they'll say, no, he's playing 5D chess. So that gives him a little bit of leverage and uniqueness in negotiating against the compromised network. But the compromised network is in charge here, and so that's how these Epstein files work. And if you want to go to the highest level, then they need you to be involved in photos and videos of demonic cult rituals, or even sacrificing your first child. Depends how high you want to go in power. And at the highest in power are the most compromised. That's with a little bit of investment and financial transactions that creates a dependency. Once you have a financial dependency, then you start, then you ask for more contacts. And as you get more contacts, you have to be more and more compromised until you're something at the top of the chain. It's a mafia. You're not like some people ask, well, once you've got $1 billion, who cares about 10 billion? No. Once you're in the network, you have to keep providing value to the network, and you have to keep being compromised further. And if you try and exit the network, then you get Michael Jackson. You're told you're a pedophile, you get smear campaigns in media, and you get taken out if you need to be. And so you can use assassinations, reputational damage, child sex trafficking, all these different degenerate behaviors in order to stop people leaving the network. And that's how power works. And that's what Jeffrey Epstein was. And Jeffrey Epstein himself was no longer useful. So they took him out. Some people think he's still alive. I don't think so. Because he's just not that useful an asset. He's just one of many. And this is not deconstructing the power structure. It's revealing the power structure that backed up the dollar. And that was the strategic route, but it doesn't expose transnational capital. Those are the important things. It's what's not in there that's important. And what is the impact of revealing all this stuff? And then some of the assets may get taken out. The royal family in UK, some of the different things that we've seen. But it's not designed to end the network. It's designed to still be a blackmail ring. So 50% is behind. Some people believe that that's all Israel and Mossad. I think that's a bit of theatrics. I think Israel and Mossad are blackmailed by the same, just as UK is, just as EU is, just as America is. And so, what is the real utility of this? Well, this is telling the world we are moving to multipolarity. Everybody get on track. We'll reveal a bunch of stuff that weakens the dollar, reveals this, puts to rest some of these narratives, but everyone remain on track because we got the real stuff up here still, and that's still there. And Trump, I don't believe Trump controls it or the DOJ controls it.
So, there was a period back in like the 1800s, 1700s, where like secret societies were super prevalent. Like it was actually pretty common to have a secret society. That was like during the time of the Enlightenment, and you're escaping, the Catholic Church's power. So they had to like embed their teachings and their ideology and symbolism. So like secret societies were awash in the world. But
yeah, we saw more of that in the Epstein files. I'm sure, look, we can't even begin the surface. This is going to create content for years and years to come, like to get through all this stuff. But some of the things that touched my desk, I saw there was a contract where, the current Rothschilds were paying Jeffrey Epstein $25 million in algorithmic and technical software consulting. That kind of makes a connection between Rothschild power networks. There were emails around connecting, what else did I see? Oh, the Vatican Bank. So it revealed some of the things we know about the Vatican Bank. That was, the Vatican has always been used in order to do some of these. They get a cut because it's the Vatican Bank is not connected to European, Bank Secrecy Act compliance rules. And so all of the Black Op operations, the CIA, the Mossad, the MI6 funding, that was always done via Vatican Bank and its network. And the Vatican would get like a cut of all the different transactions, from sex trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking, drugs trafficking. Some of those connections were revealed in different emails while Jeffrey Epstein was talking about these different things. There was, as I said, the whole militias and ISIS, Al Qaeda being connected to Western intelligence. There is so much that was revealed around these older networks. There was also confirmation that Hitler was hosted by Rothschild families.
And the Epstein family, too. They mentioned the Epstein family, the Rothschild family, and there's one other family that was involved.
Yeah. And again, I'm not doing a good job right now, so please do fact check this all in the comments and stuff. But I put out a bunch of the things that I thought was most interesting. Look, this is just emails. This could also be red herrings. We don't know any of this. But this is the fog of information that we're in right now as we are making these major transitions. But I would say, the things that I've always talked about that people would traditionally say are conspiracy theories, I've got way more confirmation and conviction around 90% of all the things that I understand around how the world really works and who rules the world. And almost all of it was confirmed. Maybe I've got some confirmation bias here, but almost all of it was confirmed with different things that I've seen within this Epstein file drop so far.
Yeah. So I kind of feel the same way as well, but it has vindicated a lot of us throughout the years who have been studying this stuff, covert politics, secret societies, all this other jazz. Anything else you want to talk about, Simon, before we take this thing home, or did we cover everything?
One subject I've got to talk about was Bitcoin and the Epstein files. So it's very clear that so Bitcoin was a white paper in 2008. My belief is that it came from DigiCash, which was a project by David Chom, and they got taken out by, for being centralized. And I believe from that, they created an open source version. And I personally believe Satoshi was Len Sassaman and also Hal Finney. There was a white paper in 2008. The code was released in 2009. Gavin Andreessen was one of the first Bitcoin developers, and there were other Bitcoin developers. And then round about 2011, it was confirmed, and I got confirmation by Amir Taki, that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to figure out who's the who in Bitcoin. And so that implies to me it wasn't created by Jeffrey Epstein, clearly, and the evidence points towards, which is what some people are saying. But in round about 2011, he did start putting out the feeders and start trying to invest in privacy coins. So Amir Taki was the person that invited me to the first Bitcoin conference in 2011. And he was working on a project called Darkcoin, and a privacy coin that later became known as Dash and various other things. And so it looked like Jeffrey Epstein was trying to fund privacy coins and tapping up the who's who in Bitcoin development. Now, we also saw that in 2014, there was a conversation between Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein talking about how to discredit Bitcoin, and talking about things like stable coins and those types of things. This is around about 2014. At this time, this is when the Bitcoin Foundation that was funding Bitcoin developers through a conglomerate of important Bitcoin companies at the time, you can see that he started to try and invest in these different companies. And Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, there were various investments. Jeffrey Epstein invested in Coinbase, in the early rounds, and also invested in Blockstream, which is essentially a company that spun off from some of the Bitcoin core developers. And what we saw here is that you had the Bitcoin Foundation, and then you had a spin-off called Blockstream. Jeffrey Epstein funded that. And then you had Brock Pierce implanted, who has a very shady history with child sex allegations and various other things. He was inserted into the Bitcoin community, and he was the one that brokered Jeffrey Epstein's investment in Coinbase. He also created a company that was a dollar-backed stablecoin called Realcoin that later was rebranded when it was sold to a company called Bitfinex to Tether. And so I think it's very clear that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to infiltrate developers within Bitcoin. He also wanted to infiltrate the creation of stablecoins. And he also wanted to invest in privacy coins. He went on to invest in Zcash, which is a private version of Bitcoin. He was looking at these Darkcoin at the time, from what I can tell. Again, this is all just me piecing together information with things that I remember from being involved in the early days of Bitcoin. And clearly, my long-term thesis is, why would this open source version of DigiCash that became Bitcoin, why would it be released? Now, there's no backdoor because it's a decentralized network of supercomputers. The code is open source. You have Bitcoin improvement proposals. Anybody can contribute to the code, and you have to get consensus, and anyone can run a node. And if you don't like that version, you can run a competing, so the infrastructure isn't tarnished. But there were attempts to try and infiltrate parts of the infrastructure. Now, why would it be open source? To me, it was always the theory that made the most sense was that it is to create a gateway drug for a central bank digital currency. And so what we saw next is that he started, the Bitcoin Foundation was discredited. We had arrests from some of the members. We had other members that are now being done for tax evasion. We had Brock Pierce implanted, and he also met Jeffrey Epstein. And so we then saw that the Bitcoin Foundation was discredited and bankrupted. And then Jeffrey Epstein invested in MIT University lab, like an innovation lab that had a spun-off called Digital Currency Initiative that then funded 3 of the Bitcoin developers. And so then you had this email communications back and forth confirming that. But eventually, what did DCI do? It ended up creating a lab for central bank digital currencies. And then Brock Pierce created Tether, a stable coin. And then Jeffrey Epstein invested in privacy coins. And then Blockstream received funding from Jeffrey Epstein that later Adam Back, allegedly, who was the CEO of Blockstream, he came out on X and said that they divested. But what did Blockstream, and if you look at Adam Back and his history, started as a cypherpunk, was involved in many, many Bitcoin debates around future codes. He didn't control the whole narrative, but influenced certain aspects. And now he promotes Bitcoin treasury companies, is working with Howard Lutnick, who was also in the Jeffrey Epstein side, many, many mentions. He created all this, Cantor Fitzgerald, which was creating all these Bitcoin treasury companies. We also had implications from Gary Gensler, who was chair of the SEC when we had Operation Choke Point 2.0. And so everything you're seeing right now with Bitcoin treasury companies, stable coins, crypto capital, all the things that aren't Bitcoin in self-custody, were, I think, clear operations in order to centralize as much Bitcoin as possible and also influence the code in different factions. Also, I remember Brock Pierce, I was at a conference once and he tried to persuade me that Satoshi Nakamoto was Craig Wright. It was Gavin Andreessen, who was one of the coders that was funded, that then went out and said that Satoshi Nakamoto, he has cryptographic proof that the Satoshi wallets are owned by Dr. Craig Wright, which turned out to be completely false in the end. And so when you look at that, I think Bitcoin Cash was also a psyop to try and fork the code and control the code in a more centralized structure. And Blockstream was a mechanism for influencing what they could in the decentralized network. And then Brock Pierce was a mechanism for creating a stable coin that is now turning into, through the Genius Act and Clarity Act, you know, the surveillance state Orwellian nightmare connected to Peter Thiel, who was originally trying to do the destabilization campaigns, and also Elon Musk, who lied about the fact that he was actually requesting to bring his wife to Epstein Island. And Adam Back also, there was confirmation that travel was arranged for him to go to one of the islands to meet Jeffrey Epstein. So all this to say is that most people are getting the narrative completely wrong because they're going for the easy narrative. The reality is this had multiple attack vectors. You know, there was emails around trying to compromise Michael Saylor, who's centralizing a bunch of Bitcoin into Wall Street. All of this to say is that, to me, the decentralized nature of Bitcoin survived all these attack vectors, but we have lots of exposing to do to try and make sure that we get out all of the compromised elements of it and make sure that, you know, it still maintains its consensus. But people are just going for the easy narrative that Bitcoin means you're supporting files and you're involved and you're a Mossad agent. See through that. They want you to sell your Bitcoin. They want you to centralize your Bitcoin. They want to try and influence parts of the infrastructure, but it's still the most decentralized thing that we actually have. And if in doubt, I think we still got, if you can put gold in self-custody, you know, there are operations around what Bitcoin is, but I still think this is a fixed asset, multipolar world transition. And we're going to learn a lot more, but I think it proved its fragility to these attack vectors.
Wow. It's all the data dump when I'm talking to you, Simon. I can't help but just sit there and listen. But thank you so much for your time, my friend. And guys, I'd like to remind you, this episode is probably going to get squashed by the algorithm because of all the stuff we talked about. So please help and do your part. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification, comment down below. Do whatever you can to raise the engagement on this video, because I know for damn sure they're going to try and squash this video, considering all of the things that we touched on here. Simon, thank you so much for coming on, my friend. Where can people find you if they want to see more of your work?
I'm giving live updates in real time on X at Simon Dixon Twits. I'm sure you'll put the link in the description. And then I'm synthesizing all the data into everything that's happening in. Okay, all right. So that was a bit of a marathon. I hope you enjoyed those 2 interviews. I do want to put some disclaimers out there. This was incredibly difficult because I was giving updates in real time as the emails were released. And I've been at it like just 24/7 for the last week or so. And so any information that is inaccurate, do let me know in the comments section. I am very aware that we are dealing with people's reputations and this is going to upset a lot of people. So I do want to put anything that I got wrong right. I believe that everything I'm sharing is sharing in good faith. There is, you know, circumstantial. This is not is innocent until proven guilty. No one's been proven of these crimes in court. These are all allegations. This is all file drops, and we're all trying to share the truth as well. I want to be careful with my language. I do think at times I might say something that doesn't come across in the right way, and I want to try and correct that as well. I'm just doing the best that I can to reveal the information, and my job here is only to ruin the reputations that need to be ruined, and share the information from people that respond to it. Because there is one thing that is way more important than all of us humans, us entities, and that is that we maintain the integrity of Bitcoin as a mechanism for owning our own money, spending our own money, and having a monetary policy that can't be infiltrated and can't be changed. And that is my goal in all of this. So I'm doing the best that I can. I appreciate any feedback in the comment section. And I will keep at this. There is an incredible amount of data for us to get to. I do feel vindicated to some degree that many of the things that over the years people would ridicule me for, people would violently oppose, people would call you anti-Semitic, people would call you anything they could call you just to shut you up and discredit you in any way possible. And again, I did put at the beginning of this, I think I was a bit unjust in my characterization of the way that I described Amir Taki. I think I should have just stuck to factual accuracies. And he has responded, and I've put my reply. And I will try to correct anything that's inaccurate. He did confirm. I can't confirm. I have no way of doing it. But he confirmed that he didn't receive any funding from Jeffrey Epstein. And he took offense to me characterizing him as a weird anarchist that's on drugs. That is accurate, that he did used to publicly do TV documentaries and represent the face of Bitcoin while under the influence. I think he says that these are things that are in the past and he shouldn't be held accountable to it forever, which is, true. And the fact that he did go and fight ISIS. ISIS is a Western intelligence criminal organization that is awful and commits crimes against humanity. And anybody that put themselves up for all the problems that can come from that in order to go and fight ISIS is not something that I wanted to represent as a bad thing. That is an honorable activity. He also said that the post that he put on Bitcoin Forum around the price of women for Bitcoin, he says that that's a joke. I think he's paying the price for that. I don't know whether that was real, whether that was a joke, but that's what he said to me. The reason that I am in Bitcoin today is because he organized one of the first Bitcoin conferences in the world, and he invited me to that conference. And so, again, these are just the facts. These are the realities. I am at a stage in my life where I will never put my reputation on the line in order to vouch for anybody, because I've done that throughout my career, and it's come back to bite me on multiple occasions. The only reason I am but a flawed human being that has made many mistakes, and my experience all comes from the vast amount of mistakes that I've made and the things that I've been exposed to, and my understanding of the world based upon the information from working in banking, becoming an investor, going deep in debt, achieving financial security that I never imagined was possible, being in business, investing in multiple companies, selling a business, and just all the different things that I've been thrown, that life has thrown at me. At the end of the day, there is only one plan, and that is the divine plan of God. And I'm here to serve humanity, fight oppression wherever I can. And where I make mistakes, please do forgive me, and I will try and correct those mistakes. But throughout my life, by following the money, I have found that it's kind of got me ahead of trends by several years, when most people are following the media, listening to politicians, and the world is darker than we thought. And so what do we do with that information? Well, my best thinking at this stage right now is that life is a test, and we're never going to fix the world of evil. In fact, we can't even understand good without evil. Evil is needed in order to understand good. And so with that, we are going to be thrown very tempting decisions throughout our life, and we either go down a wrong path or we go down a better path, and we choose between good and evil. For me personally, the definition of what's good and what is evil is defined in divine scripture, the Quran. I know other people have different beliefs and different sets, but that allows me to distinguish between what is good, what is bad, what is evil, what is not evil. And so for me, I will continue to, fight this test. And I think it's in our moments when we are presented with evil, do we succumb to temptation? Do we understand what the right actions are, and recognizing that we are all flawed human beings? And even in compromised networks, don't put yourself in a position. I am eternally grateful that throughout my career, I knew what it would be required to make it in investment banking, and I decided to leave when I was invited to such degeneracy. And, I've made lots of mistakes in my life, but we learn more and more and more. And I've been blessed that even when being faced with the opportunity to rise in these circles, as an investor in these companies, something guided me. And that guidance meant that I didn't accept the invitation to some of these Brock Pierce parties in Puerto Rico and various other things. And something guided me at the right time. But I've also been very dumb and influential at very earlier stages of my life. And we should all have the opportunity to correct those mistakes or anything that comes from that. And these are very covert operations to compromise people. And I don't want to, I don't know how to communicate that in the best way possible. I decided that the right thing for me was to sell the operating part of my business to Coinbase. I didn't know what Coinbase was when I originally invested in it. I don't know what it is today. I do know that when you go further and further up the chain into the financial industrial complex, you become so far removed from what you originally wanted to create, because finance is a mechanism for turning us all into debt slaves, equity slaves, venture capital slaves, private equity slaves. And the higher you go up, the more compromised you have to become. And if there's one thing that I've learned as well, once you're in the mafia, you can't exit the mafia. The best way to stay away from it is to not become a part of it at the lower level, because these are gateway drugs to drive you harder, higher and higher up. And you can see the further and further and more powerful you become, you might find yourself on the wrong side of one of these operations, because Jeffrey Epstein is just one of many. And the fact that Bitcoin allowed me to remain sovereign, and the fact that Bitcoin allowed my business not to take Silicon Valley money, and the fact that we decided when was the right time, to not go public, to go public, and what the consequences of all these decisions are, for me, it's been a lifetime lesson. This is my thoughts and just the random things, because the worst thing of all of this is we're entering into a world where none of us can trust each other. and trust has been broken. It's being broken. And when we enter into a world where no one trusts each other, no one trusts what they see, no one knows if anything's real, soon people are going to be creating videos of me, and you're not going to know whether it's me or somebody else with all these deep fakes. And people are going to be committing crimes against humanity and then saying it wasn't me, it was AI. Like, we're entering into this world, and these are psychological operations, and nothing stops this train. And so what are we going to do in a world where you can't trust anything? Well, Bitcoin was kind of created at its essence so that you don't need to trust Coinbase. So you don't need to trust Blockstream. So you don't need to trust Adam Back. So you don't need to trust Brock Pierce. It's maths and code. And the closer you get to self-custody and running nodes, the further you are from anything that requires trust. And we're never going to get this thing perfect. But I sure as hell going to try and share the journey as I discover my best thinking and my worst thinking. And that's all I've ever tried to do. And that's all I've ever done. And so don't trust, verify. Don't idol worship, because these idols are the very same people that are compromising and propping up a network that may actually lead to the trafficking of your children. And if there is one thing that we're meant to be on this earth to do, is just not do to our children what they are doing in Gaza, and not do to our children what Jeffrey Epstein propped up, and recognize that that's what fiat currency is propped up by. The proof of weapons network is what I've tried to expose. And the more I learn, when my father asked me that question 25 years ago, when his entire lifetime savings was wiped out in the dot-com boom and bust, and he asked me, son, what happened to my money? I never imagined that the answer would be what we've discovered and what we're discovering here today. But without darkness, there can't be light. And so what we have to do is we have to shed light on darkness, and we have to be brave, and we have to tell the truth, because the truth is all that matters. And sometimes you may think something's the truth, and it turns out not to be the truth later. And the limitations of linguistics and language, maybe I offend some people, but I'm here to just do the best that I possibly can. So look after yourself, financially, spiritually, wealth. Look after your community, look after your family, because that's what's needed. The further and further you go out, sovereign wealth, sovereign individuals, sovereign companies, sovereign countries, but the further and further you go out, the more you realize you can't trust. Because the one thing that I've learned right now is that trust doesn't scale. But Bitcoin created a trustless network. And look what they tried to do to it. They tried to compromise it at every level possible. And when we follow the money, eventually the truth prevails. And that's what I think we are doing here at Simon Dixon Hard Talk. And so always remember, you are alive at one of the most interesting, crazy, and exciting times in financial history. By understanding the truth, no matter how dark it may be, hopefully we can make better decisions. Because if there's one thing that I do know, when you don't understand how the system works, you can't make the right type of decisions. And that's why it's so easy to fool so many. Now, in this transition that we're going through right now, many are going to get hurt and some are going to do really well. I want to be around as many people that do well, and I want to make sure that we're doing as well for as many people as possible. So if you enjoyed this, please do share, please do like, please do retweet. I'll be going live on X whenever I can on Spaces, and I'll keep publishing. I did several more interviews. I know that I'm overwhelming people with information. I'll keep publishing those interviews, and I'll keep being challenged to come up with better thinking. You know, hopefully we can make this transition with peace, love, and unity in our side, but the vast majority won't, and that's reality. If you didn't see it, I did a bit of a debate with Jeff Booth, where I've come to terms with that, you know, we're not entering into this utopia. Bitcoin's not going to change human nature. And many people attach too much to Bitcoin. Bitcoin allows you, I think it brings out your good and your evil. It's kind of like alcohol or drugs. Some people use drugs in order to bring out, their best thinking. Others use it to commit major crimes against humanity. I stay away from all of that stuff for now. And I never want to go into any of these things that can drive out these compromised networks. Because half of this stuff is what we're learning is that they will weaponize it. They will utilize it. And we need to remain vigilant. And we are but flawed humans. And that's all I've got to say to you, I think, in this moment. So I hope you enjoyed the show. I will see you this time next week for Simon Dixon Hard Talk. And please do make sure you are a subscriber of the channel on YouTube. Head over to Rumble to follow me over there in case this gets taken out. I'll stream it over on X as well. And make sure that you're on the newsletter at least and have a free membership portal. We're trying to rebrand bits of the website. But you can join, and there's a membership portal at simondixon.com, and I'll make sure I back up everything onto those blogs in case we need to move to that type of infrastructure. And I'm also exploring more of the decentralized social networks. I'm on Primal, Noster, and I'll try and repost over there. So let's share this journey together, and I will see you this time next week. Peace.
That I'm chiefly connected with, the International Society for Science and Religion, and members of the general public, as we think tonight about the risks of the future, and specifically the growing impact of the human presence on this planet as we grow in numbers and in technological powers to alter the ecosystem upon which life depends. And we have no better speaker for that particular topic than tonight's guest. Let me say first, however, that at the end of the presentation, we hope to have time for discussion. And let me invite you to pose questions by typing them into the question and answer function. Now, if you look down to the bottom of your screen, right to the center bottom, you'll see a little link that says Q&A. If you open that, you'll be able to type a question, make it brilliant, make it succinct, make it challenging, and I will sift through them and probably be able to get to many of them as we go into the final portion of tonight's event. But it is my pleasure to welcome our guest speaker tonight, Dr. William Rees. Bill is a professor emeritus from the and former director, I should add, of the University of British Columbia at the School of Community and Regional Planning. He is one of those who doesn't simply worry about the future, as I do and as many of you do, but finds ways to quantify precisely the human presence, the human impact on the vital systems that sustain not just human life, but all life on Earth. He has developed measurement devices that make it possible to argue based on quantifiable data approaches about the human impact. Drawing on that experience, he's going to share with us tonight on the topic of Will modern civilization be the death of us? Does our modern technological industrial society destroy the biophysical basis of our existence? Bill?
Thank you very much, Ron. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this session, and a very deep honor for me to have been asked to repeat what we did in Seattle. It was a very exciting evening, and as I say, it's a pleasure to be here, and I welcome all of you. What I have to share with you is a kind of a personal journey, I suppose. It involves some philosophy, some economics, some ecology, and a variety of other disciplines. It's a kind of transdisciplinary look at what I call the human predicament. I suppose a lot of people would call it other things, but I think we really are in a predicament of grand scale. So with that kind of introduction, I'll jump right into the slides. And can everyone see that? I think we should be able to at this point. And I'll advance. This was the title we were given at Seattle, and I tried to stay as close to it as I could. So, the premise for my presentation is that the human enterprise is already in a state of what I would call ecological as well as cultural overshoot. And when we are in a state of overshoot, it means that the human enterprise is using natural resources, both renewable and non-renewable resources, and natural waste sinks faster than ecosystems can regenerate. And we are dumping wastes at rates far in excess of those which natural systems can assimilate and recycle. And the symptoms are, I suppose, the stuff of headlines. So greenhouse gases are accumulating. As a result, the climate is changing. The oceans are acidifying. Fresh waters are toxifying. The seas are overfished. Soils are eroding, etc., etc. We've all heard about these things. We've been hearing about them for 50 or 60 years. So it's been a real interest of mine to try to understand why it is that despite these extensive warnings of scientists, the cascade of data that these things are happening, we've tended to ignore them. So we've entered this period in our history of what I would call ecologically destructive, uneconomic growth. A tip of the hat to Herman Daly, one of the great ecological economists. Yes, the economy is growing, but arguably, if you look at this list of costs, which are not accounted for in our economic system, they exceed the benefits. And therefore, the growth that we're experiencing right now is indeed uneconomic. So overshoot is a term that I've used, and I want to give you some quantitative sense of just how great a problem this is. So if we look at the human ecological footprint, this is a tool that I've developed with my students over the last 30 years or so, but we now have a very good metric by which we can trace all the material and energy flows through the human economy and trace these back to the land which either produces them or assimilates the wastes associated with their use and production. So basically, I would say the first question of human ecology is just how much of the Earth's surface is necessary to support just me in the style to which I am accustomed. And we can now do that, answer that question for most of the world's countries. If you take this on the global scale, which is what this slide shows, the total area of productive landscape and waterscape on the planet amounts to about, pardon me, 12.2 billion hectares. Right now, humans are using the Earth as if there were 20.5 billion hectares. So basically, we are using this planet as if it were about 60 to 70% larger than it actually is. Now, any school child would ask the obvious question, how can you be using a planet that's larger than the one you live on? And the answer is because over the eons of time, nature has built up enormous natural capital, huge stocks of soil, of oil, natural gas, of fish stocks, forests, so on and so forth. We are using these then at a rate far in excess of their replacement rates. And we can be in this state of overshoot for a considerable period of time until, of course, we absolutely hit rock bottom. But the bottom line is that humans are consuming and dissipating the planet faster than nature can regenerate. And as the population grows, as per capita material consumption grows, this means that everybody is increasingly in competition with everyone else on the earth for a diminishing supply of biocapacity. Okay. Now, the obvious question is, how can this be? And I think, by the way, I'm compressing an enormous amount of information here, but I think we can boil this down to two basic factors. The first is a basic human nature. It's our genetic predisposition, something we share with virtually every other species that's ever been studied on the planet. And that is that human beings, like all other species, have a tendency to expand. Our populations will expand to fill all accessible habitat, and we will use up all the available resources. Now, a unique quality of human beings, of course, is that through technology, we can constantly increase the availability of resources. We can mine ever poorer sources of minerals, for example, because of improving technology in the refining and the concentration of those elements. So technology has given humans a huge leg up in this competitive struggle for the acquisition of resources. Some people tend to doubt these qualities, but I ask you a simple question. If we go back to filling all accessible habitat, think of what would happen if we discovered somehow out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean another island, say the size of Australia, that was untrammeled by human use and an absolute verdant paradise. Would we say, well, you know, we've kind of screwed up everywhere else, let's leave that as it is? And the answer to that question is obviously not. Every major nation on the planet would be in there as quickly as possible, planting its flag and staking a claim to what those that new discovery had brought us. Now, the second factor is causal to it's creative nurture. So the first factor had to do with nature, and here nurture comes into it. This is socialization of human beings. Human beings are unique in another way, and that is that we socially construct what we take to be reality. In other words, we socially construct perceptual lenses through which we view the rest of the world. And the problem is that the nature of those conceptual lenses determines the reality that we perceive. So every culture perceives reality in a slightly different way, having pre-constructed slightly different lenses. And it's extremely important to understand that this sounds like a kind of flaky concept. The reality is that social constructs are extremely powerful. And when you think about it, all of our traditional myths, our political ideologies, our social and economic paradigms, even our cultural narratives, are ultimately conceived by the human mind. They're shaped over time through human discourse and debate, and they ultimately become received wisdom. And that is our perception of the world. Now, the point really is, though, that not all of these social constructs can be equally valid. Some of them are nurturing of spirit, supportive of community, harmonious with nature, or otherwise adaptive. But others are positively hazardous, both to humankind and other life on Earth. And it doesn't really matter which of these holds at any particular time. The really key issue here is that people live out of their social constructs as if they were real. At the present time, I think it's fair to say that the whole of the world community is in the thrall of what we've called earlier in this discussion, a techno-industrial narrative. Our neoliberal economics and that techno-industrial narrative tend to reinforce our innate expansionism. So in many respects, from the perspective of sustainability, we're in the worst of all possible worlds, because we have evolved a natural predisposition to expand and consume resources to the limit, and we now have a social construct on top of that, which reinforces that natural tendency. So if you think of our neoliberal market economics, it promotes self-interest and efficiency. These are the two quintessential variables, if you will, in utility maximization, which really means accumulation of stuff. It considers the market a theater theoretically perfect market as the, whoops, where did we go here? As the arbiter of all social values. Government should stay out of these affairs. The market is the real place in which decisions should be made. And this really means, and it's a very important point, that ethical and moral considerations are disallowed. Economics does not deal in ethical or moral considerations, so that family and community are not part of our market calculus. Compassion for others is also an extra market characteristic. At bottom, then, our neoliberal economic paradigm assumes unlimited economic progress propelled by boundless technological innovation. And one of the most ebullient expressions of this was from Dr. Julian Simon, Professor Simon at the University of Maryland, who said, "We have in our hands now the technology to feed, clothe, and supply energy to an ever-growing population for the next 7 billion years." Now, that's an arithmetically challenged concept, but it's the kind of thing that people want to hear. It's the kind of thing we'd like to believe, because if you have this as a major component, as a major plank in your socially constructive political platform, for example, then you can dismiss concerns about the environment or inequality as non-entities. These will be resolved over time as the economy grows, as we become richer and richer, and more stuff becomes available. So these are very, very powerful ideas, and they are what's driving the planet at the present time. Now, when you combine our base nature, this predisposition to expand, with our modernist nurture, what we have found in the recent past, and by that I mean just the last couple of 100 years, is a mind-blowing rate of geometric growth. Consider this. The human species in its modern form has been around for 200, 300,000 years. Let's just take 200,000 years as an easy starting point. So it took about 200,000 years of human history for our population to reach its first billion early in the 1800s, so in the 19th century. But in the intervening 200 years, the population has expanded an additional 7.5-fold. 1/1000th of much time, we had a 7-fold expansion, and we will top 7.8 billion people in this year in 2020. Meanwhile, the gross world product, the real value of the economy and essentially consumption, has increased 100-fold, and per capita consumption by a factor of 13, increasing to 25 in rich countries. So there's been this enormous expansion in just 200 years, 1/1000th of much time as it took to reach the first billion. We expanded to almost 8 billion today and increased our ecological footprint by a factor of 100. Meanwhile, of course, the Earth didn't get any larger. Now, this is what it looks like when plotted over that 10,000, or just the last 10,000 year period, basically since the foundation of permanent settlements with the development and spread of agriculture. Notice that the population was essentially flat for the first 6,000 or 7,000 years. We started to tick up a few 100 years ago, but the real explosion began early in the 19th century with the advent of extensive use of fossil fuel. And this is an extremely important thing to keep in mind in our present era. Fossil fuel is the means by which humankind has obtained all of the other resources needed to grow the population and to create the infrastructure, our cities, our automobiles, all the toys and infrastructure of modern civilization would not be possible in the absence of abundant, cheap energy. So what fossil fuel did essentially was liberate humankind from natural negative feedbacks. So a negative feedback is something that represses the natural tendency to grow. So in the absence of adequate food and resources, in the presence of disease and so on and so forth, the human population was kept well below the potential of its exponential growth. Once fossil fuel came into the picture, we literally took the, I suppose, the cap off the bottle and enabled us to exercise for the first time in our own evolutionary history the full biological potential to grow at an exponential rate. Now, the point that we really should take from this, however, is that it's only been the last 7 to perhaps 10 generations of human beings who have experienced sufficient growth or technological change in their lifetimes even to notice it. So if you were to go back, say, a couple of thousand years, you might live to be 100. Some people did, but you wouldn't notice any particular change in the course of your lifetime. The technology in place at the time of your birth would be the same as that at the time of your death. Today, everything's changed. Almost everything that we take to be modern didn't exist when I was born back in the early 1940s. So the pace of change is absolutely astronomical. And we tend to take this for granted without really consciously absorbing the inordinate changes that have taken place in the last little while. Most remarkably, humans alive today, perhaps the 7th or 8th generation who've experienced this, take 2 and 3% per year growth to be the norm. So our generation and perhaps a few generations before us think growth is a norm, when in fact this period of growth, as this graph clearly shows, and keep in mind we could have extended it the full 200 years out to the left, this is the single most abnormal period in human history, and it is the period that we take to be the norm. And it's not just the human population that expanded. As I indicated earlier, per capita incomes have increased by a factor of 13 in just the last 100 years or so. And that's 25-fold in rich countries like the United States and Canada. And so with the population, we've seen a much larger expansion of consumption. So this is just a collection of graphs showing super exponential growth in many other commodities and things that humans do, such as visits to McDonald's restaurants. Now, one of the interesting, I suppose, facts about exponential growth, we have a constant doubling time, and anything that happens in the course of one of those doubling times is equal to the sum of everything that occurred in the previous collection of doubling times. So this means that 1/2 of all the fossil fuels and many other resources ever used by human beings have been consumed in just the past 30 years, in the most recent doubling of our technological society. So what we have seen is an incredible expansion in the rate at which human beings are exploiting the planet. And many people who are concerned about ecological problems or the environmental issues are convinced that technological efficiency will get us off the hook. But I have to point out that it's been during a period of unprecedented improvements in efficiency, both in technology and in economics, that this most explosive period of human growth has taken place. It's an utter myth to assume that efficiency gains are going to lead to conservation. In fact, history shows us that with increasing efficiency, we often see a reduction in prices, an increase in income. You have more money chasing fewer goods and cheaper goods and services, and so of course consumption increases in marked step with efficiency. Now, one of the major constraints that we have to deal with is that we are wedded intellectually to this neoliberal economic paradigm. And yet the neoliberal growth models contain absolutely no useful information whatsoever about the structural and dynamic properties of ecosystems. The fact that they are interdependent, that they behave with lags and thresholds, all sorts of discontinuous behaviors, there are irreversibilities and so on in the ecosystems. And in addition, the economic models have very little important to say about the social systems with which the economy interacts in the real world. So it's almost as if we're trying to fly planet Earth with the intellectual equivalent of a 1955 Volkswagen Beetle driver's manual. There's simply nothing useful in the model that tells us how to manage the macro systems, the ecological systems, the ecosphere, and the social systems that we're trying to go manage here. So what could possibly go wrong in those circumstances? And the answer, of course, is plenty. And one of the best known symptoms, and I have to emphasize we're looking at just a very shallow examination of what's happening out there, but one of the best known symptoms is the increasing index of atmospheric carbon dioxide. This is a plot taken directly from the website of the Mauna Loa Observatory of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Research Laboratory in Hawaii. The measurements are so sensitive, even though this research station is thousands of kilometers or miles away from major source of carbon dioxide, that you can see the seasonal cycles. The upticks occur during the northern hemisphere winters, when most of the world's vegetation is relatively dormant. And so carbon dioxide being injected into the atmosphere tends to accumulate when photosynthesis is shut down. Conversely, the downticks are the periods of the spring and summer in the northern hemisphere, as carbon dioxide is being assimilated by plants, being converted to biomass. The atmospheric levels of carbon decline. But each year, for the past couple of 100 years, the upticks are very slightly longer than the downticks. And so we see a steady increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide levels as a result. And right now, we're about 48% above the pre-industrial atmospheric levels. This should be cause for major concern, because human beings are changing the chemistry of the atmosphere, the chemical gases upon which we depend. And captives of the modernist paradigm, I've tried to emphasize how strong our constructed views of reality are. We're tied to this growth model. We're tied to this vision of increasing wealth and increasing material acquisition with such fortitude that we pay almost no attention to the scientific signals that something has gone awry. So again, this is simply a replication of the uptick of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but I could have used any number of other indicators. During this period from the 60s to the present day, what's that, 60 years, we've seen something like 34 climate conferences, a half dozen major international agreements, and so on, none of which have had the slightest effect. You can't detect the event of any of those conferences, for example, or agreements as having any effect whatsoever on the uptick of carbon dioxide. I suppose you could say it would be worse in the absence of these things, but the point is they have failed to stem the increase in carbon emissions into the atmosphere, and that is, of course, the major source of human anthropogenic climate change. With it, of course, we've seen an increase in global surface temperatures, something like a degree, I think just over a Celsius degree now in the last period since the beginning of the industrial era. There's another symptom I want to pay a little bit of attention to, and that's the impact of human beings on other forms of life on the planet. And one of the best known, I suppose, are wild mammals. Most people are familiar with mammals, not so much some of the other creatures. But if we go back again 10,000 years, wild mammals comprised over 99% of the total biomass, the sheer weight of mammals on Earth, and humans were much less than 1%. If we move forward to the present era, things have changed rather dramatically. We see that human beings now comprise, the sheer weight of humans, that's all 7.8 billion of us, is now 32% of all the mammalian biomass on the planet. And by the way, the biomass is considerably larger than it was because of the enhanced productivity of ecosystems. But in addition to humans, cattle now comprise something like 45% of mammalian biomass, and other livestock kicks in another 22%. So together, humans and their domestic animal stock comprise approaching 98%. There's different estimates of this, but they're all 95 to 98% of the total mammalian biomass on planet Earth. And that means that wild animals, the wild mammals that we see on such wonderful nature shows, are reduced to living on the fringes at merely 1.5% of total biomass. And some people, when I've presented these data, have questioned it. It can't be true. But just think for a moment here in North America, for those of you in North America, of the bison populations on the Great Plains. 200 years ago, there were 40, perhaps 60 million bison that regularly migrated north and south through the Great Plains of North America. That was an enormous biomass of mammals. And together with them were millions of pronghorns and other deer. Deer, pronghorns aren't deer, bears, wolves, all sorts of wildlife, plus a small stock of human beings, the original people who lived here before Europeans came. Well, the question arises, where are those bison now? And the answer is they're sitting in your seats, because with the expansion of the human enterprise, particularly European humans into the Great Plains of North America, we've completely displaced the original inhabitants, not only human inhabitants, but other wildlife inhabitants. We've replaced their natural fodder, the natural prairie grasses and so on, with wheat, oat, barley, canola, and so on and so forth, to feed that mass of human beings and our livestock. So what we have seen over the past 150 or 200 years in particular, with this massive expansion of humankind, is literally the competitive displacement of other forms of life from the planet. The mass of humans is literally displacing other people from their ecosystems, other species from their ecosystems as we expand. And that means, by the way, I should have mentioned this earlier, it's not just mammals. Those of us who are bird watchers have noticed with dismay that bird populations are also tumbling. Poultry, for example, now constitutes something like 70 to 75% of the world's bird biomass. And the average populations of thousands of species that are monitored each year are in decline. Some estimates up to 60% since 1970. So we're seeing a plunging biodiversity on the planet. And it extends also into the invertebrates, the insects, the pollinators, all of them being in free fall. Butterflies are down by 53%, beetles 49%, bumblebees 46%, and so on. So what we find then is wisdom in this, recognizing, if we look at these data for what they tell us, that some social constructs tend to be shared illusions. So the notion, for example, that one hears over and over again during elections, at least in my country, that we can have no conflict, or we can have economic growth and expansion of the economy and a clean environment, is a myth, a shared illusion. Because what the data show is that, contrary to this conventional political wisdom, there is an absolute conflict between the growth of the human enterprise and the protection of nature, the conservation of the environment. The continuous growth of the human enterprise on a finite planet necessarily means the displacement, sometimes to the point of extinction, of non-human species. But because this is what we do, modern humans are systematically destroying the biophysical basis of their own existence, because we can't survive in the absence of wild nature. It is functional ecosystems and large-scale biophysical systems that provide the life support services upon which the human enterprise depends. Not just humans, of course, but all other life on Earth as well. So we're trying to solve this problem. I suppose we can say that there's been an environmental movement for the past at least 60 years, since Rachel Carson's, I suppose many people tie Rachel Carson to the beginning of the environmental movement with the publication of her book, Silent Spring. But how do we attempt to solve the problem? Well, we solve it through our conventionally, socially constructed neoliberal economic growth lens. So in effect, the modernist solution is completely self-referencing. It cannot see outside of itself for other information to bring to bear on this problem. So that we attempt to solve the problem through precisely the processes that brought it to us in the first place. And I'll just give you two quick examples of this. Back in the 1960s, population began to be a major concern. Paul Ehrlich published a famous book called The Population Bomb, for example. Back then, we talked about population control, about family planning, about trying to get a global model together of what the human population might look like. Today, as we move forward, all that conversation has disappeared. And a very recent paper, just published a couple of months ago, concludes that we find a strong and increasing focus on feeding the world through increased food production via improved technology. Population planning has declined from being the dominant lever discussed in 1969 to being almost not researched whatever in 2018. So we've seen the shift away from, in effect, a kind of, I suppose, demand management towards simply supply management. We can increase the productivity of the ecosystems through technology. We will clear enough forests, by the way, displacing more of wild nature to produce food for humankind. We will grow our food technologically in laboratories instead of having to go out and kill meat and so on and so forth. So the whole discussion around population control, which by the way is still a taboo subject in many respects, has shifted to being a technological discussion. Similarly, climate change. Everyone knows that climate change is potentially catastrophic. And we know also, at least by publication of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by the Paris Accord in 2015, that we need to reduce our carbon dioxide emissions by about 50% below 2010 levels in just the next 10 years. Okay, we need to achieve essentially complete decarbonization by 2050. Well, how might we go about that? And if we look at the major discussions around the planet, including those at the meetings such as the Paris Accord, the politically acceptable solutions include any capital-intensive investment, wind and solar power. In other words, we need to solve this problem through technology. We have to develop new means of extracting carbon from the atmosphere. Anything that will maintain the existing growth-oriented economic order. Okay. Serious conservation, demand reduction, lifestyle changes, more equitable distribution, and other social factors are simply not on the table. It's a technological solution derived and seen through our technologically engineered mythic construct that humankind is in control of this situation and can solve our problems through more of the same. Okay. In a sense, disaster policy is being designed to serve the capitalist growth economy, so that, quote, the latter becomes the solution to rather than the cause of the problem, as one very prominent political scientist recently put it. Some editorial cartoons say it all, and I think this is really one of the best in this domain. It's not a question of saving the environment. Most people have no comprehension of the degree to which we are utterly dependent on that environment, partially because of the lag effects. It may be some time before the damage we've now done appears as something that we need to be concerned about. A decade or more may pass. So our immediate attention is on job creation, increasing our incomes, saving the economy from the plague, for example, that we're currently enduring, rather than any focus on the environment. I think it's worth looking at least a little bit at one of the prominent solutions here. If we think about the IPCC goal of 50%, roughly 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, that means reducing our emissions by about 7.5% per year, beginning immediately. 7.5% per year is an enormous change. And one way of doing it would be to implement alternative energy. So what we would all like to see, or at least the mainstream would like to see, is a replacement of our fossil fuel energy with alternative energy that gives us the same quantitative amount of energy. We don't want to change, we don't want to reduce. So let's get the same amount of energy using alternatives. But in a growth economy, this becomes very difficult. And what this plot shows is the annual global production of solar photovoltaic electricity. That's the smooth curve at the bottom. And that's the total produced by all of the installations over the last several decades of solar photovoltaics. The blue curve is the annual increase in demand for electricity. And what this shows is that the annual increase in demand up until at least 2018, exceeded the total output of all our installed photovoltaics. So the installation of photovoltaics isn't sufficient even to keep up with the increase in demand for electricity. The difference, of course, is being made up primarily still by fossil fuels. And keep in mind that we're only dealing here with electricity, which is about 20% of total energy demand. We're not really able yet to electrify many of the industrial processes and transportation requirements of the global economy. So the pursuit of alternative energy in a growth mode is really not going to be a solution to this problem. And in any case, the energy transition is simply not happening in the kind of framing that we're looking at here. So as matters stand, the expansion of the human enterprise resembles what I call the plague phase of a one-off boom-bust population cycle common in nature. Now, this curve shows us, it's just taken from a standard textbook on biology, it shows that any species population, and I underscore this, that humans are no different from other populations, given a release from negative feedback constraints, given an abundance of resources, every known population will go through a period of exponential expansion. So we call that the boom phase. But at some point, in the case of the simple graphic, nutrients are depleted. It could be in the human context that we run out of energy, for example, or that food becomes a problem once again, or there's not enough land. And if there's not a managed descent, there will be a bust phase. So what goes up must come down. And in nature, it can be fairly rough. These are real data from two kind of natural experiments. They weren't intended as experiments. But during the war, we saw the introduction of reindeer to two islands off Alaska, the Pribilof Islands. Plentiful supplies of lichens, the perfect food for reindeer. So the populations went through this classic exponential growth phase, peaked out and then crashed because the lichens were overgrazed and there was no fallback position for those reindeer. In 1972, I believe it was, a very famous book, at least famous to some of us who were around then, called Limits to Growth was published. It was a very crude, in many respects, computer model, and it predicted that humankind, on the trajectory that had already been established in the 1970s, would at some point in the 20th century, toward the middle part of, or not 20th century, the 21st century, toward the middle part of this century, would begin to overpollute its environment, run out of certain key resources, and so on. And ultimately, if those trends were to continue in the base case of the standard run, human civilization was exposing itself to the danger of collapse, just as these species have collapsed and just as our classical models show that collapse becomes inevitable. Well, economists and other humanists absolutely despised the limits to growth. It was discarded, it was denigrated, it was critiqued, it was essentially buried from sight in an absolute avalanche of criticism that suggested it couldn't possibly be right because the authors of Limits to Growth simply hadn't taken into account adequately human technological ingenuity. That surely human beings were smart enough to avoid collapse because we could continue to increase the productivity of the human enterprise through the efficiency gains and simple advances in technology. And so with that, again, socially constructed, ebullient framing of the problem, the notion of limits to growth for human society disappeared from the agenda. And it wasn't until just a few years ago that people began to get curious and ask a very simple question. How has it turned out? How have real world trends behaved since the publication of Limits to Growth? So what we have here is a study undertaken by the Netherlands, the Dutch Environmental Assessment Agency, and they plotted, in this case, the population of humankind. These are the purple dots against the limits to growth projections, and you'll see that, boy, it's a pretty good match. And over here, we see a plot of actual industrial output against the limits to growth model. That's pretty good too. Here's a decline in the availability of non-renewable resources. There's the model's projections. There's the real world data, and so on. And so basically what the updated versions of limits to growth look like is pretty much what the models told us would likely to happen if we stayed with our present trajectory. And of course, that's exactly what we intended to do. Now, in theory, and I emphasize that this is just a theoretical observation, excuse me, humans should be able to avoid implosion. We should be able to avoid the catastrophic collapse that often happens when a population goes through its plague phase. And there are several reasons for this. First of all, we are gifted with high intelligence, our capacity for logical analysis, and I hope some of what I'm saying fits into that description. We're capable of reasoning from the evidence. And using those kinds of skills, we are uniquely capable among the creatures on this planet to plan ahead. We have the capacity, in theory, to change the futures to our benefit. We also have two other qualities that are extremely important, to some degree shared with other species, but certainly expressed in humans to an exceptional degree, and that is the capacity to exercise moral judgment and the ability to feel empathy or compassion for not only other people, but other species as well. And I want to underscore these last two qualities in a moment. But the point is then that with these four qualities, there's dozens of others, but I think these are exceptionally important. We should be able to avoid implosion. So, problem is that logic, reason, and compassion have never been the primary determinants of human affairs. Anyone who doubts this, there's a number of wonderful books that might be consulted, but a fine one on the historical side of things is Barbara Tuchman's The March of Folly. Here's a quote: "Wooden-headedness plays a remarkably large role in government. It consists of assessing a situation in terms of preconceived notions, ideology, in other words, that social construction again, while ignoring any contrary signs. It is acting according to wish, while not allowing oneself to be deflected from the facts, or by the facts rather." Now, if I may say so, it looks to me as if the administration in the United States fits that model pretty well at this point in time, particularly illustrated through its response to the COVID-19 viral contamination. But we don't have to look at contemporary society. It's been known for some time, this human quality of optimism. We can go back to a very famous volume from the 19th century of Gustave Le Bon, a study of human beings called The Crowd. "The masses have never thirsted after truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to deify error if error seduces them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim." And what Le Bon was emphasizing here again is that humans get together in societies and create, socially construct comfortable myths by which they live. And once these myths are in place, we don't like to be distracted by or from them by contrary evidence. Again, an editorial cartoon captures this really exceedingly well. The problem with your reasoned solutions is that they don't fit my preconceived notions of the problems. And now we even have an explanatory cognitive mechanism. It turns out that during the development of the individual, our sensory experiences, repeated ideas, repeated ideological framings, and so on and so forth, literally help to shape the synaptic circuits developing in the brain. So we develop neural pathways that tend to embed and replicate those oft-repeated experiences. And once these are in place, subsequently people tend to seek out compatible experiences. You tend to seek out events and other people who reinforce your pre-established beliefs and assumptions and values. So look how powerful this notion of social construction is. Humans have a template upon which social circumstances can write a script. Once the script is in place, it becomes extremely difficult to break from. In fact, people want to reinforce the script as they have learned it. And when faced with information that does not agree with these preformed internal structures, we deny, discredit, reinterpret, or forget that information. And a wonderful little book that summarizes much of the research that's gone into this reality is a little book by Bruce Wexler called Brain and Culture. So this becomes particularly problematic today because we are in a period of what I think of as a socially engineered period in which we have been trained. Most of society has been trained to ignore reality. We are in a socially constructed age of unreason, or the endarkenment. The 2016 Oxford Dictionary word of the year was post-truth, because we saw that bandied about along, but the important thing is that it relates to or denotes circumstances in which facts are less influential in shaping opinion than appeals to emotion and personal belief. So we live in an era in which our politics is increasingly influenced by neoliberal ideology, religious fundamentalism, climate change, denial, anti-intellectualism, and other forms of magical thinking that aren't rooted in any form of reality. And again, a wonderful editorial cartoon showing that people lining up for the theater of the reassuring lie, and avoiding utterly the inconvenient truth that would have to make them, that would require that they actually change their comfortable ways of being. So we've come to the point where we have to recognize that social construction, which is part of our problem, must also be part of our solution. We are now at a point in the world where we have to seriously question the narrative that has brought us to this point of crisis, which of course requires that we recognize that we are in a point of crisis. We have to first of all acknowledge that we are part of nature, that nothing about our technological ingenuity separates us from our complete dependence on the natural world. This requires, secondly, that we recognize limits to material growth, that on a finite planet, the human enterprise cannot expand indefinitely, because the way we expand is by literally converting the biosphere into humanness, into the bodies of human beings and the massive infrastructure on our planet that supports humans and nothing else. We've become the largest geological force changing the face of the earth. The materials moved around to create our cities, our highways, our vehicles, our toys, and so on and so forth, exceeds all the materials moved by nature through erosion and so on and so forth. We need to acknowledge that a new system is required to satisfy our need for love, for spiritual fulfillment, for community, and ecological, along with economic security. So we've really reached the juncture in our, I suppose, cultural evolution, where we have to transcend techno-modernism, this techno-industrial society that has brought us to the brink of collapse, I think literally, and we need to catalyze a personal to civilizational change, a transition, a transformation to a new way of being on Earth, in which we can live spiritually satisfying lives, more equitably, but well within the biophysical means of the planet that supports us. And that's my main message today. It's time for change, and it's up to us to catalyze that change because our lives depend upon it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that inspiring and disturbing and brilliant talk. I am sure there are all kinds of questions that it raises in each of our minds and hearts as we think about the human present and the human future. I have a question that I want to pose first of all. It's already submitted by Chuck to pose first of all. I have a question that I want to pose first of all. It's already submitted by Chuck Fowler. But before I do so, let me remind everyone that the queue for questions is now open. I've got 7 or so that have already been posed, but we will try to work through as many as we can. As we thank Bill and pose questions that will challenge our conversation going forward for the next 30 minutes or so. Once again, at the bottom center of your box, you will see, of your screen, I should say, you will see a Q&A link. Click on that, type in your question, and I will monitor them here and pose them. First question, though, has already been posed by a good friend of Iris, Dr. Chuck Fowler. And what he asks, Bill, is for you to reflect. What do you see as necessary on the part of the religions of the world as belief systems to rectify the predicament that we face?
Well, can everyone hear me? Am I back on? Nice, easy question, Dr. Fowler. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're still part of this. I think we have to think this question through by starting with a brief summary of what I've tried to say here. We are today in a world which is dedicated or dominated by economic thinking. That almost everything is deferent to the economy. We assume technological wizardry can carry us forward. We also have a major political problem in that we now seem to have politics by poll. There are no great world leaders who inspire as some past leaders might have done. They're simply too anxious to become reelected, to retain power at all costs. So in many respects, we're in the worst of all possible worlds again, dominated by economic thinking, which, by the way, eschews any consideration of moral or ethical considerations. We think technology can be our savior. So we put more and more of our effort into advancing technology, and it too is bereft of any connection to community, to family, or anything of that nature. And we have a corrupt politics that is failing to get us anywhere. So it seems to me that if we're going to talk about the role of religion in all of this, there is an enormous void. So the very short answer to Chuck's question might be that religion and religious leaders should begin to do their job, which is to raise to the center of public debate the moral and ethical obligations that we have as a people, not only to ourselves, but to other peoples and to other species on this planet. So the proper domain for religion is to critique the ways in which, it seems to me, the techno-industrial society is engaged in the accelerating ecological destruction, which surely must be seen as the degradation of God's creation. If one happens to be religious, that's how I would certainly perceive it. We have to understand that throughout this entire period of massive growth, which we're told over and over again, is intended to solve our problems of inequity and poverty in particular, it's done no such thing. Now we'll hear over and over again how the last 20 years of enormous economic growth has solved, or at least relieved us from much of the most chronic absolute poverty. But the reality is that there are more impoverished people on planet Earth today than there were human beings on planet Earth in 1950 or 1960. So that despite this enormous growth, despite the enormous accumulation of wealth and capital, we have seen a period in the last 30 years of increasingly egregious income disparity. so that a handful of billionaires now control as much of the world's wealth as the poorest 50%, almost 4 billion of human beings. So again, if I were really in a position to instruct religious leaders, it would be to come together and to prepare a paper for the world, a kind of white paper on the future. Why can't we get the popes and our archbishops and imams and priests and monks to agree that humans are in a crisis situation in which we have a moral and ethical responsibility to ourselves, to other humans, and to the creation that the planet represents, to pull back from the brink, to socially construct a new reality, which will enable us to do, as I said in my last slide, to live within the biocapacity of the planet more equitably and on less. So my vision of the future is one in which we reassume the capacity that we have, the unique capacities as moral and ethical creatures, and guide ourselves accordingly. We cease to be guided by the mere mechanics of economics and scientific advance. Can they do that? Will they come together? Where have the great religious voices been as this COVID crisis overtakes the planet? And it's a minor one compared to what will happen should massive climate change or major energy shortages strike the earth and we can no longer provide the food and other resources needed to support the anticipated billions of people. End of my story.
Yeah, thank you. Let me remind everyone we're listening to Dr. William Reese, and we're posing questions. If you have a question, go to the Q&A box on the bottom. Ashwani, on our participant list here, writes that he agrees with you. We are in a situation of overshoot. Now, what is to be done? How do we catalyze the change that we need? And I could elaborate that a little bit. You're looking to religion to play a significant role, religions of the future, I might add, not the religious institutions of the present or the past necessarily, but you're looking to religion to play a major role. Can science itself inspire the change that we need?
Well, it's a very good question, and I'm very glad you posed it. We've chatted before, I guess, online, Ashwani. Science obviously has a huge role to play here because we wouldn't even be aware of many dimensions of this problem, of our predicament, as it were, without the scientific analyses that have led us so starkly to confront it. But science in itself is insufficient. People will not save that which they do not love. People don't act out of logic. If science were the solution here, then that constant uptick of carbon emissions could not possibly have occurred over a period of 50 years and 26 major conferences and 6 major international agreements. I guess there were 34 conferences. The point is, the science is not enough. People have to have a sense of personal engagement. They have to be emotionally charged in order to respond. And unless we can engage people at that level, where they can perceive that their lives, their families are indeed threatened by the changes that are about us, they're not going to move. So religion can play a role, science can both play a role, but human beings have to become better informed. They have to, it seems to be, accept the nature of our predicament, as well as the kind of really contortionist changes that need to take place if we're going to really move forward. I have to come clean here. Some problems may be insolvable. We have created a system of systems. If you think of the global system of the internet, global transportation, airlines, the integrated economy, the massive societies that we have of billions in places like China and India, each of these is a hugely complex system in and of itself. And increasingly, they've become integrated so that we have a situation of overlapping systems that overlap with complex biophysical systems, such as the climate system, the rainfall cycle, and so on and so forth. any one of which is beyond human comprehension. And yet here we are, humble little beasts trying to control the whole thing. It really is beyond the capacity of any one human mind to get around it. And it's very humbling to accept that. We have to admit almost complete ignorance in the face of these problems and start over. That's what a civilizational transformation really is. It's a starting over, accepting where we are now, accepting that it is a course toward a collapse situation in which there will be great agony for billions of people, and work toward thinking our way through it. Now, that's a very unsatisfactory answer, but I can't think of a better one right now. It's not technological, it's not political, it's not economic, it's all of those things, but the solution has to come from this regenerative capacity of humans to socially construct a new reality that conforms to what we know about the external reality. We are faltering right now because our social constructs do not conform to the biophysical reality in which we find ourselves. Our mental model of the economy does not operate the way real societies with real people, with real families and real communities. So until we have a model that conforms to the external reality and the nature of humankind, this becomes a very, very much more difficult problem.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Let me combine elements of two questions, one from Mark and one from Katie. Who is this us? Who is this global humanity? And Katie poses this particular question. Now, are there particular people, organizations, or ideas that you might want to lift up as pointing us in the right direction?
Frankly, on the scale of the problem we're talking about now, no, I don't know of any. Okay, maybe Iris is one of those. Maybe it could expand to fill some kind of intellectual gap here. But clearly the United Nations is foundering. We don't have international organizations that even appreciate the vision that I'm talking about. In fact, we don't have international organizations that really accept the nature of our predicament. Certainly the International Energy Agency, the United Nations, or any of these major mainstream organizations do not. What gives me real hope is the emergence at the community level of various organizations that talk about local production for local consumption, about in effect reconfiguring economy and society on a spatial and temporal scale which the human mind could wrap itself around. It doesn't mean isolationism, but it does mean the recreation or the, I suppose, relocalization of decision-making and manufacturing and a variety of other things that humans depend on to the spatial scale that we can recognize, that we can control. And by the way, if the whole of the planet were working in a number of cells like this, any one of them that failed wouldn't necessarily take the rest down. One of the problems we have now is that the form of globalization we have, and I think this is being revealed more and more with the COVID epidemic, is that we have these supply chains that are global in reach, but if they get broken, the whole system falls in. We've become utterly, I've called it an unsustainable entanglement of nations on this global scale, because we've modeled it after the demands of the economic system, which focus on efficiency and efficiency alone. But in that process, we've abandoned the ideas of resilience, of community, of self-reliance, and a whole variety of other values that are perhaps more important at this time of crisis than the mere efficiency of the global economy. So another movement that I think is making great waves here is something called the degrowth movement. It's an organization, largely European at the present time, although we have had a couple of conferences in North America as well, oriented to recognizing that the human enterprise must shrink, it must accommodate itself to the envelope of the ecosphere. And in order to maintain some kind of internal integrity, we must therefore share the bounty much more equitably. It's completely egregious to have a half a dozen or 15 billionaires with the same wealth as half of the human population. That must come to an end. And we have to design ways of doing that. Look, I'm raving here, but if you go back just to the 1970s, I'll use the US as an example, assuming that most of our audience is from the US. Are you aware that when President Nixon was in place, I think the marginal tax rate for the 1% was 91%. Today it's 37%. So over the past 30 or 40 years, we've seen this gradual change in the tax system, which is guaranteed that the wealthier get wealthier, the wealthy get wealthier, and the poor stagnate. And so we have more people in poverty in the United States today, the richest country on the planet, than ever before in its history. This is the beginning of a breakdown in the social contract. Why should people be loyal to governments and to institutions that have done them in, so to speak, and systematically over this period of time? Because there's been, governments have almost been captured by a certain corporate mentality that has taken us down a pathway toward this egregious inequality while destroying the environment. So again, until we raise to consciousness in the minds of people that this is the reality in which we are embedded, we're not going to be propelled to act to change anything. In fact, we've been compelled to think that this is the way it should be. I mean, look how many people are defending their right not to wear a mask because who are you in government to tell me what I should do? Well, that's precisely the wrong attitude to have at the present time in a time of crisis.
Thank you. Yeah, let's return our attention to the theme of religion here again. And I want to modify a little bit a question posed by Richard. He writes, how does our notion of God and salvation need to change in order for us to reconstruct our socially constructed reality? Now, these are terms that we ordinarily associate with Christianity, so you can take it in kind of a number of different directions, post-traditional, as you wish. But what does our symbol, our global human symbol of supreme goodness and beauty, or God, look like? Seems to me you've said a lot about what damnation looks like. I mean, I can only imagine what lies at the bottom of the bust curve if you're thinking of population loss, apocalyptic population lost. That sounds an awful lot like damnation or hell, again to resort to Christian categories. But particularly, what does salvation look like? What does it look like for humanity to live together, contented in our own selves and in our social relationships, but in our relationship ultimately with nature?
Well, it's a huge question, and I'm probably not the best person to even attempt an answer, because in the science and religion spectrum, I'm over on the science side. I am not myself a particularly religious person. But having said that, you know, there are models out there that I think we should elevate to the fore. For one thing, when I was a child, I was in a very religious family, but I was learning about science, and I developed a way of integrating the two. I thought of evolution. By the way, I believe in evolution, but I began to think of it as God's creative process during my religious phase. So if I were to adopt that model today and look at humankind as a process of God's creative, as a product rather of the God's creative process, then I would look again at those qualities that I listed earlier. Our capacity for reasoned analysis, our capacity for compassion, our capacity for planning ahead. We need to honor God, if I were to put it in those terms, by exercising the capacities he or she or it has given us before we can rise to full humanness. I mean, to be fully human is to exercise those unique capacities that we do not share with other species. And I would underscore that if we simply continue to act in this completely mechanistic, hell or high water kind of attitude, then we're not honoring the creative process. We are not honoring our capacities to become fully human by overriding the tendencies which have now become maladaptive. Perhaps I should have underscored that a little bit earlier. I've made the point several times that humans, like all other species, have a natural predisposition to expand. And in evolutionary terms, that was absolutely necessary for survival. That was the life force, as it were. Okay? But because we've obeyed it so well, and because we've applied our other qualities of high intelligence to manipulation of the material environment, we've now so changed the quality of the natural environment that a quality that was adaptive 10,000 years ago has become maladaptive today. It is no longer adaptive for humans to exercise this predisposition for unlimited growth and material acquisition. This is an intellectual realization that we have to, as it were, operationalize. Now that we have reached the point where everybody could have enough, we have to socially construct a model of, I suppose, enoughness, where we recognize that we have acquired the capacity to ensure ecological stability and economic security for human beings, that we need not struggle any longer to acquire and to grow and to do all of the things that were absolutely necessary 10,000 years ago. And then we have to look around us for models that might work in these new circumstances. Some years ago, I was involved in studies in the far north among Canadian Inuit. And we noticed a great increase in the numbers of suicides among young males in Inuit communities in the Canadian Arctic. And this corresponded with the beginnings of oil and gas development in the Beaufort Sea region, for example. Now, to make a long story short, a part of the government's licensing process was to force companies to employ First Nations or Inuit people in their operations in the far north. So, in compliance, many young men who were still part of the earlier Inuit cultures were brought into the work camps, given menial tasks or trained to drive trucks and that sort of thing. But they got very high paying jobs, is what I'm saying in the end. Now, let's go back a bit. Prior to the oil and gas exploration, these communities were hunter-gatherer societies, let's face it. And if I were out on a hunt and I got a seal, I brought it back to my village and it was cut up and apportioned among other members of the community. And if somebody else got a seal, the same thing would happen. So that each of us who was able to acquire our game shared it with the rest of the community. But when I went out and got a job, what I did was not share that money. Young men were not sharing the money. They would buy a new snowmobile, they'd get a better rifle, they'd buy a 4x4 truck to drive on the 3 kilometers of road in the community. But then when the oil and gas went bust, these young men were left without a job. They were not accepted into the dominant mainstream community. They were no longer accepted by their own communities, because they had isolated themselves by acquiring the individualistic selfishness of the modern, wage employment. They became socially and culturally isolated, and the suicide rates went up. At least that's how the story seemed to unfold. But the main point of this is to say that you can imagine a form of being in which the achievements of any one individual were shared among other people in that same community, in a kind of mutualism in which I was secure and you were secure, because each of us was looking out for the other in these circumstances of relative resource scarcity, for example. Now, it seems to me we are headed toward a period, if our energy supply dries up or food supplies become jeopardized by climate change and so on, where we may have to recognize that resource scarcity becomes a pattern of the future. Then we need to have ways of thinking about this that enable us to have a soft landing. It needn't be a collapse. It could be a controlled contraction toward a state, a population level, a level of economic consumption, which was satisfactory, sufficient to enable us to actualize our other elements of our capacities. I mean, once our material things are taken care of, we've made a fetish of getting more and more. Why not make a fetish of getting better and better, at being a member of the community, at exercising our political rights, at serving the community in ways that don't mean I acquire more and more stuff, but means we all live together better because we are in a mutualistic kind of circumstance. You see, human behavior is like a piano keyboard. There are, 84 notes. And we've been down here thumping away on the bass notes. The selfishness, we are selfish. We've ignored the sharing notes, the compassion notes, and so on. So we now have to shift the tune, as it were, to the higher end of this spectrum of sounds so that we're playing the better notes of our human nature, so to speak, which will enable us to live together on the planet within the means of nature and as community within the means of community.
Thank you so much. We have time, I think, for one more very brief question, and I'm afraid Bill also will require a brief answer.
I apologize for rambling on and on.
This is why we're having you here. These rich and detailed comments are really, really insightful. But let's end. Tariq poses this, and just respond from the heart. Let us recognize that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children.
Amen. Absolutely.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Our guest has been Professor Dr. William Reese. And thank you to our audience joining us from as far away as India. Thank you to Iris for sponsoring this, and to Star Island.
Okay, well, if you've enjoyed this entry, leave a like. That's the joke. If you've enjoyed this entry, add this video to a playlist. Take a look at our category-specific playlists. They've been streaming all day. This is Social Science 4. You've been watching category-specific quick picks. What's in your Consume Digest? Until next time.